actually consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Helm. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Pretend to on to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC. Ooh, the pros are hitching a ride on the big camera. I love it. The race for playoffs is well and truly on as we embark on the second and deciding half of the regular season. I'm Shocked, joined here by Ender and by Sheepy. Hi, gentlemen, and of course a special welcome to you, Sheepy. For people that may not know, but I think they do actually, you're of course still head coach for the Unicorns of Love right now in the LCL. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back. It looks very fresh here, and I've seen new faces. Ender, nice to see you as well.
Next time we'll make it pink for you so you feel a little bit at home. I myself wear my active camouflage today. It's why I've got the earring. It's so you can see me, you know, a little bit of flair.
We just noticed as we went live, like, wow, that looks a lot like the background. I think it's perfect. You all look very spiffy, and today is, of course, the opening day of the second round robin. So let's see where the teams stand going into week 5. We've got a bit of a 3-horse race at the top and a lot of teams in the middle.
Yeah, right now it's pretty clear G2, Rogue, Fnatic right at the top, and then every other team, it's not really sure who's going to edge it out. I'm pretty confident. I feel good about Schalke and Mad Lions, but for me, that 6th place spot, will Excel maintain that, or will other teams come up? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I can only echo that opinion. I think that right now the middle tier teams are kind of fighting for their identity, like what makes them exactly win. The nice thing about Schalke is they actually won against teams that are better than them.
Yep.
Teams like Excel did not show that yet. So I think the next days are going to be super interesting as well for the standings, because now we're in the backgrounds. So, you know, whenever a team is going to win, you might face off against a 2-0 team, and that later on in playoffs can matter a lot.
I mean, can you tell us from a coach perspective, is it okay for teams to, until the halfway point, experiment with identity? And when is the time when they should really cement it? Is it now?
I think right now it's kind of the time where you want to cement it. I think if at this point you have not started winning consistently, or you didn't find, you know, the way to do it, different people will step up, different people will try something out. But especially if you start going towards playoffs and people, you know, are really, really strong, know exactly how to draft the carries so that they're going to win. If you're missing that, you're not gonna, you know, survive through the likes of G2, Rogue, and Fnatic.
Yeah, true. And about G2 and Rogue, they played the match of the week last week, and man, did it deliver. I think we got a snippet of it also when we went into match history just before the start of the show. But it was just unique picks, aggressive plays, long drawn-out game. That was very exciting. We had it all.
It was sick. It was a 50-minute slugfest, and for most of it, it looked like G2 was going to have the upper hand, but they were playing this comp with a Quinn and an Echo that was very much about playing the map, this 1-3-1 style. And time again, they weren't able to find that split push. Larsen's coming in on these flanks in the team fights every single time. Rogue had that 5v5 locked down, and it came down to multiple Barons, soul fights, everything on the cards machine.
I mean, I absolutely love the meta right now. Everyone's picking carries, everyone can make a play. Larsen, you just see in that game twice predicting the flash from Wunder, and you also see perfect stuns from Rel. Like, all the champions right now have so much playmaking. And I mean, especially the mid laners, you know, the home of the best mid laners in the world. You know, Caps and Larsen, I personally have not had Larsen so much on the radar, especially the year before, but now he's just popping off, and like, honestly, I cannot wait to see more of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we hear that echoed amongst many analysts, that you just see Larsen's arc going up and up and up, and we'll be excited to see where he goes. In terms of the meta, we're still at 11.3 this week. We also were last week, but we didn't see that many insane changes, but there were some things in the jungle.
Yeah, so these were our top junglers coming into the patch, and of course, all these guys saw nerfs. There were also big nerfs to Gore Drinker as well, so I think a lot of the talk in the scene was these champions are going to fall away, but it was kind of anything but. Pantheon did fall away, wasn't picked or banned, but Olaf and Udyr seemed to only rise in priority.
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon got hit really, really hard with the Q damage down, and I mean, in a champion that really needs to snowball early, even if the changes for the new patch really like favored him with the new items he can build to scale better. Olaf had the same problem, but it just synergized so much better. Udyr, just a small nerf, later on deals 25 damage less on his Phoenix. I think Udyr was just really, really strong, and Olaf was overtuned as hell. So, you know, I'm happy he's now, you know, put more in check.
Honestly, Udyr is one that is so interesting to me, because obviously no one's played Udyr in like 20 years, it seems like, right? And now he's back here. But the way he fits into competitive is he just stifles counterplay, right? Like, you can't dodge away from any of his abilities. No, it's all auto attack. So all you can do really is get a team with a lot of CC to push him away, and even that's sometimes not enough. So that's the pick that is not very fun to witness or play against very much. But in the concept of professional play is pretty fun to watch.
I agree with you, so let's see how that evolves. Last summer, in terms of meta and everything else, our expectations were turned upside down. And since we are halfway through our LEC spring season, we wanted to make the unpredictable split maybe a bit more predictable with the help of our analysts. And we're going to look at some key teams and discuss if they have over or underperformed based on the preseason expectations. So the question is, where would you place them? And are they overperforming or underperforming? You get to vote as well if you're in the LEC Discord. If you're not, you can go to discord.lec.gg and you can vote over or under. Our first team is Fnatic. Sheepy, under or overperforming?
So for me, Fnatic is always an exciting team. I mean, we have a long history with them as well. And I mean, as an organization, you always expect Fnatic to be at the top. Same as G2, you just do. From a player caliber, same thing. I think all of the players are just individually so good. They're top 3 in their positions for sure. So I was expecting that as well. However, what was really surprising for me is that start from the split, they're just starting to gel together so well. They have a new coach as well with Yamato, who has like his own style of coaching as well. So that all of that works together and they're actually in the top 3. For me, it's like an overperformance because I'm expecting that much later, maybe in the end of spring or like beginning of summer.
Yeah, I think what was so interesting about this team was they came in and it was super explosive. It was very divisive. A lot of people saw them taking every fight that was thrown to them or even looking for some on their own. And it was like, wait a second, Fnatic, slow things down. That's not the way you wanted to play. But like you said, they gelled together because Fnatic said, no, this is how we want to play the game. We don't care if we're making some of these mistakes because this is our style. And when we look at the conversation of our teams finding their style, Fnatic have very clearly identified theirs.
Talk to me about their style in 3 words.
Aggressive, fight all the time, and wide whippo.
Those were a lot of words, and 2 of
Fight
those
all
meant
the
the same
time
thing.
was 1 word. It was fight all the time, you know.
Yeah, well, we see
quick.
some examples here. How much do you think, in part, the fact that Whippo, who's always been kind of a pop-off player, but sometimes also didn't in some games, how much is he becoming integral to the success of this team?
It feels like he's almost the entire team. His laning is just so dominant because in the past he'd have some mistakes here. He would lose some lanes when he goes in too deep. And now it just feels like even in games that Fnatic are losing, he's still walking out a lane with multiple kills.
I mean, Vipul is just a standout player. This year especially. I think before that, I was never really sure if Vipul is, you know, like so consistent.
What are you going to get? Yeah.
Yeah, because we also had Source before, who was like the pinnacle of just very, very, very clean gameplay, used the OTPs effectively. Now Vipul has stepped up. He was won multiple times All-Stars 1v1. He is just such an impressive laner. Really, he gets, I think, 11 solo kills or something like this, the highest ever. So, yeah, standout player.
Yeah, pretty nuts. In terms of what people say on Discord, 650 people voted that they're underperforming. 270 voted that Fnatic is overperforming. I think that just goes to show that the expectations on this roster are extremely high. Let's move on to our next team. Misfits started at the top, and now they're here. They had a fantastic week 1. We were talking about Herod in the top lane that surprised to a lot of people. Vito with some pop-off performances, but it has fizzled since then.
Yeah, no, it's a bit odd because you look at the games that they won in week 1 and it was wins against Mad Lions and Fnatic. And after week 1, that sounds great, right? But those teams also took a little bit of time to find their groove. And since then, Misfits have beaten 1 team and it's Astralis. And that is underperforming. That's really concerning for a team that put together, you know, Cobby Vander in the bot lane. That's supposed to carry them into the playoffs at least, right? You know, and work with the top side of this map. So for me, Misfits really have not found their groove yet, and that's concerning.
Yeah, I mean, 100% underperforming for me. Misfits as an organization is already longer a part of it. I think the way that they structured their team is really awesome. They have a lot of talent. I mean, Herod won LFL, went over to Turkey, won there as well. Like, it's just a standout talent by itself. They have a good setup. They have 2 veterans. They have 3 rookies. They have staff that's already experienced in the LEC environment. So, I mean, I was expecting them to, for sure, like to be a playoffs team, and right now that they're falling out of this is kind of disappointing for me.
Yeah, I mean, everything's there. You know, the tools are there for the team, the players are there, but I have to agree. I think underperforming so far. On Discord, people feel the same. 950 people voted under and 85% overperforming. And
85 people, not percent.
Oh, right. Yes.
That's the one.
160%
I got you.
and 85%. That's not how that works. All right, next up, XL. XL is such an interesting team to me. You know, they've been chasing those playoffs for so long, and they don't have the most impressive stats, but they're winning.
I don't care if gold at 15
it's
kills.
Like minus, I don't care.
I don't care if that looks bad. Their win rate's the only stat that matters, and they're doing good in that department. I think they've found this regular season formula of success. They just play for the team fights, play for the later game.
Just to explain the graphic behind you, it's kind of the piano graph of their split so far, and all the teams at the top are the teams that they have been able to beat, but all the teams below that are the teams that they haven't been able to beat. And of course, you clearly see that it is the top dogs and the teams that are above them firmly in the standings that they need to take down, Sheepy.
Yeah, to come back into
frame. I feel
frame.
like I'm a weatherman or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening.
I mean, what you can really clearly see here is that, for me, they are the standout average team. They are really consistent beating the teams that are weaker than them, and they are not dropping off their performance in this game, where we have other teams like Schalke, who's just like, well, maybe we win today, maybe we lose. Like, the strength of the enemy doesn't really matter. So it's really awesome to see XL like finding their groove. And the good thing about this is you can build on top of this. If they slowly start racking up, you have a team that you can very comfortably say goes to playoffs. This week is going to be key for them, so I'm really looking out for them as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, but overall, very impressive, I think. 1,050 people have said overperforming, 100 people have said underperforming. So that's, I mean, yeah, it is overperforming because we didn't expect them to win that much, and I hope they keep going on that echelon. Before we look ahead, though, towards week 5, let's see how the players themselves reflect on the first round robin.
I think we started clicking, and our aggressive style is paying off. Like it's working out. Basically, like me, Hilly are hyper aggressive laners, and Upset and Hilly are playing us like a ton of games together. Like they're practicing every day, and the rest of the team is just playing really well. Like the jungle meta is obviously Selfmade's comfort zone. He's obviously really good at these farming junglers. He's always ahead of the enemy jungler. Niski's performing super well, and he's finding these like. I wouldn't say off meta, but like he's the Seraphine mid, getting some games in on these control mages and just supporting the team, and he's really good at it. So in general, I think just the meta in conjunction with the drafts we're picking are just working out really well. And well, if top laner gets 11 kills on Riven, it's pretty fucking like he has 11 solo kills. It's pretty good for your game, right?
For the last couple of weeks, I think at least in summer and spring, I think we were like a pretty consistent bot lane in that we like never like really tried anything or like that much, or like we did like we had some plays, but now we are trying to like try new stuff, I guess, and like try to play more aggressive because we want to like test our limits a bit, like even on stage. So like sometimes we are like inting, like I think we in the first week we like solo killed almost every bot lane, but we also got solo killed by every bot lane, or like in like each game, right? So we were like a really like coin flip kind of bot lane in the first half of the split, and this is just to like maybe test a few things and like test our limits, right? And I think it's like not the greatest strategy maybe, because I think we lost a few games of doing that, but we also like got really far ahead in some games because of that. So I think we're like still trying to find like I guess our limiter, and then like we'll be more consistent in the future.
I think we've done okay. I mean, we're 4-5, so it's not really anything extraordinary. I think we could definitely do better, but also it's a fine beginning.
As a standing so, we are not that in a great spot. We are 3-6 at the moment, and I think we could have won many games against like not that strong teams. For example, I feel like the game we drop against Vitality is really important. Against SK, we should have won. And who else actually? Schalke is probably playing pretty good, but they had a bad week. I mean, I just feel like we are not that worse compared to the middle table teams. And it just feels bad because we are not able to show how we're playing in scrims in official matches, and also our drafts are not being the greatest too, some games, so.
A bit of a clear difference also in the testimonies from like the teams like Mad Lions and Fnatic, who've been doing relatively well. They're all talking about the aggression and whatnot, and the other teams like SK and like Misfits is talking about, yeah, we don't really know why it's not working. We haven't really figured it out yet.
Honestly, I just want to hear Blippo talk more about his own solo performance. Yeah. Like, I got 11 kills, guys.
Pat myself on the back right there. It's great, it's great. You're your own best brand ambassador, so you did a great job there. So we heard a lot rather other about aggression. And while some decisions end well, others will leave the shot callers with a painful headache the next day. We proudly introduce LEC Burger Flip. Let's flip a burger.
Oh, I'm going to be good at this.
Let's
I'm
flip
so
a burger
hungry.
and hope it lands as we look at the results from some examples from Pro Play. This is something that has popped up, I think, in a Checolad interview and amongst the memes about the LEC. Burger Flip is basically coin flip, but then with a burger, right?
Yeah.
Like this.
I don't know what this is. We're flipping burgers.
The way this is going to work is we're going to see a clip. It's going to pause, and I'm going to ask you guys, should the team go in here?
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be clear, but let's see. Let's roll the first clip, the first situation.
What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
Guess
We're
we
waiting
can look
for
here.
it.
That'd be
It's
easy.
going to come up.
Right. All right. So we
Fnatic
got...
versus
I see Hillesang
Mad
already.
Lions. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm going to say that Selfmade shouldn't go in here. I think I remember this game a little bit.
Right.
I'm also going to say that he does flip it.
And why shouldn't he go in?
He shouldn't go in because, well, let's figure out why. Honestly, Selfmade just died a lot in this game. So
Well, that's not a reason. Why in this situation?
I think in this situation he should go in. I will just take the other
so?
side of the burger.
Why?
Because he's an assassin and the Asi is walking in his face. So he should just take the free chunk. But
I think
where's
if he
Pantheon?
jumps in here, Wukong's going to jump on him and just cyclone.
I mean, he should
and then
press
burst.
ultimate in time.
I mean,
And
he
then-
has
I don't know. I don't know if he
It's not
presses it
clear to
fast
see,
enough
but-
because the
Yeah.
0-2 can get
If he
gnarled.
presses it fast enough, it's awesome. So
All right, here
let's
we
see.
go.
What's it going to be?
Yes! He goes in.
Oh.
More
Oh, they're going. Oh, okay.
Everyone's
Oh, they're going very
I
hard.
see. So he did just press R, and then there was more going in
I
after.
mean, it looked good. I think that the
Yeah.
clip should have been stopped before Niski threw his life away.
it's
and
coming
was-
back nice.
We
There
thought it was
more.
just like a single burger flip, but it turns out it was like a whole
It's the
barbecue.
double.
It was just an entire
There were
barbecue.
ribs
Double.
involved, there were sausages, there were some hot potatoes. They all got flipped. At the end, they almost all die, I believe.
Yeah, I think they do all die.
So what do we call a bad burger flip? Like the meat burned or something?
No, you call it well done.
Well,
Because it's,
Very
it's
well
the
done.
opposite.
Yeah,
Because well done.
not good
Not
for
well
a burger.
done.
That's
All right.
intuitive.
Great, let's look at the second burger flip situation. Alrighty, so, oh my god, it's from an A.
Oh boy, hey,
I say
Destiny,
burger.
I remember him.
This is great.
Cersei, look at
This is
these
great
guys.
because we'll for sure not know what happened here.
Okay, so the fight that's going on, they're trying to cancel a recall.
Right.
They don't have vision in the brush, but I assume they're going in and they should go in and kill that guy.
Well, they
but there's
have-
two people. I'm getting bamboozled. What's the
Wait,
the
this
flip?
is it? They're saying to go in, I guess.
Oh.
They're like, we're here now anyway.
Wait,
It's the long burger flip. It's the long sizzle.
I see. Okay. Are they gonna? Okay. They spent.
I think
a lot
they
of
just
time
don't know
on-
themselves if they should go in or not.
Cursed. Oh, it's a. Ah!
All right, so basically my producer gave me some extra info, but they had vision on her for a while. They should have just gone in earlier and killed her probably before she finished her recall.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard flip.
Ah, unlucky. All right,
Just go farm your jungle, man.
great. Let's go over to our third burger and see if we should flip it. This is the best
I
analogy.
just want to dance, honestly, you know?
Yeah, thank you, pro players, for your lingo. Oh,
Oh,
no.
the 0-0?
Null and
Okay.
void. I
Should
think they
we flip it into champ select? Okay.
Right?
Line
I see Caps.
G2.
Caps, he's for sure gonna flip it, no?
Oh, the invisible
Oh
cards.
no! Don't flip
Yeah.
it. So actually, I remember this play. I say, I respected Humanoid so much for going in here because 1v1 he for sure has the kill. He just doesn't expect people to be in fog of war immediately.
Yeah.
I think the question is should or would
Yeah,
I?
Honestly,
I would go in there. I think
I'd
everybody
go
would
in
go
there.
in there, and then afterwards I would say I should
yeah.
have.
Don't be results-based analyzers.
Yeah.
Go in, flip it.
Let's go.
Flip
Let's
it, cook
see.
it up.
I mean, it's humanoid, so you always know what's gonna happen though.
Because the thing is, I think what we missed as Caps is like teleporting and stuff. Caps had just used gold card, I think, before he went in.
Yeah.
Which was smart because then you can't get CC under tower. But Humanoid dies in side lane. It's a classic.
I enjoyed this segment. This was cool.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Can we
Let
get
us know what
music
you
on?
think on
Check
Twitter.
for branding
Yeah.
this.
Tweet at Kevin Bell, our producer, what you thought. Excuse me, Kevin?
Oh,
Oh yeah, but I don't want to say that 'cause that's a bad word. So maybe you should change your Twitter handle. Sorry, I'm just having a whole conversation.
What is that? I just grew it over here. There's the next thing I think you
I'm
can,
sorry, but you'll find him on Twitter for sure. Let's get back to the league. Thank you for that segment and for helping out. And let's get back to the state of the league where G2 Esports have dominated the LEC over the past years, but their biggest challenge came from an unexpected foe. Tomorrow, the Kingslayer Schalke look to shackle once again in our Alienware match of the week.
I don't see G2 as a big challenge or a big opponent. Like I'm pretty sure we're just gonna win.
Schalke is looking like a weird team because they're losing to a lot of the worst teams and winning against some of the better teams. I'm hoping that they will not beat us again, right? Because that would suck. But this time around, I think we're a bit more comfortable in the meta.
I've collected a lot of experience last year, how it is to be at rock bottom and how it feels to climb back up and be at the top. So I think I can use this for the next year to show that I'm one of the best.
Well, Schalke is shaping up to be G2's nemesis. They have won 4 out of the last 6 games versus G2, and they are in fact the only team to have a positive win record versus G2.
And for context with that, Fongfu Buffalo, arch nemesis of G2, hold a 3-1 head-to-head. So Schalke are getting pretty close to that.
They are. What is it about Schalke that they're able to take down out of any team G2 so consistently?
I actually don't know.
It's hard.
It's very surprising.
Is it this guy?
I think it might be the guy to our left. Gilius, I mean, when he has a really great performance, he can just go in. I think he's just popping off. He finds all the engages. He's not afraid. I mean, you see it in the interviews. You see it in the replays afterwards. Gilius just popping off, even if it's in game or real life. The problem is only if it doesn't work, then it really doesn't work. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously, if this guy is strong in the game, Schalke is going off.
And I think this is a very important one. They were all important when Schalke took down G2, but it's important both for like kind of to test your mettle against the likes of G2 if you want to get to playoffs. Because I don't think about Schalke anymore as in terms of do they need the miracle run. I see them as a team that should get to the playoffs.
Miracle run is a dirty word. I want to stop using it now because they are just a playoffs team. The question is, are they an actual title contender?
Yeah.
And that's what games like this one against G2 will help prove.
That they will. Well, before Schalke get their shot at G2, they need to go through SK in our opening game. Sheepy, as you are our guest, what is the game that you are looking most forward to today?
So the thing is about the schedule today, the first 2 are the most important ones for the standings because the very, teams that are fighting for the playoffs position are going to fight against each other. The last 3 is more like the top tier fighting against the bottom tier. So if any of those teams can actually surprise and want to make a comeback, right now is the start for it. But personally, I'm most excited for the first 2 games.
Mad Lions Excel is a banger.
Absolute banger. We'll see what happens.
And I think it's so important also for Excel this game because, Excel was the only team that has not reached the playoffs,
Yeah.
And I mean, if they pick up a win, especially against Mad Lions, who performed so well in summer, it would be amazing.
It would be huge. But we start the day off with SK, and let's see what SK's coach had to say before taking on Schalke.
Thank you very much, Shox. And Jessis, thank you so much for joining me. It's the first time we get to chat this year. So I want to talk about the team first. You decided to make the rookie bet this year with SK. What prompted you into making this decision?
I think a lot of it is just like down to what my strengths are as a coach. I pride myself on being a bit of an individual coach and just being able to like teach, especially rookies. Like I have a lot to give, like in terms of experience and just like my general knowledge. So I feel like I really excel with people who I can have a big impact on, like individually. And I just want like the highest probability of like being able to beat the absolute best teams. I don't really want like mediocre veterans or anything like that. So I think that's kind of the main reason why we went for the rookies with the most upside possible.
All right, giving a chance to fresh talent, I really love this approach. And I mean, SK's been doing decent and really well, actually, since the beginning of the split. And when you look at the standings in the LEC right now, outside of the top 2, I want to say that we have a league pretty packed right now. But what do you make of SK compared to the other teams?
I mean, I think we haven't really shown our full form in our competitive games yet. And I think that's kind of natural because obviously we have a lot of rookies and we are a new team compared to a lot of other teams in the league. Like we we don't have like that same core from last year as many other teams do. So I think it's only natural that we're like half struggling, half doing good. But I do think that we will start to pick up more wins now as we get more towards the latter half of the split. And especially throughout to summer split as well, you'll just get better and better. And I mean, in terms of team environment, everything's super good. We're all very happy, and everyone's very much on the same page. Like everyone's trying super hard, and every week we know what we want to work on. So, yeah, I mean, in general, I'm very, very happy with how the split is going so far. It's very much going to expectations.
That is amazing, and I'm really glad to hear that it matches the expectations you had. But I want to ask, and I'm sorry if it's too much, but you said that you were working on specific aspects. Can you give me a bit more about what you've been working on this week, maybe?
I think a lot of it's just like basics in terms of communication, because like I said, we're obviously a new team, and as we grow more and as other teams grow more, obviously new things come up, and we kind of recognize flaws in the way we do things and the way we communicate specifically. So specifically this week, we've worked a little bit on our communication and just like our gameplay mindset a little bit, but it obviously changes week by week.
For sure, and also depending on the opponents you have, and focusing on today, you will face off against Schalke, a team who proved to be very aggressive and bloody in their approach. So they beat you the first time around, but I mean, you guys changed since then. So what gave you the upper hand today against Schalke?
I think the Schalke game that we lost last time was one of those games where we were not really, especially not really showing what we were capable of in our actual official game. So I do think that if we just show a good part of what I believe that we are in terms of what skill we are, I think we have a very good chance, because I do think that we matched them very well on every role individually, and I think our team fighting is definitely as good as theirs. So yeah, it just depends on the day, right? Like it doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme, in my opinion. Like if we lose against them, like I still very much believe that we'll make it to playoffs, and I still very much believe that we'll achieve whatever we want to achieve this split. So.
Game after game, yeah. Well, I mean, that's a hopeful message at least, but I still wish you good luck against Schalke today. And Jessis, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Laure Jessis, with a positive feeling about the clash versus Schalke. Of course, two German teams, so a bit of a German clash between two teams who are, in fact, neck and neck in the standings. So it's not because we are a bit higher on Schalke, maybe, that they're so far off in the standings, and there's going to be a very important game for SK.
Yeah, and from what we've seen from SK throughout this split so far, you would see maybe some inconsistencies, a lack of overall, team cohesion. But when we narrow it down to the games they've won, I want to pull up the drafts from those games specifically, because all of a sudden you see a distinct style. Let's start in the mid lane. Global abilities in the mid lane. This can, sort of patch up some of your macro weaknesses in the mid game. AP jungler with self-sufficient AD top side. That's going to be beautiful. But the most important thing by far is this bot lane. Enabling Jezu to have these high agency individual marksmen. 2 Vayne games. Hasn't lost a game on Vayne yet. The Kalista Jarvan. Everyone remembers that bot lane performance. If you unlock this bot lane, SK looks scary.
Yeah, and Trees is playing extremely well too. I mean, we see the EQ flash on top of the Tristana, and I mean, the all-in potential. So agency is, I think, exactly the correct word. Either it's that he has to carry into mid into late game with a Vayne, or he has to be the playmaker for the early game. And I think the rest of the team in their wins is setting up for that. They're picking TF, they're picking strong combos like Renekton Nidalee just to have some pressure on the map, and then later on Jezu's popping off.
Jessis also said in his interview, well, we rather went for some players that were a bit younger than washed up veterans or whatever. Beautiful. All right, we heard you there.
So he won't be subbing himself in?
Oh! Definitely not.
Wasted! Oh my God, he's never going to do an interview with us again. No, on a more serious note though, is Treats the key here? The guy who, of course, has a lot of experience under his belt, even though, you might not consider him as a veteran, but he does. Is he going to be the secret factor for this lineup?
I mean, my thing for SK is like they really just need more time because they don't have the veterans there. If you check out a team like Misfit, it's not like a plan for definite success, like as we've seen with them. But for sure, like over time, I would like them to be the rogue that just that we have right now, Inspired and Larsen, somebody that didn't have the biggest success and then slowly build up more. I would like to see the same for SK, and yeah, the bot lane is one of the keys.
All right, a build-up project for SK. I'm sorry, after that, like, dies from banger. That was so crazy. But this is where we start the deciding half of the LEC spring regular season as SK and Schalke fight for a monumental win in the race for playoffs.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip just hopped in. I'm Draco, this is Cadril. We're getting ready for SK versus Schalke. I'm outside of the Jesus Burns, very excited to see how this matchup. That was good. Sorry, Jesse, here we're not spared there. Schalke versus SK is going to be an interesting matchup because I think, despite the fact that people still, I think, look for the most part to Schalke as a top team, as a top contender after their run last year, they're only one win apart from SK Gaming in the standings. So this matchup matters a lot. It could be tied up for SK by the end of the day, or Schalke could be starting to pull ahead. And as we are now into the second round robin, there's no more time for dicking around, quite honestly. Like, you got to start winning.
You're right, Dracos. They have to start beating the bottom teams if they want to make sure that they secure the playoff spot. Beating the top teams is one thing, but you got to take down the bottom teams too, and that shows consistency.
Absolutely does. But it's time for some picks and bans. Wow.
Oh, I like this one.
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard this one yet.
Oh, I'm getting hyped for this. Where's the draft?
Bring it on the screen. Let's go. Oh, wow, they're really just letting the tension
there it is.
go.
Oh, this is a good one. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Strange draft. Lilia ban. I like it a lot.
I like
most of the OPs are like TF, Lilia right now. We're looking at Rel, things like this. I think Udyr is still kind of up there on the high priority list on the ban tiers as well. But because Pantheon and Olaf have fallen out, these are kind of how the meta's evolved.
True, and of course important to note that we still are on patch 11.3, so Olaf, Pantheon, the stuff. Previous patches it was very OP, has been taken down a notch, but it is not 11.4. The jungle nerfs have not come through yet, so jungle overall still very much the center of attention. We expect to see, at least to a certain degree, in these drafts. Kalista going to be banned away, limiting some of the more aggressive options for Jezu and Treats in the bottom lane. Personally, very excited to see what gets played here by both bottom lanes. This can be, I think, a very contentious matchup.
Yeah, I think
you're now banned out.
Yeah, I think Thresh taking out there takes away the Aphelios, so now we're looking at things like the Senna, like the Kai'Sa, which Neon always seems to get. I think Neon's played so many Kai'Sa games, I think 7 in a row we've seen. So it's up to SK. They want to leave open Rel, they want to leave open Kai'Sa. Azir is still up, which is really OP pick. Nidalee is quite high on the priority list as well because Lilia's down. And AP junglers, those are the two strongest AP junglers you've got in the game right now. Rel does get banned away, so our Schalke going to first pick Kai'Sa, which they've done so many times.
Yeah, and of course picks that I just generally have my eye on, things like Seraphine have been very good. Kai'Sa has been very popular for Neon overall. It's a pick that he's played so many times, 7 times so far in just spring. And
yeah,
looks like we're going to have
number 8. Is that 8 in a row?
I think that's 8 in a row.
In a row.
That's so much Kai'Sa. This man is one-tricking professionally at this point. Respect to him.
He is one-tricking, yeah. So SK picking up the Renekton and the Azir, so I'm expecting an AP jungler along that side of that. Something like the Nidalee, which I think is the next highest prio looking at the draft there, but Azir is such a good takeaway. Takes the champ away from Abadage, which we know he really loves, and it does give a lot of scaling to the side of SK, which Azir basically is the S++ tier of scaling if you need a scaling mid, as well as mid prio past level 4.
And from what we've seen, it's very difficult for teams in the LEC to punish scaling compositions. It's more often than not been a battle of scaling. Who can draft more of it? Can you match enemy scaling as opposed to trying to circumvent it and maybe play a bit more aggressive in the early game? But now we do see the Nidalee locked in for Gilius. This is an interesting one. I feel like Gilius, while he has had some good performances, last week wasn't as hot for him. And just in general, I prefer Gilius on a champion with hard CC where he can make plays. And Nidalee, not necessarily that pick.
I agree. He really needs to make plays. Things like the Pantheon is what showed Gilius' strength, but I think the pick of the Nidalee here is just denying it away from SK Gaming, prevent the Renekton-Nidalee combo coming in. If you have a Renekton-Nidalee Azir topside, your topside is it's completely cracked. You can't lose 3v3 and you outscale everyone. So I like the takeaway there. They've gone for the Zoe as well to contest the mid-prio, so lots of poke coming out from Schalke, lots of AP damage, and they're going to respond with the Skarner, which I think is kind of difficult in these 3 range champions, but we've seen the flash ults. They basically secure a kill, and they basically mean that you have to go for things like the QSS.
And it is important to remember that Schalke are coming off of an 0-2 week last week, and one of the games that they did lose was to Astralis, to the Skarner of Zanzara. So Tinks not only picking up a champion that we've seen be pretty successful recently, but also maybe getting a little bit in Gilius' head after that difficult loss. The Gangplank now banned out. We'll see if there's going to be any more topside focus from SK Gaming to try to set their Renekton up for success, but no surprise to see Schalke take away a few AD carries to make sure that Neon can kind of dominate in that bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, banning away AD carries here. The thing that the Schalke is going to run into here is they have a lot of AP, so if they were to pick up something like the Alistar support or anything like this and engage, which they need, especially with things like the Kai'Sa, you're having a lot of AP on your team, so you need to make sure that you get, okay, the Alistar's by the way, they need to make sure they get some AD damage in top lane, whether it's a split push carry. That's why I think SK banned away the GP, which is the most effective because it fits their poke comp really well. So both teams are targeting each other's comps really well here. First with the Nidalee takeaway, now stopping the GP pick with this kind of poke comp that Schalke have with lots of AP damage, taking away one of the main engages of Alistar, which Azir might struggle against if he gets flash comboed and the Kai'Sa ult comes in. So I think SK's draft is really good so far. I just need to see what kind of AD they're looking at here. I think there's lots of AD bans. We see 3 AD bans with the Thresh and the Kai'Sa's picked away. So you're looking at things like the MF, like the Jhin, things like those.
See what the it's difficult, of course, to play an immobile AD carry against this composition. Part of the reason why I think we see the Vayne banned away is because there's just so many skill shots on the side of Schalke. A single one connected could be a death sentence for an AD carry. So Jezu, if he wants to play things like the MF, if he wants to play things like the Jhin, his movement has to be clean in this game. But he's taking his time. Schalke really, or SK rather, are really debating what they want to save last pick for here in this instance.
Could take away the things like the Leona. I think that's such a good pickup. It denies Schalke from being able to pick up the Leona because I think that's one of the engaged supports which is open, which is the strongest one with Rel and Alistar being down. So SK's comp is looking really, really, really good right now. Schalke have a lot of poke, but they have a Kai'Sa, so they need some kind of follow-up, some kind of engage, or some kind of disengage if they want to keep the poke comp going. But I think engage is the aim here, because if you're against things like the Azir, you're getting outranged no matter what. And in team fights, when it comes to Baron starts, you need someone to go in first. So Schalke picked up the Galio. They need a little bit more team fights around and out, I think.
Galio, an interesting pick. Normally, I like to see him paired along some other form of hard engage. We expect this to be going into the support position for Limit. Personally, would have preferred to see a Gragas in general. Gragas, I love him. I think he's just, as a champion, as a kit, it doesn't matter what numbers you put on. If he's even 5% viable, he'll be playable in Pro. But Gnar is going to be the final option here. So if they can get a good ultimate synced up, a good rage timing synced up for Broken Blade here, they can have some very, very powerful engages, but it will certainly be a little bit difficult to pull off on the side of Schalke.
Yeah, especially when your engage is big, things like a Gnar that has to jump in against things like an Azir wall, Skarner ult, Leona on the front line. So I think Schalke have drafted a lot of squishies alongside 2 semi-tanks, and I think that's why Jhin here for SK is a really, really important pick. I think SK's comp has so much more damage in terms of straight front-to-back team fighting, but if Schalke can set up on objectives with their comp, they have so much poke, and if people walk into Gnar when he has the Mega Gnar, it's really hard to contest objectives. So Schalke have a kind of harder to execute comp, I would say. They don't have too much engage where you can just press a button and go in. It's more like, let's set up the Drake, they have to face check us. Whereas SK, they can start the objective whenever they want, and if Schalke have to walk into them, I think SK have so many forms of engage.
They definitely do, and I'm frankly ready to see what Trees can do on the bottom side of the map. I kind of expect this to be a center of attention when it comes to just individual 2v2 flexing. Both these lanes have been kind of popping off in the previous weeks, but when we look at it, 2 very different styles of composition, Kadril, and Gilius Nidalee, not something I expected to see here on the stage today, but something that I'm ready to see how impactful it can be as we get ready to get into our first game of the day. Schalke No Fear versus SK Gaming. All right, Kadril. What's up?
30 seconds until minions
I don't know. I actually had nothing. Nothing. Okay. All right. It's League of Legends. It's a game. We play it all the time. It's a multiplayer online battle arena. If you've never seen it played before, we'll say it's like Capture the Flag, even though it's not. That has nothing to do with this game, but it's what came into my head. Let's talk a little bit about the level 1, because Broken Blade might be in trouble here. Fun fact, earliest first blood we had was 152. We almost beat it in one of the last games we cast, Kadril, but...
Because I think Gilius is going to walk in here. He didn't actually place a ward. He swapped the sweeper without warding, so he could walk in and face check everyone, thinking that he can sweep the river. Gilius, you're face checking 4 members.
That's not where you need to be! Oh, it's a horror!
It's an absolute horror. I think Gilius wants to take sweeper to try and sweep away Tinks' ward, but SK set up the trap. There's no ward to cover. Gilius is going to be really far behind on his clear now, and I think that's so important when you look at the mid-jungle matchup. Skarner Azir versus Nidalee Zoe. I think the Nidalee Zoe need to make sure they start snowballing this game, contesting camps and using their winning mid-jungle, but now he's on the back foot and Tinks got first blood.
And this is so good for Tinks as well. And Tinks, I'm ready to see what he can do on the likes of Skarner. Now, last year he actually played a lot of this pick overall. It was something that he was very comfortable on, but we've always known Tinks to be more of a carry player. With the nerfs coming in next patch, I'm ready to see Tinks shift back more to a team-focused playstyle. I'm ready to see some Skarner gangs coming out fast and early to get some of these individual lanes ahead.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Tinks was known as the carry player in EU Masters, picking Graves, farming his laners, minions, and just carrying the game alone. But now he's on things like the Skarner, like you said, being much more of a supportive role, which I think is what SK kind of need in this draft, right? You have a really aggressive carry top, you have a really aggressive carry sort of scaling mid, and you have Jhin. So you don't really need to be a carry for your team. You just have to support them and get them ahead, as we see. Top prio is in favor of Schalke, and we see Gilius has gone for his bot clear, and Tinks done the same. And Gilius is slightly behind because of that level 1, so Tinks will be faster towards the bot side of the map, but I think there won't be too much action on the map unless Schalke can look for some kind of top dive.
How much that gold and experience is going to matter hasn't really compounded too much quite yet. Skarner obviously not able to back and buy any significant itemization to increase the speed on the clear, but a few extra pots maybe in a few different places for these lineups. Can start to stack up, can start to help. You're already seeing top lane be very much in the favor of Broken Blade. We saw him, despite how great Armut's Jace performance was in the Mad Lions versus Schalke match, Broken Blade was incredibly dominant in that lane matchup, one we expected Jace to win. So not surprised to see him pick up Gnar again, and you can see JerAx already suffering a little bit early on here, forced to trade into this massive wave.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a wave stacked here, and Broken Blade still has his potion. JerAx has lost his, so it's really, really difficult for him, because especially when Tinks is path towards bot side and Gilius is pathing towards the top, I think JerAx might have to take an early base and TP back. I think Broken Blade could get TP advantage in this lane if he wants to, and this matchup is Gnar favored in the early levels. It makes sense, range top laner to Renekton, but as the game progresses, I think when Renekton starts at level 5, level 6, he can look for these all-ins if he has a jungler around or if he has good vision top side. You see Gilius actually skipping Gromp there. I think they're looking for something on the top side of the map. They know JerAx is staying under this tower, but he does see that JerAx is backing off, so he's going to go for this crab. And Broken Blade's almost proxying in between tier 2s and zoning JerAx away from the wave.
This is merciless.
Look at the CS numbers as well. JerAx doesn't have to base. He's going to come back with perhaps like boots or a longsword, whereas Broken Blade can base, keep his TP if he wants to, because this wave will bounce. And then Schalke just have a natural top advantage.
And honestly, credit to Broken Blade, because, you know, his team starts off losing first blood, his Nidalee jungle gets put behind, but he's like, oh no, I'm good. I'm in my 1v1, and I'm just going to build an advantage solo, and that really helps out a lot across the map, because now Skarner has to be wondering, ooh, do I have to go top and bail my Renekton out? Or is Gnar going to just, you know, chill out a little bit?
Yeah, and Schalke have the winning mid-jungle 2v2, so they can definitely cover Broken Blade as much as they want. And Renekton not getting ahead to the mid-game against Gnar is kind of difficult for them, especially when Gnar is getting such a big lead, right? There's a huge wave coming in. Broken Blade should have around a 20 CS lead with TP advantage, and it's pure isolation 1v1. Yes, Tinks did path bot side, but the junglers weren't really impacting this lane too much, because I don't think JerAx could have got the push anyway, so lots happening in the early game. But we see Tinks has base, he's gone to his second clear, Gilius done the exact same, so both junglers kind of mirroring each other in a sense, just because of where they started.
Opposite sides of the map for now. Peek in at mid lane, not going to be too much here in the early lane. You can see Blue throwing down soldiers just to trade as much as possible against Abbedagge.
Good bubble though.
Very good bubble. Abbedagge can't follow up, obviously gets a lot easier once he does manage to get to level 6. Has to be careful though, we've seen a lot of these matchup shifts very drastically when Zoes have too aggressively portal jumped and got swept back.
Yeah, as we see, both bot lanes have base and both supports are in bot side river. However, Abbedagge has base, so it means that Treats can walk into this river uncontested and start putting the pinks down. You can see Limit is waiting for his mid laner. Doesn't look like to be contested because Abbedagge's base, but look at that top CS lead, still 20 CS ahead. Broken Blade still stacking waves. If Schalke want to do some kind of action in top side, they can look to 3-man play it, because as we saw earlier on in the lane phase, Abbedagge has the mid prio.
And shout out to the observers for instantly swapping over to the gold when you brought that up, because this is a 300 gold lead for Broken Blade, built entirely on CS at this point. Now, some of that's going to get recouped as these double wave is going to crash into JerAx, but already Broken Blade has essentially solo killed JerAx in terms of actual difference in gold picked up. That said, you can see Renekton, when he can get on top of the mini Gnar, is still a massive threat. We'll hold that thought though. Gilius is coming in, waiting on the spear for now. Taking his time on this one, throws it, goes a bit wide. Blue forced to flash away, but in the meantime, Skarner has picked up the Infernal Dragon.
What can they do on the cross map? Yes, JerAx did get a good trade in topside, but Broken Blade had potions, and we said that Renekton level 5 should be able to trade efficiently. As Gilius visits the topside, he knows Tinks has to be bought. JerAx will get 6 on his way, but they could look for the dive before he levels up. I think he's trying to get the creeps to get the level up. Broken Blade has the ult, he can knock him into the wall.
Dashing through, but he's still there. Flash out to safety. Clean movement by JerAx. Getting hit by the spear is a bit unfortunate, but the wave's now gone. JerAx manages to live there.
Abidaga is moving up. GenX has no flash. Both of Schalke members do have flash. The wave's coming in. I don't know. GenX did just hit 6, so I think Abidaga says, let's call this play off. We're too low to go for this play. They know if they go for this, they're going to go 1-for-1 under the tower dive just because of the Renekton ult. And SK get a dragon. Tinks gets the bot grab. They're slowly creeping ahead by getting natural advantage on the other side of the map. But GenX is still down 20 CS in this lane, and he is still struggling because now has the plated steel caps, and this lane gets a lot harder.
Neon has to be careful here. It's level 6. Think can just go for the flash. Limit, though, finding the knockup. He's traded back. Treat's not going to get taunted back under the tower. Very low here, but there is no follow-up.
Yeah, I think Limit could have taunted Treats into the tower there, but maybe he was scared of Tinks flash ulting him because he didn't have flash himself, and then Treats could also flash away at the same time, so he was a bit scared there. Didn't want to fully commit to it, but Gilius identifies Tinks gang spot. I'll take away his top camps. And this Skarner is slightly ahead of Nidalee. And in this matchup, you really want to make sure you're snowballing, getting ahead on Nidalee. And that's basically how Nidalee works. You just want to use your jungle clear and your river control just to get ahead. Tinks will arrive at the red, but he will be gone before he can get there.
Of course, see if he wants to contest any more camps here, but Merc Treads coming out this early for Tinks makes a lot of sense when you see how much magic damage is present, along with CC on the side of the Schalke No Fear lineup. Does make it difficult for Gilius to find these 1v1s. He'll take the Shrine here, though, and Treats roaming into the mid lane is going to give Tinks a little bit more pressure to try to get some control over this area. Only 7 minutes and 30 seconds, but now there's a bit of vision set up for SK if they do decide to pressure for the Herald here when it does spawn.
Yeah, I think they were scared of the lane swap into Herald there with Neon moving up with Limit, so Treats just wanted to make sure they get some vision beforehand, so the Pinks are set up in top side. Tinks did take away the Shrine as well, so Herald's not on the cards for the side of Schalke here. SK could start it up, but it is a bit risky, especially with Broken Blade being so strong. Treats showing himself mid, just help get the mid push, just so they can control the map. The mid push in the early game basically determines how much control you have on the map, right? If either of your sides are being pushed in, like top is losing for SK, if we get mid push, blue can run into his top side, start the Herald early, GenX can push in top, and now Schalke has to match with numbers advantage, which looks like they're doing. Everyone's moving towards this Herald. This could be some sort of 5v5 fight.
Level 5 for Limit.
No flash on Limit. Tinks has flash, he wants to go for it.
Stolen Chem take there, good damage. They're trying to follow up, they're just trying to one-shot enemy. They're going to get him. Tinks just taken down. All that jungle advantage just deleted. And now Schalke can start up this Herald if they want to, and SK not really in any position to take anything back in return.
Yeah, SK had the full setup, but their AD carry and their top laner weren't really there, so it was almost like a 3-man group, and I think that's why Tinks hesitated on the flash engage. You could have just flash ulted the Galio and then looked for the pick itself, but indecisiveness and just lack of resources in terms of damage means Schalke will pick up the kill, they'll get the Herald. As we see this again, I think it's just in the decision-making from Tinks. He just has to go in, but I think Jezu being too far, GenX not being there, he thought maybe we don't have the damage, so the taunt does land into the knockup from Limit. I think Limit played that perfectly, and then Tinks does lose his life. They lose the Herald. Now the lane swaps in the favor of Schalke. They're hitting on the top tower, and they have the Herald, all from SK's play, and Schalke being reactive.
And a rare misstep that we see from Tinks there. Normally in the early game, he doesn't die at all. That's actually his first death pre-15 minutes this entire season, this entire year. So rare to see that kind of slip up, and it sucks when he's the guy that got first blood. You know, he has the ultimate. He was a bit ahead of the clock when it came to getting that ultimate, hoping to find that impact. But the bot lane gank doesn't work out. Now this play doesn't work out as well, and that's a difficult position to be in. But I want to look at the opposite side, Gabriel, because Gilius is a guy that everyone's going to talk about because he's obviously he's a charismatic individual, but also I think we need to talk about the success that he found in weeks 2 to 3, especially where Schalke were really taking off compared to what we saw in week 4. Because if I'm a Schalke fan, I'd be a little bit nervous because he's playing Nidalee today, but when the jungle nerfs come through, I think this is going to be an even bigger issue where when he doesn't have the Olafs and the Pantheons and these really powerful picks, how much impact can he actually have?
Yeah, definitely. We saw things like the Pantheon, like you were mentioning. That's why Gilius could get these proactive plays, looking for dives, always picking up first blood with the flash stuns on Pantheon, but he played things like the Gragas, for example. The ganks didn't go in their favor, and then he just slowly fell behind and didn't have as much impact as he did on other proactive champions. So we'll have to see how the patch does change that indeed. As we see SK and Schalke put their bot lanes into top side, Gilius has the Herald, and now GenX actually recovered a lot in this top lane matchup. He's the same level as Broken Blade, almost the same items as well. So all that advantage that Broken Blade accrued has kind of gone away just because SK put so many resources into top, and Broken Blade couldn't keep pressuring this matchup. GenX is back in the game. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds though, so we'll have to see what the teams decide. I think if Schalke go for the Herald play top, SK can't really answer with a Drake if they're defending the play. So Schalke have a lot of control of the map right here, and SK are just trying to match what they do.
Gilius stepping forward, he is on a ward here, so Treats is going to have an easy sidestep. Limit has decent follow-up, but has to be careful, especially with the Justice Punch down. I do have to say, though, credit to GenX, because he was getting absolutely bullied in that early laning phase. You talked about the massive deficit that he was in. But you have to remember, he was the guy blind picking. He was set up to be in a disadvantageous situation in the early game. The fact that he didn't give up that kill on the dive, the fact that he isn't continuing to fall behind that much more, although there is still a slight deficit, is credit to him for being a bit of a rock when the team needed one.
Yeah, definitely. The Renekton blind pick, I think they wanted to set up something like the Nidalee, but they have gone for the Skarner, and I think the biggest problem SK are running into right now is they have no lanes of priority, right? Schalke has the top push, they have the mid push, and they have the bot push from Broken Blade, so they have to kind of crack these lanes open. The way you kind of make the game stable in a sense when you have all 3 lanes pushing in is you go send numbers into one lane, like they do in topside, they can push out, and then they can reset together or retake vision on that area of the map. And Gilius knows that SK are trying to defend the play top. They keep trying to guess where Gilius is going to be. Yes, he was topside on the first guess when they defended the play, but now he's bot side. He will get spotted out in the ward. Has to look for the 3-man dive. GenX does see them, does decide to back off, and now Schalke want to herald this bot tower and then go towards Drake.
One of the disadvantages, obviously, of taking the Tabby in this circumstance because he doesn't have the Merc Treads. The Zoe Nidalee combo is deadly on the dive. And now the Herald's going to crash in so much money into the back pocket of Broken Blade.
Yeah, that's huge, especially when it comes to the mid game, and then is on against Renekton on the side lane. Just smart play from Schalke. You saw them trying to do something in topside. SK kept responding with defensive plays, and because they kept responding with defensive plays, Schalke pushed out all the lanes, based together, got back on the map first, sent their AD carry mid, and decided to go for the Herald bot, where SK couldn't really react because they didn't have any top push, didn't have any mid push. There was no way that they could get to that bot play in time, and now Schalke pick up the tower. Broken Blade's got a lot of gold from those platings, and now they'll pick up the Drake as well. So very smart play from Schalke, identifying that this top play was kind of dead in a sense. If they kept going top, SK would just keep matching it, and the game would be stale. So definitely cracking open the game here. Broken Blade's going back to top side, Abadaga's in the bot side of the map, and now it's like a 1-3-1.
And credit to Schalke for starting to build an advantage without any big explosive plays. Because when we talked about Gilius earlier, that's what we talked about. We talked about the flashy Olaf moments, the big Pantheon engages, the really aggressive early games that could bring leads. Because when you look at both these teams on paper, I want you to look at that bottom number right there. That's the close percentage. That's how often they spend basically neck and neck with gold in their opponents. And for both these teams, they're second and third respectively. They spend the vast majority of their time very, very close in these games. So to see Schalke start to pull ahead, start to pump up that top number, their major lead percentage, is a good look for this team overall coming into the second half of the split.
Yeah, I think consistency and good decision-making is what gets teams ahead naturally in the early game. But off the back of this, it's more like SK's mistake in a sense. Teams looking for that play, lost them the Herald, in turn lost them the bot tower, so now Broken Blade's ahead against GenX and Gold on the side lane, all because of this one mistake, and that's just the snowball effect of League of Legends, right? You get the setup, you make a mistake, the enemy team punishes it, and that snowballs out of control to the point where you lose something else. So you lose the play, but you're going to lose something else in turn, because that's how the game naturally works. So both teams putting their bot lanes towards the top side of the map here. Broken Blade has gone back towards the bot side. And we'll have to see how this game progresses. Both these teams kind of want to look for chunkings on platings, but the platings are wearing out. So now you have to question, are they going to play for dragons? Well, no. They're going to play around topside vision because the Herald's spawning. And that's why you see SK push in top and keep moving towards the top side of the river, because they want to defend the vision that Schalke wants to take away. Because if Schalke get vision, that means that they can control this topside river.
It's good that you bring up vision, because I think that the two people that we really have to keep our eyes on generally at this point in the game are going to be Treats and Tinks, because those are the big sources of engage. Now, once there's a Prowler's Claw on GenX, as that does appear to be the build that he's opting for, he's going to have a little bit more kill threat on some of these more backline members, but we're looking at the sources of engage to kick these plays off, to control this vision. And for now, SK are doing a very good job of holding control of this area. That said, it is only a second Herald spawn that they're really contesting at this point.
Yeah, and the game of vision is so important in League of Legends because you lack information. So you can see Schalke's bot lane running from top to mid because they don't know where SK's bot lane is. They could be roaming mid. No, they've based, so they've just bought 15 seconds worth of time to get back on the map. Now Schalke realize, oh, they based, let's retake control, but now SK's coming out of base with gold. The Schalke just want to start up the objective because they have control and make SK face check. So SK have the gold advantage in a sense, but Schalke have control. So we'll have to see how this pans out. Schalke decide to back away from the play itself.
Yes.
Just take what they got, essentially.
Turn-based League of Legends. You place vision, we place vision, you place vision, we place vision. Eventually someone missteps and dies.
Yep.
Yeah.
the classic Baron or Herald dances in a sense, where you saw Tinks made the mistake. So SK again, retaking the vision. They have the top push, they have the mid push. Let's group up, take the vision, and in turn Schalke will get the push because they use their turn to take the vision, and then it's just a back and forth action of who can keep control. And I think when one team establishes control and can push out, and when they get both of these check marks, then they can start the objective. But first you have to get the push and the vision, and then you can look to start the objective. If you skip steps in League of Legends, it can lead to mistakes.
And Cadril, I'm not going to lie, I expect this process to take a little bit longer, although maybe that'll change as it looks like Skarner is going to be able to take this one uncontested. Remember, this is still just second Herald. Definitely one of the least significant early game objectives. If it breaks mid, it is very powerful, it is very important, but it's not first Herald. It's not a guaranteed gold advantage.
Yeah, exactly. It breaks mid tier 1, which is the most important tower in the game in the first 20 minutes. of the game itself. So you can see SK got the vision, they got the push, they saw the objective, it's theirs. Now Gen X is going to have to go towards the bot side, and the game works essentially where if they make a play top side, let's make a play bot side as the enemy team. Gilly is taking away some camps for this Herald trade, but I think that they can just take away the top tower. Ooh, we'll see if Schalke can take away this bot tier 2. Now tier 2s in the early to mid game is not that important because it just essentially means you lose less creeps on your team, but it is gold for Schalke in general, which can always help, and it means Broken Blade can push these waves in all the way to tier 3 and then start to move around the map, which gives him so much time to impact the game itself.
And you can see how hard it is for Gen X to respond at all to the Gnar harassment when he knows there's more people on this side of the map. Part of the reason that Limit, I think, picking this Galio is that if Renekton ever tries to go in and punish the harassment coming out, it's an instant turn there. So the Control Bubble does connect as there's a bit of a siege here from Schalke in the mid lane.
Really smart identification from SK's bot lane there. They knew that if they went full for top tower and push out the next wave, they would lose their mid tier one. So you can see the top tower still up. They decided to base instead to defend bot side. Jezza doesn't have cleanse. Abbedagge, the spear. Oh, the heal just saved him to make the move speed to dodge away from that spear. But 40 seconds on Dragon, and this is the thing, look at Schalke's control. What can SK do? They have to look for some kind of engage.
Tinks tried to ult, but it looks like it got cancelled by the back half of portal jump. Didn't quite get enough through the animation there.
Didn't go on cooldown there. So Schalke's kind of siege comp. Vision control is so strong. Abbedagge can do whatever he wants. SK need to find some kind of engage because Broken Blade's pushing in bot. Now Schalke's going to run top and push that in, and then they can start Dragon for free. So this is the thing about control in League of Legends. If you don't have control against champions like Zoe and Nidalee, it's really, really hard to retake it.
This is so much credit to Schalke for playing this one out very cleanly and controlled, not giving any opportunities for SK to find these engages with their competition, not giving Tinks any opportunities to ult. This man hasn't pushed his R button.
That's true, actually.
We're 17 minutes and 30 seconds of the game. It's probably the only champion that is more egregious than that is probably Karthus.
Oh no, the cannon. Yeah, Schalke setting up on top tower. Gen X by a spear. Does decide to ult away, and Schalke know that SK is defending the play again. Will back off, use the wave push to try and base and get some more tempo on the map, or push out the next one just to try and retake vision. So Schalke, essentially with all these 3 pushing lanes, they can do whatever they want. They can base, they can set up vision, they can start neutral objectives. But as I say that, the Dragon is still up, so I'd like to see Schalke move down there and try and take that after this top tier 1 falls.
Priority there, Abbedagge with total control over this area, has the vision, has the extra flash picked up there on the W, and recall's coming in. We're waiting to see where that Herald's going to be used. SK spent a lot of vision fighting for it, but if they don't get to use it effectively, it's just really not worth the resources.
Yeah, and you can see the CS numbers as well. The Nidalee did get the CS lead over the Skarner in the end, which is definitely what you need, especially as Nidalee going into the mid game, getting a level advantage, getting a CS difference, just so that you're that little bit stronger when it comes to team fights, where Skarner will be more useful. But if you have more damage, more AP, more gold itself, then naturally you have a lot more damage than the Skarner in general, so you can actually be just as impactful, even if your champion doesn't provide that, if the game was even. So Schalke do decide to start up the Drake, the top tier 1 still is up. SK still have this Herald. Now I'm not sure where they want to use it. Using it mid would probably be the best, but they can't get the tower. They have no prior lanes. Maybe they just want to 4-mana lane, push it all the way out like they're doing now in mid, going 3 mid, pushing out and then go towards the top side, secure a tower, because they still haven't got any towers.
Gilius Abbedagge, 30% mana, still more than enough to take a fight. Broken Blade, no rage stacked up, so that said, they're still not going to commit for the play. They're just going to get a bit of damage here, and that's going to be it. They're giving 25 gold to Schalke.
Yeah, they can't siege that mid tower because they just don't have enough people to step up. The only person who can step up is Blue to hit the tower. If gets hit by Bubble, he's going to die. So they just use the Herald to chunk the tower a little bit, so when it comes to sieging later on in the game, if they get a pick or anything like this, it will make it easier for them to take it. So Abbedagge TP into the tier 2 here, just making sure he's safe in case of any dive. Defend this tower, but I think SK might step up for his limits around. Broken Blade has TP. See how risky they want to play for this. Limit flashed in. Good reaction from Blue to get away from that play.
Doesn't have to burn his own flash. That's going to be important in the fights to come. Tinks. X flashing out, looking for the ultimate. Doesn't even get a chance to use it. Will he get to push R?
Oh, no,
he can't. He's cursed. Oh, man. Buy him a new keyboard, SK. It just doesn't work. The button doesn't work.
The Zoe portal jump now double Zhonya's to stop the ult. Tinks is fuming.
They don't even have QSSs. They don't even care. Well, they're on their way to 2 items. They're like, yeah, we'll wait. The QSS not that important in this game.
Still really good reactions from Schalke to stop that engage from SK. Still he's pushing lanes. Well, they're going for a dive. Broken Blade gets stunned. Gen X has the ult.
Galio follow-up. Has the Prowler's Claw. Can dash through. The tower's still there. For now, they're keeping their eye on the prize.
And the ult
sleeping in. The stun. It's still coming out. Tinks cannot push his R button. Schalke are merciless.
They won't allow it.
One man, one desire.
Oh, the
Prowler's Claw through, but he has to double dash back out to safety. Oh, no. Oh, no.
No one wants to take a fight this game, Dracos.
I showed the graph earlier. The stats don't lie, folks. There's a reason the close percentage is so high for these teams. They're tame. You know, they're chilling.
They are chilling. It's Blue finally picks up that mid-tier 1, which they've been trying to do for the last 2 or 3 minutes. That makes it easier for them to push out waves because they have their tier 1 mid up, so they can push all the way to tier 2, while Schalke can only really push into tier 1 if they want to contest objectives. So good net advantage for SK, and I think the important thing to note here is Schalke is getting a natural lead, like you said, through towers without actually having to make the game bloody, and out-macroing SK in a sense, which is what you need if you want to become a top team.
And that's a really good question that I'd just like to raise to the audience there in chat. Is Schalke a top team? When we talked about the Miracle Run, the Schalke that we saw last year, there's no doubt in my mind that they were a top team. Is this Schalke currently 5-4 to SK's 4-5, a top team in the league? Do you see them as a contender with the likes of G2, with the likes of Rogue, fighting for that title? Are they in that position right now, or do they have a way to go? Vote yes or no in the chat. We'll look at the vote in a little bit. And with this performance, with this macro performance, seeing Gilius on Nidalee and his team doing well, I'm inclined to think maybe the answer is yes. Schalke do look to be stepping it up here in the second half.
I would definitely agree in a sense. I just think that SK's mistakes kind of gave them those advantages, but that's what you expect if you're a better team in general. You punish the mistakes that the enemy team throws at you. So Schalke setting up in a 1-3-1, and what they want to do here is crack open the mid tower. The mid tier 1 is what they want to do. So establish vision for top side. So Abadag is pushing waves, pushing both sides, and then go towards mid. How do SK respond? Well, SK can either look for a hard engage mid and drop waves on sides, like you see Blue just running towards mid here, doesn't care about bot wave, let's try and start a fight. And he gives himself around the 15 to 30 second time window to be there first before Broken Blade. And if it doesn't work out and Schalke smartly sees that their Azir is on side lane, guys, just chill. Let's wait, make them catch these waves. As Abadag goes a bit too deep, I think Tinks might get presses up.
Flash! It's the R button! Oh, I've never seen it before! Is that what it does? It's so powerful!
And that's the thing, if Abadag has no vision and he's trying to push into tier 2, he can just get flashed on by Tinks. So Abadag loses his flash, Tinks finally gets presses button as we see it engage in mid.
There's so many R's getting pushed. That's 3 now in a row, and now the fight's breaking out. SK looking to get limit, but Treats going very low. Neon moving in. Neon looking clean. The flash over. Blue's not going to get anything. The spear goes a bit wide. Both sides are going to have to back away, but a little bit more action here on the Rift.
Yeah, SK definitely don't want to let them push in these lanes. They know if they push in both sides and move towards mid, they're going to lose towers. So you can see SK engaging on top, engaging on mid, trying to start fights while these bot waves take time to push in. You saw Broken Blade finally was able to get the wave into tier 3, but then Genax reacts by catching the wave. So smart play by SK. They know that if they just play the waiting game, they're eventually just going to lose their towers on this siege composition / 1-3-1 that Schalke recruits. So the lack of top vision gets Abadag caught out, and then I think the mid-engage Treats did go deep, but Blue was indecisive. He could have chased for Galio, he could have tried to kill Neon, but didn't end up doing either of them. So SK are fighting to stay in this game.
And credits to Neon, some smooth mechanics there in the play, flashing over the Emperor's Divide. That certainly should have gotten him killed if he didn't instantly flash there.
Well, 8 games of Kais in a row. Could definitely be pulling it off.
Graphics Central, baby. We're prepped.
We're popping off. It's 4-3 with this Kai'Sa, 7 games in total. This is the 8th game of Kai'Sa. If he wins this, they'll be 5-3, and he's doing really well on the Kai'Sa. Although it is super, super OP on this patch, and it does get nerfed at 11.4, he is definitely showing why this champion is strong.
Hex flash going to be denied there.
No flash on Treats, so it means it's really hard for SK to face check, especially with no flash on your engages, right? Skarner no flash, Leona no flash. It's so hard to pull the trigger. And Schalke have this poke comp, but Schalke really needs to get this mid-tier 1. But they're really struggling about versus this wave clear comp that the SK have. They have so much wave clear, the Jhin, the Azir, and if they step up too far, Neon no flash. Treats can just try to ult him on max range.
Blue moving in, Abadag getting caught out once again, tries to move through, but SK just picking him off. That's the second time in a row.
Dragon's up, they should be able to get Drake for that as well. They can't necessarily go Baron because Broken Blade's hitting onto their top tier 2, but Abadag just stepping too far forwards again, didn't have flash. Blue reacts super, super well, uses his own flash to pick up that kill. They will trade a kill and Dragon for the top tier 2 in the end. Can SK get more from this? I don't think there is, but they're looking for an engage. Limit does have the flash coming up soon.
2. It's only going to get the slow. Taunt coming in, going to use it a little bit more. Tinks, no chance to use the ultimate this time around.
Now SK are super down on tempo. They need to catch their sight. They need to stop this top push. That Azir tower should help them a lot when it comes to tempo, and they won't lose their mid tower if they do decide to base. As we can see a lot of pinks coming on this top side. Do SK want to collapse? It looks like Tinks can hex flash over the wall over golems. He has the ultimate as well. Doesn't look like they're going to collapse for it, and they will get bot tier 1. So can Schalke get in tier 1? That's the question. That's what they really need to do to unlock this map.
And again, what's crazy is how close this game is. We were talking about these teams neck and neck in the standings, but Schalke, I think, is still expected to be the favorites, but now we're seeing a little bit on the side of Schalke. Communications start to break down. They're not really in a position to take Baron at this point in the game. Maybe they can now that Gnar and Galio are a little bit tankier, but Abadag getting caught left and right is a big problem, and SK are punishing very well.
Yeah, and I think if you look at teams like G2 and Rogue, you'll see when they run these compositions similar to Schalke's, when the game's not given to them, when the enemy team doesn't run into them, or they can't get objectives from fights, and they have to get objectives purely from macro, you can see them kind of executed pretty well, but Schalke just just making small mistakes here and there just gives SK enough time and tempo on the map to actually keep the vision up, defend the mid tier 1, keep the game going. And that's not what you want against this kind of team fight comp that SK have. With the amount of scaling they have, they definitely outscale Schalke. So Schalke need to start doing more, being more proactive, trying to get this mid tower finally, trying to get Drakes rolling, try to look for these tier 2s, tier 3s, especially in mid.
Broken Blade, you can see setting up on the side there, maybe ready to dive this tier 1 Rage, slowly lowering, but it's going to stack a little bit more off Genax. Could be ready to dive the tower, but Tink's now stepping forward. Deadman's Plate's utilized. He can try to interrupt the Gnar engage with his ultimate if Broken Blade does try to commit, so they are just going to back off here. SK not giving up that mid tier 1.
Yeah, and although SK are down 2k gold, the game's sort of in an even state just because of the amount of items SK have got. You know, 2.5 items on Jhin, 2.5 items on Azir. This is really what you want if you're SK. Just keep scaling, keep getting these items, and just wait for Schalke to make a mistake. They've made 2 already on the side of Abadogia, and Broken Blade's been trying to push in these side lane towers, just trying to get in the CS advantage. We look at Genax, he's just ahead of CS with Broken Blade. They haven't really netted a positive CS lead anywhere on the map. And SK, once they get control, it's so hard for Schalke to recontest because they have no point-and-click CC, no point-and-click engage, and their only face check is a Galio, which is more follow-up.
And it's something we talked about when the composition got drafted, that execution was going to be a little bit difficult. They didn't have that traditional tank. The Galio's a solid option, but maybe not enough alone as Streets. It's going to get a little bit damage there, but it's not going to be too big of a deal in the end. And remember, we said it before, we'll say it again. Second half is the time to show up. Limit showing up in the mid lane with that taunt. Now Tink's potentially going to be in trouble, but he's going to pull the Galio right back into his own territory. Neon now diving under the tower, but a max range spear. Still Limit going to go down. Tink's still alive. They're just killing people left and right. Abadogia has to run for the hills, but Broken Blade on the backside. Moving in with the Stride Breaker. Now the QSS out to safety, but Genax Prowlers claw through into the stun. The shutdown. SK showing up.
This is huge. SK can get Baron from this if they want. I don't think there's enough on Schalke's mid jungle to actually contest this themselves, and I think this is the thing that SK need to do. Wait for Schalke to make mistakes, wait for them to get impatient. I think Limit wanted to trade flashes with Jezu, but in the end went way too deep, gets Skarner ulted back into the tower, and now that's just a mistake. That's what SK wants all this time against this 1-3-1 of Schalke. Wait for the mistakes. Abadogia's made 2. Now as a team, they've made 1 big one. So they're going to lose the Baron for this. Drake's in 130. SK is scaling so quickly, and Schalke are running into big problems. Abadogia. Gilius, we've seen him steal Barons before. He can flash in.
Lead. The flash over the wall, the stun from Genax. It's so clutch. It saves the Baron for the team. Now the pushback. Abadogia in trouble. 11k. They're turning back. They're getting the Baron. Now Leona's going to be in trouble. Abadogia looking to finish that one off. Gets the stolen flash. Wants to run away. But Tinks, here he comes. A bit of revenge. And still SK making it out. 4 members strong with the Baron.
Super clean play from SK. Tinks didn't have Smite, and they communicated it so well when Trees turned onto Gilius. Gilius did end up flashing away, but he did die, so that means no Smite fight. SK pick up the Baron, and they should be back in time to defend this tower as we get the replay going. And I think Limit wanted to trade flashes here with Jezu, so it's harder for him to wave clear mid waves like this. He sees Tinks, tries to go for more, but then the ult comes in and Treats is just there in time.
And you talked about this, Cadro. You talked about how there was great follow-up engage on the side of Schalke, but it was hard for them to start fights. And you can see what happens when they try to start a fight and things go wrong. Good news, Broken Blade, he's here. Just going for the Jhin. Boom, moves in, Stride Breaker. He gets his little montage moment. That said, it's still a 1-for-1. Prowler's Claw Renekton. Very fast, very mobile, and in the end, maybe not worth. I think it's safe to say. Wow.
With the sunglasses on and everything. I think honestly, Dracos, the key there was Neon had no flash. He stepped up too far. Jezu popped the curtain call and managed to pick him up with a couple tower shots on top of it. So now SK, the gold is even. They're out scaling. They have XP advantage across the board, and they're going to start up this dragon. So Schalke, how do they retake this? How do they try and contest this dragon? Because I think that if they go against an Ocean Soul point, it's going to be very difficult for them as Tinks. He's looking for it. Didn't quite get it. He didn't have the vision on Gilius just in time, I think, but it's not the end of the world. SK can just push in mid and just try to look for the same thing again.
Getting to a point here would be big. Easy avenue. Important to remember that if SK engage on Schalke, Schalke have a lot better tools to act defensively than they do offensively. That said, when your Galio gets his taunt interrupted to start a fight off, things might not look so good. Neon moving in, Tanks, Treats on the front line, but Broken Blade, 2 back into the wall, Blue on the backside. Keep your eyes on that Azir and the Jhin. That's the damage source you need to watch. The follow-up is there. Genax on the front line, the flash through, but no, it whiffs. The Shurima Shuffle does nothing. Gilly is taken down in the meantime, though. SK are a meat grinder, and they are shredding through Schalke, but Neon is not done yet. There it is, though. Genax with the turn and burn. Schalke now still trying to respond. Broken Blade wants to take this one back. Stride Breaker back up. Abadogia in the backside. Is this his Faker Dogge moment? Stealing the Prowler's Claw, stealing the Chilling Smite, stealing everything that he can. Schalke, even after losing the fight, 2-3 in the favor of SK, they're still set up to take this.
He can look for it. He has the blue smite. He has the time though. Broken Blade does dodge away, and now he does pick up Treats on the backline. Uses the pull to jump there, pops the smite, and Treats goes down. So that fight was kind of crazy in a sense where SK played it horribly wrong, but they still won the fight.
You know,
I don't know. Actually, I don't have to.
You hate to see it. Tinks uses the Skarner ult onto a Galio with Aftershock. Neon's repositioning was really, really crucial in this fight. And then keep your eyes on Blue here in this fight. He looks for the streamer shuffle. Schalke's all clumped up, but the whole shuffle fails because there's stopwatches and they just dash backwards. So you can see Blue goes in, Neon flashes up, Gilius stopwatches, so he actually hits nothing. And then as he dies, it's a 4v5. And they do pick up, end up winning the fight, but Broken Blade chasing down with Abadage was just enough for Schalke to kind of get something that they needed out of the fight, get a couple kills and try and slow down this Dragon.
And the confidence from Broken Blade here on the follow-up is certainly very nice, but that's got to be frustrating for SK, because at the end of the day, Schalke getting to Soul Point is a big deal. It'll make it that much easier for future objectives, and you see 3k damage coming out, 5k from the Zoe.
That's huge.
That's big. That's really, really big, and you have to respect Abadage in these fights. We've seen him put up these numbers before, and that was when this was Miracle Run Schalke.
Yeah, and he did so much damage on the back half of the fight in the 2v3, 2v4 situations, and you can see SK, they only have 2 dragons now, so that Ocean Soul is around 10 minutes away, so although they do scale pretty well and the gold is in their advantage, they need to find a better fight, and that is a flash onto Gilius.
Oh, that feels personal. Gilius caught in the middle of the team. There's no way he makes it out of this one. There's absolutely no way. Blue gonna grab that kill. Neon starting the fight. That's definitely not where you want to be, because here comes the Renekton. The QSS, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Tinks now stepping forward. Neon has to back off. Abadage alive and well, but Jezu from downtown finds it.
2 members dead on the side of Schalke. Can SK get anything else? They can push in for this mid-inhib tower if they want. Baron's not up, so that's the only objective they can play for. They have a top wave as well, but Genax is based. He's TPing back in. 30 seconds on Gilius, 35 seconds on Neon. Can they look for more? They don't have a mid-wave. I think they have to move into top after this and try and look for 2 inhibitors, perhaps.
1 inhibitor down. Gen-X, keep an eye on that Prowler spot. Cooldown once it's up. The CC follow-up is insane from this SK composition. The Jhin, the Renekton, the Skarner, the Leona. Very easy for them to pick off single members if Schalke stay for too long.
This is the problem. Schalke have no one that can walk up and confidently clear the vision. SK can just kind of flash on anyone, use the Skarner ult on anyone, Prowler's Claw onto anyone, and Gilius wasn't even stepping up so far. He was at his tier 2, and he's being flashed on. He has no way to escape this. Yes, he has flash up now. Broken Blade does have the QSS, but this Nidalee is just having no impact in these fights.
And this is the power of Chem Tank, Dead Man's Plate, Force of Nature not really, but it could help in there.
Move speed central.
Flash and Nimbus Cloak. You are become the Lightning, Tinks.
And Blue Smite.
And Blue Smite.
He has so many tools.
So fast.
He is very, very speedy, so it's really hard for Gilius to be even on the same screen as Tinks. If Gilius sees Tinks on his screen, he knows he might just die. So Gilius definitely doesn't want to step up too far again as Tinks opts the Chem Tank, but look at Limit, he's kind of caught out here.
Body block, he's going to find the stun. Tinks holding on to the ultimate for now, just getting a little bit of damage down, but now he's caught him out. Neon still has the QSS up in time, though. Blast Cone is still alive. Still an opportunity to escape here, but Treats is going in. It's Gen-X on the back line. The team body blocking the Leona, still living. Broken Blade on the retreat. Mega now coming through, but Jezu getting gnarred back into the wall. The wallop, Guam comes down. Gen-X running though. Blue finally lands the shuffle, knocking them up, knocking them back. Gen-X wants to step forward. Blue tanking the spear, not where he wants to be, but it's Treats over the wall. He finds it. Abadage goes over, but it's not what he needs. The stun is there. Blue finds the kill, and SK, they're playing like madmen, but it's working, and Broken Blade has to run, has to sidestep the Stride Breaker to dodge the Zenith Blade.
That's
But that's gotta be it.
That's Blue. Gilius just respawned. Broken Blade has to get back to base ASAP. Maybe he wants to just TP. I don't know if he'll get there in time. SK's minion waves coming in. It's a 4v2 in a sense. 4v3 limits come up, but Treats has to base, so SK, can they enter? I'm not sure if they can. They don't have the HP bars. And they're going to ping onto Baron.
They had total control of the early game, but these scrappy fights are just going so well for SK. 7-15, the kill score. It was Schalke that were 3-4K ahead in the early game. SK have certainly turned this one on its head.
Yeah, and this is just similar to the G2 Rogue game, where G2 have this 1-3-1 comp and Rogue have the team fight. Schalke's giving SK way too many team fights. Limits getting caught here, and then Neon tries to get into the backside. Does decide to QSS the ult itself, but you can see when he jumps back in, Abadage and him are trying to do as much damage to the front line of SK as they can, but there's no front line for Schalke. So Jezu's just free-firing onto the carries, even flashing over walls into the carries. This one was a little bit more aggressive, I must say. If you're flashing into a Mega Gnar and a Zoe, he does end up dying on the back end of the fight, but Blue's alive. He's their secondary carry. And SK just kind of clean house in these fights. I think Schalke just don't have enough firepower in their carries or enough frontline to deal with the amount of scaling coming out of SK. Streets does have a pink wall in that bush, and Abadage does get caught out.
Cadril.
Look at the damage. 6k on both carries versus, what, 5k in total from both carries of Schalke. So SK setting up the Baron. And what does Schalke have to answer with this? They can't split push, and their team fights are just too weak.
Broken Blade has to run. Oh, that damage is insane. Broken Blade hopping over his allies, but now he's isolated. There's no one there to body block the shots. He is going to make it out. They're pulling the support back. That's the front line gone. They can just follow stun immediately. Renekton manages to take that one down. Jezu grabs the kill. Limit gone. Limit dead. Now SK just turned their sights on the Baron.
Look at how fast the front line of Schalke dies. Broken Blade stepped up into blue for 1 second, then he lost 70% of his HP. Limit steps up, he dies in 2 seconds, so there's just not enough for Schalke to walk up and actually be able to contest these mid waves, contest the vision. I think they will be able to get this mid-tier 1. Finally, 36 minutes into the game, they'll get the mid-tier 1, but I think Treats can chase them down. He has the ult, Drake spawning soon, so it's Ocean Soul point for Schalke.
Flash up.
Limit has the ult if he respawns in time, and they can look for some kind of team fight. No ult for Tinks. Jezza doesn't have ult either, but SK do have numbers advantage to Broken Blade. QSS is the stun.
But now he's trapped in the pit. Stridebreaker to try to make it out to safety, but he's been slowed. That's going to be the Crystal Venom. Now the follow-up immediately. He's now taken down. That's going to be it. Soul point going over to SK. Both teams 3-3.
Yeah, Schalke really need that Drake to keep this game alive. They had the Galio ult for the global to actually try and contest a 5v5, but SK weren't wasting any time at all. Just burst down the Drake, kill Broken Blade, and Gilius could not really go in because the Skarner just came back up. And now SK have denied the Ocean Soul point, and Schalke just don't have enough gas left in the tank to scale into this game to actually start these fights. They have to find a way to unlock the map by avoiding these 5v5s.
There's just no room to be a carry on the side of Schalke. Yep. Gilius, Abadage, they all want space, and there's no space left! SK are taking everything. The entire map belongs to them. Is the fountain even safe from this SK lineup? As Blue's going to push in, Gilly's going to try to finish him, but he just doesn't do any damage. The shield is massive, and that's it. SK, they've done it. They've tied up the scoreboard. They will tie Schalke no fear. They're going to take a victory lap through the Schalke fountain. Close this one out nice and slow, but they will tie things up at 5-5.
Super important game for both teams. The team fight comp coming out from SK, I think Schalke just ran into them way too many times, made way too many mistakes, and although they did get a 2 to 3k gold in the early game, they did get the first tower, they did get the Drakes. SK just found the fights, Schalke just making way too many mistakes, I think.
Cadril. I thought the story of that game was going to be when is Tinks going to push R?
But then he finally pushed it a lot of times.
R.
He was smashing it.
And the game was just over. There was nothing that Schalke could do. It looked so good for Schalke in the early game. They were dominating. It felt like across the map, Broken Blade was popping off. But when it came to those fights, again, there was no room for them to operate. There was nothing that they could do. Their carries were just falling left and right.
And you have to question the ease of execution on both comps, right? Both of them are the same in the standings in a sense, but SK's comp is so much easier to execute. Don't be too proactive. They were a bit proactive around the Herald in the early game. They did get punished for it, but let the enemy team walk into you, let them make mistakes, punish their mistakes, scale, and then Schalke have nothing left to answer with.
And for your options at home, Kia player of the game, at LEC on Twitter, 3 names for you to consider. Tinks, Blue, Jezu. Those are your options. Now, all I'll say is, normally in my games, when a Skarner doesn't push ult until 20-something minutes, it's GG. But when Tinks doesn't do it, we call it big brain, because that's how you win games, folks. You turn things around.
Instead of GG, it's BB.
It's
Big brain.
Big brain. Mad Lions and Excel, they're going to be tied at 5-4, and after the break, they're going to face off in a monumental matchup, so don't go anywhere.
No, don't. Seriously.
Please.
Don't go anywhere.
Please. We need you.
We need you.
Along their way, and he sees his opportunity. Checolad with the pushback, not quite enough though, because the Banshees is there in time, but VTO just getting shredded. Excel just grouping up. They are unstoppable.
Excel is doing a great job this year, but they cannot do it into us.
I think they kind of missed Shadow because his playmaking was actually pretty insane. Elyoyo doesn't bring this.
But they have to turn this, they have the damage, but no, the CC comes in, it's clutch, they'll burn right back! That was clean!
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 19 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the LEC SK Gaming Tech Revenge on Schalke 04. And I have Blue with me to talk about the victory for the first time ever in the LEC. Thank you very much for joining me, Blue.
Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome. Hello.
You're welcome. First off, I hear you twice, so maybe production can do something about this, but let's not stop us here. I want to know about the cheese, level 1. That's not something we usually see in the LEC. Sometimes teams go either top lane or bot lane to try and ward something, but what did you have in mind here?
Actually, it was Tinks. Like, he saw Nidalee was there waiting, and then I think Tinks warded the bush. And then he said that Ned was going to base and then get the red trinket, and so he kind of predicted. So we went into the bush and waiting for Nidalee to come and kill her, basically. That happened in the game. We didn't think about this before we go to the game.
Okay, interesting. I thought it was a very specific strategy maybe for Schalke 04. I want to know, they beat you the first time around. Here you were very dominant, on the same page. What did you learn about Schalke over the past couple of weeks that helped you beat them today?
Actually, we didn't learn that much. We already know how they play the game and how they want to play the game. It's just that much more about us, like how we want to play against them and what we want to pick against them. And we decided to pick like a still Azir like this, and then in the jungle like a Scano, different pick, and in the top side like this type of champion, so we can play more a bit aggressive and then match their aggression kinda. And that was our game plan against them today.
All right. Well, thank you for all these insights, but I want to have a follow-up on the Azir pick, because right now, this is the second most pick on mid lane in the LEC. It's rising, I guess, over the past couple of weeks. Players tend to pick this champion more. How do you explain this?
I mean, for me, it's like the champion is so OP in lane, and it's like, if you play the champion really good, you can't lose lane. You will have no matter what prior, and it's also really good with the jungle champions of whatever you pick, or support mid champions too. And he has a really strong scaling too, strong team fighting, strong laning. He's just really OP in lane. This is why I think everyone picks it, and I picks it too.
Okay. Nice buff during the last patch also, I guess. I have a last question for you, Blue, because I guess you know that a lot of people were waiting for this interview of you in the LEC. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans who've been watching you and hoping to see you in an interview?
I want to thank everyone, the Turkish fans, the French fans, everyone. And I want to say that Carnage, je t'aime.
Oh, that's very cute. Well, Carnage, you heard him. And Blue, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on the second game tomorrow. You're welcome. And we're going to take a break now, and we'll come back in a few minutes for XL versus Mad Lions. Stay tuned.
everyone to the LEC studio. XL came into the league in 2019, and after 2 years of heartbreak, this season is their best shot yet at redemption and at making those playoffs. Before they take on the Mad Lions, we wanted to celebrate their success over the last couple of weeks and frame it in that journey since 2019. And they're an organization with high hopes, also a new one, right?
Yeah, no, this was always the team, you know, they had their 2-year plan, they were trying to make the playoffs after that, and it never quite came to fruition. They got close a couple of times, but this genuinely feels like it is Excel's best shot to make playoffs since they joined the league in 2019. And you look at the way they play their style, you know, playing for the team fates, they know how their team needs to operate. I think they're on the right path to playoffs here.
Yeah, I think that's the first time, especially if they win this match, that I feel confident about XL. Always before, I was thinking they had so many troubles and many matchups, and we're not statically improving. And now I feel that they are clearly better than the bottom tier teams, and I think now they can be a step ahead and actually be one of the playoff contenders for sure.
I love that you brought that up. We actually have a graphic that shows kind of their progression of the season so far. They have won 4 out of their last 5 games, but the interesting thing when you look at the whole split, if we get it up here, is that they're not able to beat the teams that are above them in the standings or top teams, but they are very consistently able to beat all the teams that are around their level and under their level. So they need to take that step up.
Yeah, so over there you see on the top, those are going to be the teams they beat. On the bottom, the teams they lost. And you guys don't need to see that anymore. I've decided. No, honestly, it is true, right? And I think it proves the point here that they're really not... Like, it's not like they're reinventing the wheel, right?
Yeah.
Like, the way they play their game is very simple by nature, but it's super effective, especially when all the teams around them are still trying to figure out how they want to play their games. And I think it's this type of style that means that you are going to be very consistent as well. Teams that are worse than you, you're going to beat every single time.
Can you paint a picture for me? What is that consistent style? Like, what are the ingredients in the draft, and how do they approach the games?
Yeah, no, I mean, it comes down to they always make sure they have some, like, genuine scaling elements, you know, strong backline carry for Patrick, mainly Chekolad as well, and then a front line to back it up. It's not trying to, you know, out-macro your opponents by playing this pressure game and going to side lanes. It is going to be largely coordinated around objective-focused team fights.
Yeah, and I think that they're playing together strongly as a team. I don't think they have individually the strongest player, just because also I have to say that the LEC is just so stacked with unbelievably talent. So I think that they're just playing good together as a team. They're always standing together in those teamfight elements. As you can see, Cry is just massive in this fight. We have, you know, Chekolad, who is also, you know, doing the 1v1 kills, looking for aggressive plays too. So all of them can perform extremely well, and it really shows if they're playing against an enemy who's not that consistently, which were the bottom tier teams. And what I would really love to see from them is just like doing the step above, showing that they are stronger than Mad Lions, for example, who is a direct playoffs contender. And then, you know, they're away from the pack. And I think then this is the first time we can talk of XL as like one of the stronger teams or the strongest teams of the league.
Yeah, such a crucial game, and I love that you brought up Mad Lions specifically. That's a team they're playing, and maybe when we look at standout performances, I think that the bot lane, especially Patrick, of course, and XL has been doing well. They're up versus Mad now, and that's where it went wrong last time. The Mad bot lane had their number, so what do we want to see out of XL this time around?
Well, honestly, like, they just need to stabilize, because again, XL is not the team that needs to beat you in lane to win. What they need to go is go even in lane, and then they're going to out-team fight you. So they need to, honestly, not die in the 2v2. Like, there's not like a magic recipe I can tell them of how to play the lane. It's just be careful, because Kaiser and Karsi, we heard of them talking about in the interview earlier today, they feel wild, right? They're out here to try and test limits, and they're going to try to test limits again today. So back it up. Drop a CS if you have to, win the game.
All right, let's see what happens. XL are looking to avenge the loss from week 2 and take a giant leap towards their first ever LEC playoffs.
It always just feels like we're roasting Cadril. I know we're not, but it always really does. I'm so sorry, Mark.
That's okay. I hope they make it too.
We're back for game 2. I'm still Drake. This is still Cadril.
Yep.
This is going to be a very exciting game. We've seen, because Excel are so far on the side of scaling, so far on the side of late game, most of the games that we see them play feel like very clear clashes stylistically. Because Mad Lions, in this example, they're the early game team. They're the explosive team. You heard Ender talk about it. Excel, back up. Give up some CS. Don't let yourself die in the laning phase. But I don't know if it's going to be that easy against this team, especially if Elyoya is set up to play something aggressive.
Yeah, when you're a pro player and you're looking at lane phases, you're like, you question yourself. It's like, is this guy going to jump in? Is this guy going to contest the CS? And I think the answer for this game for XL is yes, they're going to contest it. So put on the brakes, stop the gas, and try to buy time. Scale into late game and win! Another beat.
Another beat.
Different tune, different banger.
More sensual, more intimate than game one. We've gotten to know each other already. Now we're onto the house music phase of the evening. Seraphine instantly banned. You love to see it. As good as it looked in the hands of Carzzy, as good as it looked in the mid lane in the hands of Niski when Fnatic are playing it. Personally, I don't love seeing that champion, even if she is incredibly powerful. Graves immediately following up. Udyr going to be banned away as well.
Yeah, with these junglers banned, I'm looking at the Lily and Nidalee matchup again. Perhaps it could happen. Perhaps they want to throw in a kind of curveball, different champ. Maybe looking at things like the Olaf, perhaps. But I think AD carry bans are kind of like the meta right now. You know, Seraphine, Thresh, Kalista, Kai'Sa, all these champs are really, really strong, but they're going to ban away the Azir, which I think is a smart ban by mid lines, although Humanoid is a really, really good Azir. I think taking away the scaling from XL is definitely what you need to do. Try to stop them from being able to just get the 3 items and then start to win team fights, even though they're at a gold deficit. So Mad Lions are an early game centric team. They like the early game, so I'd like to see these kind of ban away the scalers and trying to get some aggressive champions just so they can get these gold leads against XL and close out the game cleanly. Because if you make mistakes like we saw in the last game against the scaling comp, eventually you just lose the game just by pure default in a sense.
Absolutely true. TF, of course, continuing to be banned. It was, I think, got 1 day on stage for it's essentially been perma'd throughout the entire split, and that certainly would help Mad Lions speed up the clock on their early game. Rell is going to be the last ban away here. Kai'Sa was the first pick in the previous matchup. It'll be interesting to see what the priority is. With Azir off the board, as really, I think, the best-in-class hyper-scaling AP mid laner, do we see XL dig deep enough to go for something like the Corki? Maybe a little bit less likely now that they have picked up the Lilia as their first option.
Yeah, Lilia picked up. Like you said, Kai'Sa's up, Renekton's up, Nidalee's up. These kind of champions. Orianna, Syndra is kind of like the mages available now for the mid laners, barring Zoe. So we'll have to see how Mad Lions want to approach it. Senna Tam is also open, which I think is a really strong bot lane matchup. I mean, bot lane role is so broken. Think about it, Dracos. Rell, Alistar, Leona, Senna, Tam, Aphelios, Thresh, Kalista, Xayah, Rakan, Kai'Sa. Do you want me to keep going?
No.
Seraphine.
I think you're offending the AD carries. Their role's horribly underpowered, and it needs buffs. I don't know what you've heard about Immortal Shield Po, but it's fake news, Caedrel.
Yeah, well,
underpowered role.
Yeah, it is. Well, the buffs come in, makes it a lot more overpowered, I would say. But anyway, Orianna picked up. Do they want to go for the jungler, or do they want to go for things like the Kai'Sa? Because if the enemy team picks our jungler, you don't have to pick yours if you can just pick it on 3 instead. Just get the 2 OPs and XL pick up the Renekton. Do they want to match mid here, or do they want to pick up their AD carry? I think there is a lot of AD carries open, so going for something like the Syndra is definitely a good choice. And I think Syndra Renekton is really not scaling, I would say, for XL. I think this is very proactive. Get to mid game, be ahead, 2 items, start fighting. So kind of interesting to see that Mad Lions have a little bit more scaling than XL here, depending on their jungle pick, but XL definitely coming out with a lot of aggression in the early stages of the draft. And I think they won't struggle to find a bot lane matchup for them because there is so many open.
And Mad Lions, of course, debating here on their pick because they will have to mismatch picks and bans. Gragas, as a flex, though, does give them a lot more options. I actually really love that this was the pick that was locked in. It can go support, it can go jungle, it can go top lane even. So some mystery as to where exactly the champion will end up.
Yeah, triple flex. I think the most likely is in the top side of the map into the Renekton, so I'd like to see some kind of jungle focus bans / support bans from XL, and Mad Lions on their side just targeting bot lane, of course, because they know exactly where everyone's going. But this Gragas flex does throw a small kind of question mark to XL as to where it could be going. It can definitely go support, it can definitely go jungle, but
element of scaling here. Some of them already taken away by Mad Lions as the Senna has now been banned.
And importantly to note, they're banning away 80 junglers. That's 2 80 junglers banned away, Olaf and Hecarim. Graves is also down. So that kind of leaves Mad Lions in a hole here. Do we go for things like the Nidalee, or what 80 junglers are open for them? I think into Lilia there isn't much left. I think they have to go for something like the Nidalee, and then they're just so AP heavy. But they are going to go for the Alistar, so keeping the Gragas flex alive. And we'll have to see what XL want to pick up in the bot lane. Xayah's banned, Senna's banned, Aphelios Thresh is still open, which is kind of interesting. And we're looking at Jhin as well, MF. These kind of supportive champions are also open. So how does XL want to approach this? A little bit of scaling on the AD carry wouldn't hurt. A little bit more engaged could help them a lot as well. And importantly to note, sorry to interrupt you, the Alistar pick actually is really smart because you have the Gragas and the Alistar now. So you've denied the Gragas counter pick against the Alistar. So XL can't go Kalista Gragas, for example. They're going to go Jarvan support. Wow, I like it. We saw Trees play it already in the league, and it's the second time we see it.
It's very strong, and we have to remember who he played it against. That was Mad Lions, I believe, running it down in that bottom lane. It was Carzzy playing the Hail of Blades Tristana, who relentlessly fed. And
the face is so... There's such a good timing on that
production,
face.
baby. Well done. I mean, the more we can stay on the Kaiser face, honestly, the better. It fits the mood of this pick ban phase. And now we have a Kayn.
Ooh. That's a blue Kayn. We saw that in the LCK. I think Canyon was the one pulling that off 2 games in a row. Just assassinating people, making these dragon fights so hard for them. I was talking about AD junglers, and I forgot about Kayn, baby. I love to see Kayn.
First Kayn since 2019 spring when Cold played it. He went Rost and one-shot crown shot because he eat into him aggressively. I remember that game because I love this edgy Sasuke-looking guy in the mid lane.
It's crazy good. Well, interesting. I think XL's team comp is really good at pure team fights, so much engage, so much single target damage, lots of burst, whereas Mad Lions have sort of like an Orianna Alistar wombo combo for fights, and Elyoya is going to have to be the big catalyst in the fights where he kind of zones them away and tries to one-shot people, especially if he can one-shot Check or Patrick before the fight starts. I mean, if you saw the LCK game of Canyon, he was really just one-shotting the whole enemy team essentially and just making it so hard for them to walk up.
And Kadril, I love this. I am ready for it. Folks, it's time for Game 2 of Week 5. It is time for Excel versus Mad Lions.
Dude, it said roar like 100 times. That's so cool.
Arr.
Rawr.
Breaking news. Humanoid is on your screen. Okay, here's what we're going to talk about. There's a lot of stuff. There's actually so many things. So for those who don't know, I was a degenerate Kayn one trick for like 3 seasons, but I'm bad. So I can tell you a lot about how the kit works, but don't ask me how to play the champion. Anyway, I'll get to talk about that in a little bit.
Could ask me. I'm a jungler.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're actually good at the game and a jungler.
No, carry on.
All right. Man, you're kind of stealing my thunder here by being good at the game. Can you get worse? Is that an option?
I can try, just for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I want to take our relationship to the next level. So
I really appreciate it. Like, well, there's a screen here.
Oh, okay.
We could try, but I don't think it would work.
Nope.
Anyway, Excel. They've grouped 3 here in the bottom side. It looks like we may see a late invade. Kayn starting Raptors. Raptors into red. Pretty easy clear. Doesn't need a leash.
Yeah.
But it could mean taking away the blue buff here. This could be spotted out late.
This is really important because Kayn has to start Raptors and go red afterwards. So if XL can steal away this blue buff, that means that Dan can take 1 or 2 camps without Mad Lions knowing and then run through mid to defend his top side. So they'll get a natural camp advantage. And when Elyoya realizes, he knows he's going to be down probably a level by around 4 to 5 minutes if Dan plays this properly. And look at what XL's bot lane's doing. It's really, really crucial. They're not running through river into the bot side of the map because then Mad Lions will know that they took our blue. So now, as they come around through Tribush, it looks like they've actually leashed bot. So Mad Lions think that Dan has started on red, when Elyoya is going to get a big shock when he realizes all his bot camps are down. So a really crucial play from XL, and they will still get the push in this lane because they're playing Kalista, which naturally gets prior in the early levels.
Very big brain stuff coming from XL. Dan gonna be happy to clear those triple camps. Elyoya going Raptors, then just using the Shadow Step through the wall to immediately go to the Krugs. Very fast clear from this champion.
This is what I like to see. XL invading level 1, 3 priority lanes, trading hard, making sure they get jungle ahead. XL have turned it around from the last couple of weeks, and they're playing super aggressive in this early game, and none of their champions scale super well. They're all mid-game kind of, yes, some of them are good in late game like the Kalista and the Syndra, but they're all really spiking mid-game champions, so XL needs to start getting this advantage and start winning these lanes.
And folks, if you're curious why Kadril sounds so excited about that.
Oh, no. Oh, it's all gone. Oh, he doesn't know what to do. He has to go towards the top side of the map. He realizes every single camp is gone, Draco, so it's the worst thing ever.
Oh, no. And guys, if you don't know this already, Kayn, kind of in general, the way that I like to look at it, he's like 70% of a champion before he transforms. And if he doesn't have any gold, if he doesn't have any levels early game, knock that down to 50. Because he doesn't have hard CC. He's got a big slow on the W, but that's it. So now he's forced to gank bottom. That said, XL aren't ready for this. They've spotted him out. They're still going anyway. That's too many Kaiser punting back. Tori can try to flash EQ out, but now the first blood for Kayn. No. It's a disaster.
How can this happen? They should know the jungle's bot side and they're trying to crash the wave in time. Yes, Kaiser played it well, but Elyoya, you could see him. He was running around for 10 seconds. He didn't know what to do. I guess I'll gank bot. First blood.
Chocolate has to be careful.
Oh, yoink.
Oh, he's just
mine now.
Nope.
Yeah, Elyoya can't farm any camps. You can see the CS differential. Dan's farming his whole top camps, and not only do they take away his jungle, they're stalling this crab as well, but I think Syndra using the W there kind of takes away the shell on the crab, so it does make it so it's kind of faster for Elyoya, and now Elyoya's top camps will respawn. So Dan I feel you. It sucks when you get this such a big jungle lead and then he gets first blood. Yes, Elyoya's back in the game. He is ahead in gold now of Dan, but he will be down in experience, which is really crucial, I think, when you're playing things like the Kayn.
Very, very crucial. A lot of his weaknesses go out the window once you get level 6. Of course, transformation making him very, very, very strong, balancing out that weaker state of the game for him. Humanoid training back, trying to use the mana advantage that he currently has over Chekolai, but Dan gonna poke his head in, realize that the Raptors were taken away. Man, if he just skipped Crab, he would have been there a little bit sooner, but is still gonna get the vision down. We'll generally know where Kayn is, knowing that that is the Raptor respawn.
Yeah, didn't have any top lane prowess, so it could have been a bit risky, especially with mid trading so hard too, but does get some information, puts a ward on the Raptors, so they should know Elyoya is gonna clear his Crux now, base and go bot side. So I don't want to see XL's bot lane trading too hard or trying to crash 2 big waves or trading too aggressively when they know jungle's bot side. But in turn, Dan's bot camps will respawn as well. So I think both junglers going to the bot side of the map here. And the game is even in a sense because Dan's ahead in XP and camps, whereas Elyoya got first blood. And XL needs to start winning these lanes. They have 3 winning lanes essentially. They need to start pushing these advantages, getting this Kalista ahead, looking for dives, getting the Renekton 6 dives going, trying to get heralds and start cracking the game open essentially.
And I think this is a good time to have a conversation about XL because we've talked a lot about them as the scaling team, but the downside of that is that they have been absolutely 100% most certainly not the early game team.
Oh, you hate to see it.
10th in nearly every metric. Cadril, XL have been falling behind early game. They've been knocked out in so many early games. And yes, they always come back, and that is good. But when it comes to contesting teams at the top of the table, you can't afford it. There's more.
Oh, you got another one for me?
There's more. You cannot afford to fall super far behind early game. So you being excited about this early game, I love to see it. Them drafting for early game, we love to see it because it means there's progress for XL. They are willing to push their boundaries here in the second half, but they still need to execute on it. And that might be difficult when Torre's in trouble. Carzzy, though, is going to be the one followed back on. Dan, Elyoya coming through the wall with the Shadow Step, moving in, going to grab another kill for himself. Patrick gets the TP. Patrick gets one's back in return. Dan, no ultimate, only level 5. Patrick now has to run for the hills. They need to scatter the weak to disengage, but it's too little too late. Elyoya, he's just racking up kills and assists. This is going to be such an early transform.
Yeah, look at the gold difference, 600 gold up, although he got invaded on the level 1. So Elyoya is definitely back in the game. You can see Chekolai had mid-prio there, but Humanoid just decides to invest the TP advantage, which he had accrued in the 1v1. So Mad Lions being first to the play, getting an advantage. And Torre having no flash by walking into river was kind of dangerous. I mean, we wanted XL. They've made progress in the early game, like you've said, and they've drafted these early game champions, but execution is another thing. As I think Torre kind of thought the jungle wasn't there because Dan was already moving his way down. He tries to EQ onto Carzzy to trade for the 1-for-1, and yes, this would be a 1-for-1, but the TP comes in from Humanoid, and Patrick and Dan can't win a 2v3, so ends up in a 2-for-1 for the side of Mad Lions. And this Kayn, like you said, is snowballing quite quickly, and it's definitely not what you want to play against this XL as the game progresses.
Also, if there's any doubt that it was going to be Blue Kayn, seeing this Serrated Dirk essentially 100% locks it in. He's going to be one-shotting life bars. Dark Harvest as well. And as he was pointed out, he's already gotten a ton of stacks off the back of these few exchanges. So if he wasn't already one-shotting you with 2-0-1, he most certainly will be with the Dark Harvest.
Yeah, and both his kills are onto Patrick, so that's a range champion. And he does get the blue form from range champ, so that's super, super important. Elyoya trading Dragon for top camps here. He might look for something top because Kryze was trading quite aggressively. He is level 6 too, so Armor's out of mana though, so it looks like he might just go to farm his camps. And that's the thing with Kayn and these farming junglers. You don't want to drop the ball, you don't want to waste too much time in a lane. You just want to keep farming your camp respawns, keep leveling them up, trying to get to level 6 as fast as you can, try to get your items as fast as you can, and then look for plays around drakes or objectives, or just punish mistakes essentially, as XL are going to get the blue buff respawn, which is really, really important.
Dan, of course, now level 6 as well. And Dan, when we talk about XL improving their early game, getting more aggressive, being willing to be more aggressive, Dan is kind of the guy that we look at because while he has a very high jungle proximity, 41.1% of the time, still 8th overall, but all things considered, pretty decent. You know, K+A definitely not there. He hasn't had the most active early games. We look back to the G2 game where he had a fantastic Udyr early on that kind of fell away and did nothing. So Dan, now as we approach this mid-game, now that he has ultimate, I feel like it's someone that we need to look at to make these plays.
Yeah, I think XL is a very, very good reactive team in a sense, but their proactivity is just lacking a little bit. I think they are very, very intelligent when it comes to an even game state or mid to late game is even and they have the team fight advantages and they know how to push the game forwards in the late game. They just need to figure out how to do it in the early game with a winning early game draft, which is what they have, you know, Renekton, Lilia, Syndra, Kalista, Jarvan, this is all early game, all winning lanes, winning jungle matchup, everything, but Mad Lions is the one with the 1k gold lead, and you can see from the prio top, Elyoya wants to start this Herald, because Dan's on red and Chekolai base, so he will be able to get the Herald. And XL, although they got a Drake, they're down 1k gold and they're losing a Herald with this early game comp against things like Orianna, Kayn, Kai'Sa. I think when this Herald gets placed, perhaps in mid or in bot, XL looking at a very big gold deficit, but they know the Herald started, so Dan runs towards his bot lane. You can see Mad Lions just trying to defend the bot camps for Elyoya, making sure Dan can't take them away while he does take the Herald on the top side of the map. But it is a 2v3, and they don't have any TPs, so they need to make sure they're careful here.
Backing off. Dan and Torre doing a pretty good job of controlling the bottom half of the map. Still only level 4 for Torre. Maybe some of these engages get a little bit easier once level 6 comes out.
Patrick has to be careful here. He knows that his jungle support are on the camps. Kaiser could look to flash on Patrick because he doesn't have flash himself, but Mad Lions don't have enough information to go for it.
That's insult to injury.
You hate to see.
And Kadrill, this is the thing. And again, if you did not watch the LCK, if you did not watch Canyon's essentially masterclass on what this champion can do. Oh, Kaiser! Not gonna get a little bit frisky here on the bottom side. The turn back there. Carzzy just getting absolutely shredded. Ultimate comes out, but he's still ticking. He's ticking. Is he gone? The healing from the pot. 37 HP. Oh, barely living.
Good reactions there from Carzzy. He didn't have actually the ult to get away. I'm curious to see why Patrick didn't ult there. Could have tried to go for a knock-up as well, but that could have been too deep. It could have ended up in for one. And talking about the LCK, if you see Canyon's building the LCK, he went for the mana immune. Now that's super important because it helps Kane scale super well when you get the Mura mana. You can see, I saw Kane W's with 3 items doing 700-800 damage on tanks.
Also,
that's crazy.
This champion loves to spam abilities to clear the jungle quickly. And if you don't have blue buff, he burns through mana so fast. So it makes a lot of sense. Knockback comes in.
Kryze could do a lot of damage here, though.
Looks like he's gonna miss, though.
Yeah, I think Elioya knows if Kryze does his full combo onto Elioya, he could get one shot in a sense, because the Renekton level 6 full fury is very scary with the ultimate. So he does decide to back off. Gets an ultimate trade, does benefit the Gragas in a sense.
Keep in mind that part of the reason why people could consider Kane balanced is because he's weaker early. So when he's ahead early, he's just not very balanced, Kadrill. And we are waiting. I don't know how much longer it's going to take. Maybe he got red form on accident in one of these plays. Maybe that's why we're waiting. But the second he gets blue form, this game is going to blow wide open. Because that movement speed goes through the roof. The E cooldown goes down to 8 seconds. The W no longer has an animation. This champion is disgusting once it transforms.
Especially if you don't have vision, right? If you have to face check objectives and your front line walks in first, the Jarvan goes in, the Renekton goes in to try and sweep away these wards, then all of a sudden the Kane comes around the corner and just one-shots your AD carry while you're walking up because he's behind you. So the Assassin Kane is really fun to watch. We should definitely keep an eye on him as the teamfights progress on these neutral objectives. But the Dragon's still spawning in 1 minute. Elioya still has his Herald. I think he needs to get some priority lane. You see all lanes for XL still pushing in a sense. As XL do give up a little bit of bot pressure here, but Elioya needs to find a way to use his Herald efficiently or just pop it mid for plating essentially. So Dan is on the bot side of the map. Chocolate has TP, so does Humanoid, so if anything kicks off in bot lane, it's going to be a 4v4. And it's interesting to see that Mad Lions have full bot side river control past the 10-minute mark, because XL could have snowballed their advantage, tried to control it themselves, but with the Drake coming up and Mad Lions having control, XL need to reestablish it to try and contest.
They do, and it's interesting because this game has felt a lot slower than so many of the Mad Lions games. Mad Lions on average 0.91 combined kills per minute, usually almost 1 a minute. So this is not even half of how bloody their games normally are, as we now see the Herald use mid lane. But part of that is just because of how XL have drafted. XL have set themselves up for the early game, so fighting in the mid game for Mad is a little bit harder, as now we see Torre just one shot. It's going to be a sleepy cow, but there's not really a lot of follow-up here. Elioya on the way in, but if Chocolate overstays here, this could be disastrous. Pulled back. Humanoid now trying to turn it. Phase Rush now proc. Oh, he's so easy for him to dive here. Humble Trespass comes out. He's inside of you, and now you're gone. Elioya on a killing spree.
It's all falling apart for XL in this early game. You can see that they tried to go through bot, but Mad Lions popped the Herald mid and just hit the tower. XL have to respond by trying to get some river vision around bot side, but Kaiser just goes in onto Torre, essentially one-shots him, and then the two-man dive into mid takes down Chocolate because Elioya can obviously drop the tower aggro with his ultimate, so he's not in any danger. So Patrick has flash, he's getting TP'd on. I think he's just dead. The exhaust is not enough for him to trade 1-for-1.
Stacking spears, but moving himself away, further isolating himself, and just going to make sure doesn't even get to donate over the kill without giving up the assist. The ball coming in clutch to provide that shield. This is a disaster.
This is a disaster for XL. They need to find something on the map. Dan's hovering around the top side. Chocolate TP'd mid to push in the wave, and he's sprinting top as well. They're going to try and 3-man it, but look at the minimap. Mad Lions know the plays are happening. Kaiser sprinting top, Humanoid's running mid. Elioya's running
that
top.
Shadow Assassin.
Yeah, they can't look for this dive. They're just completely out of tempo. Yes, Torre's around topside river, but Mad Lions are responding so well.
He's running down.
No flash.
If they don't CC this Kane, he's instantly going to one-shot this Jarvan. Oh, God, the damage!
Oh, the Jarvan is just not tanky enough, is it? He doesn't have any items. He has a Spell Thieves and Lucidity Boots. So if Kane gets one combo in it, I think he just falls apart. That's the thing with this Jarvan. Yes, it's strong if it's ahead, but if it's behind, it's so weak. You can see the Jarvan with an amplifying tome as well. So Torre not having a great game here. He needs to stay more with Patrick with the ultimate, but Patrick's in bot wave, so he had no real security when Mad Lions tried to fight him for the vision. So XL overstepping there a bit. And this is definitely not what you want in the early game for XL's comp.
And Kadra, while this draft is so different, while XL are branching out and trying to try new things, still we see the bot lane being the point of collapse in this matchup. Yes, it's been a lot more about jungle support this time around, but Torre getting caught out was the story in the previous game as well. But maybe now it's Armut getting caught out.
This is the thing. He can't enter bot side because look at the bot side of the map, Dracos. She's taking full bot side river control, full bot side jungle. Dan can't find anything in this early game.
And additionally, LEC still has ult up. And I don't even know if he needs ult to one-shot at this point, especially when you've got a Moonstone Renewer on the opposite side. Yes, it's very good, but it's sustained healing, not going to counteract a lot of the burst damage that's going to come out. LEC can zoom over this wall and be a massive threat to Checolad. Torre is stepping forward, very risky, but a clean shadow step out for LEC will take him to safety.
Yeah, trying to steal away the Raptor there. Patrick was around with the ultimate to save him. Wait, they're just blast coding over.
They can just flash on him, but no, he manages to get inside of Torre. He manages to get a little bit more back. He leaps over the wall, but a healing coming in from the E, but now he's sleepy. Dan trying to follow. Big shutdown for Dan. That's 700 gold. Kaiser and Carzzy need to get out. Kaiser might just have to sacrifice himself. The flag, the drag. Punt back, find it forward. It looks good, but it's not enough. Patrick gonna grab the kill.
XL finds something on the map. This is so crucial for them because now the Dragon's up as well still, so they'll be able to pick this one up. Only a 2k gold deficit now because of that shutdown. They will lose mid tower because Checolad rotated towards that bot play, and Mad Lion just biting off way more than they can chew, trying to go for Golem's contest, or the Crux contest when XL, they have no vision on XL, their bot lane's just out of lane, their jungle was around, so very, very risky play from LEC and Kaiser there.
And now,
shutdown.
And now, Kadra, we have a way for XL to climb back. It's not just a 700 gold shutdown, but it's Infernal Rift as well. As we take a look at this play,
I don't think they knew that Dan was there perhaps because they think that they can just go for a 2v2 and just zone away the XL bot lane from this bot wave so Mad Lions can get the bot tower, but Dan was there. They have the TP from Kryze as well, so Dan does pick up a 700 gold shutdown. Patrick gets the kill onto Kaiser, so the gold's going where it needs to go, although Dan is a supportive champion this game with the Moonstone. He does get it faster in the game, and Patrick is 2-2 on this Kalista now. He is a level down still, and Mad Lions are still quite ahead, especially with the scaling on their side, but XL have found something. They just need to find more.
have to keep the tempo up. Have to keep trying to find these small advantages. Torre's still only level 7. At least matching the opposition here, as Elyoyo is going to be uncontested for now on this Herald. They'll know he's doing it, but Excel not really in a great position to respond. Infernal Soul could be Excel's way out. We now have the Chem Tank coming in from Gragas as well, so he may start to lose out a bit more in the individual 1v1 to provide more for the team, as Torre is just getting absolutely destroyed here. Elyoyo waiting, looking for an opportunity. Here he goes. Blade's Reach comes out. Dan now going to be in trouble. Humble Trespass comes through as the 1v1 happens off to the side. Carzzy now isolated. They're just going to start mowing down these kills. There's nothing left for Patrick.
Triple
he pulls
kill.
out with the Rend. Are you kidding me? Kane triple at 16 minutes. 7-1-1 for Elyoyo.
This Kane is way too accelerated for XL to deal with. I'm kind of confused what XL's decision-making was there. They tried to look for an engage, but Mad Lions have all summoners up, and they have TP advantage on their top laner as Kaiser is fighting Checolad here to try and stop him away from the wave. He has the ultimate in case Checolad wants to turn, but it was confusing decision-making from XL. Maybe they wanted to try to find a 3v3 to win the 3v3 in a sense, to chunk Mad Lions to get some vision. But I'm not sure if that was the correct play. So Mad Lions sitting so far ahead, 7 kills on this Kane. But you have to question, what is Torres thinking here? He's trying to find the 3v3 to contest the vision because he knows Elyoyo on Herald, but he finishes in time, he misses the combo. And then by the time they try to find something, stun hits Patrick, and then Elyoyo is there to turn it. Not only that, but they have the TP as well from Armut. So triple kill for Kane, 7 kills 15 minutes into the game. XL are just staring down death on the enemy team when it comes to jungler.
It just feels rough for Torre. 0-5-3, not the scoreline that he wanted. You see him there at the bottom of the gold standing. And even in that play, he could have EQ flashed, but he opted to save the flash to try to get out in it. And I think that if you're making those kind of half-hearted engages on these micro plays, it's always just going to feel rough. And coming back in now, has to have the confidence to pull the trigger here. Is Patrick going to throw him in? Gets pulled back himself. Big damage already going down, but the Orionic being in trouble. Humanoid potentially has to back off, but Torre just going to go down.
Yeah, Kaiser has flash. Flash shot to Patrick. No flash on Patrick.
Armut off to the side. The knockback is there. Patrick instantly dead. It's not all bad. Torre's death was not in vain, but Elyoyo, as he's now hunting. Shadow Step coming through.
Yes,
Blade's Reach. One auto. Doesn't even need the ult, but he'll use it anyway. That damage is nasty.
Dracos, it's an absolute bloodbath. XL tried to force summoners on Humanoid, I think, but they just get 2v1'd, and then Mad Lions just say, okay, we'll kill you, I guess. You can see, I think Patrick wants to throw Torre in to force Humanoid's flash, but the shockwave pulled Patrick back, so what does Humanoid have to be scared of? And then Torre has to re-engage it, because he knows if he runs away, he's dead. So Torre goes down. Mad Lions are confused because they want to set up bot side control. And then the flash from Kaiser here was very, very, very intelligent, I think, because Patrick knows sums, of course, and they pick up 3 kills. So Mad Lions are so far ahead in this early game, when I really think they shouldn't be. with their composition at least. And well, you hate to see it. Look at the damage. One shot.
Dead with one auto. Doesn't give him the chance. Oh my god, that's the Power Rangers finish. You just can't let people do that to you. That's not okay.
Feels good, man. XL looking for a play onto Kaiser. He has the ultimate though. So it feels like everywhere XL's going, there's just nothing to achieve. They couldn't find the top gank. They can't find this bot play. They couldn't win the top 3v3. TP's coming in, and XL are 6k gold down in 18 minutes. We talked about the early game.
Yeah, but this is on another level.
This is on another level, especially with, I mean, they do have 2 dragons in this Infernal Soul, but this is really on another level, especially when you've drafted 4 early game.
And I think in that respect, I really like Kane in general. If you're not going to do crazy stuff in the early game, Kane feels so good. That said,
look at his
does
items.
Now have the Prowler's Claw.
Look at Kane's items.
Oh, and he's on the way to the Mana. That's just dirty.
He's going to one-tap everyone.
I mean, he's already one-tapping.
He's already one-tapping everyone.
He's already got a giant magic damage amp on the Shadow Assassin passive. Now he's got another damage amp on the active here. Coming in from the Prowler's Claw.
Yeah.
Well, up against Moonstone Staff of Flowing Water. And don't get me wrong, I believe it's a good item combo. You know, I'm a follower of the Church of the LS, but when it comes to who's going to one-shot who, it's most certainly not that champion. As now the pullback comes in, stopwatch has been used. Patrick's going to get caught out, will just barely dodge it, but instantly onto the backside. Carzy trying to find Kryze. Kryze now going to be in trouble, but keep your eyes on the Shadow Assassin Kane. Once the Shadow Step is back up, he's going to be able to get into that backline, but no, they forced him out. He has no one on to ult onto, and that's the shutdown. That is key. That is clutch. There was no viable target left for him to push the ult on, so he will drop.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1, but that's a huge shutdown onto Aurelia. And although we've been hyping this Kane up so much, I have to say, if this champ does get stunned up, you have no health, no resistances, you die in one combo, especially against champions like the Syndra. As XL are trying to find some contests on this Dragon. They don't have any tools to try and fight this because there's no ultimates up. Yes, they have flashes, but they can't find any engage because Mad Lions know they walk in, they can just turn it. So Mad Lions denying the Infernal Soul point essentially from XL. I mean, that XL, their only real scaling opportunity was the Dragon Wing condition. As a TP comes behind Kazi, no ult, no flash. Kryze has the ultimate as well. Karzy doesn't know it's here. Oh, Karzy.
There's nothing. Wait, maybe. The exhaust is very, very powerful. TP now coming in, but that's all the damage coming out. That's the shutdown.
Coming in
Humanoid.
Check on that. No flash on Humanoid. Oh,
Humanoid now
EQ
gonna
flash.
knocked up the EQ flash. Kaiser gonna maybe try to disengage, but he knows it's already too late. Humanoid gonna throw down the ultimate, but they have to walk away. That's clutch for the side of Excel.
That is clutch, Dracos. What can they get from this? I think they can get bot tier 1. There's not much Nash control for them to be able to run over to it, and the respawn timers aren't long enough for it. So if we look at this fight again, you can see this is the problem with face checking. You have no vision. And XL just see Orianna isolated. Maybe we can get her flash, ult me out if she flashes away, and then we can re-engage later on. But Mad Lions say, no re-engage for you. We're going to be the ones re-engaging. And then from that point, Mad Lions just kind of run at them. There's nothing XL can do. And although I think Elyoya went way too deep here himself, gets stunned up and Chocolate picks up the kill. And he's tanking tower. Oh, look at that gold. 850. Oh, dinner's on Chocolate, I think.
Yeah, an important general tip. If you're playing against Kane and solo queue and he's giving you a hard time, his Q animation, very long. If he's in Rost, his W animation, very long. He can't ult in that animation. So in this case, if you chain CC him, he's so easy to one-shot. In theory, he's got that mobility. He should be able to dance around you. But if CC ever connects on Elyoya with this build, he'll get one-shot. Just like you said, it's not impossible for Excel to make this champion just non-existent by having Chocolat ultimate at the start of every single fight.
Yeah, you can see XL trying to get some Nash vision. I think that although the scaling is on Mad Lions' favor, XL have some ways to win the game. You know, the Renekton will win the side lane. The Syndra is really effective against this Kane because it's so hard for him to teamfight or find engages. He needs to find flanks, try to pick people off individually and isolate them himself. So Mad Lions do have control of the map, but XL can find ways to punish Mad Lions' mistakes if they overreach. They have got the Staff of Flowing Water and the Moonstone for Patrick, but Patrick's just not doing enough damage with the items that he's got. Because he has to build for the plated steel caps, only seeing 1.5 items. There's not enough to buff him up and get the damage going, but Chocolat and Kryze need to be the ones to help XL to the late game. Kryze on the side lane and Chocolat finding the fights.
Maybe when we see the Prowler's Claw come in for Kryze, he'll be able to find some one-shots into the more vulnerable members of the Mad Lions lineup at this point, looking mostly at Carzy, even if he does have the Gale Force. Maybe that is how XL can find some of these opportunities to win fights. That said, Kryze is going to have to find his way out of this 1v1 with a clean sidestep, though, is certainly a good start. Conqueror now already procced the knockback there. Double dash, not clear if he has the second active. He does, and he's going to use it to get out.
Yeah, Kryze scared of Carzy rotating down. He knows he can ult in across the map if Armut gets some CC to proc that ult. So Armut did miss the E, and I think Kryze could have turned that and won the 1v1, because if you don't hit the E on Gragas, the cooldown's longer, and then he could have chased him down and perhaps killed him, because Armut no flash. So Does open away, Carzzy rotates down to make sure he's safe so he can push out this wave, and Mad Lion trying to keep all these waves pushed in so XL don't really have anything to farm, because essentially if you have all the waves pushed in and all the control of the jungle, you can farm the jungle camps and the waves faster, so essentially you just get gold leads by default essentially. Yeah.
Manamune there, but not fully stacked for Elyoya. Potential for the collapse here. Patrick has to be very, very careful. Dan as well. Chocolate has a bit of self-defense tools, but Kane finds someone without cooldowns. He will be able to instantly one-shot them. Pull back.
Oh, yoink.
In Cadril. It looks like we're maybe gonna have a fight over mid lane. Prio. Elyoya still running around, still floating around the backside. Can just throw out the W, but has to respect the potential for the stun. If there's any follow-up at all, again, he will get one shot. This is a glass cannon of a champion.
Mad Lions can kind of chase this down a bit. They don't want XL to walk into river to take all their pinks away. And you can see XL trying to get some mid-power because Mad Lions were wasting a lot of time in the jungle trying to find Torre. Also Patrick comes in and then we have some kind of tempo. Let's try and push mid and get some vision, but in the end, Mad Lions chased them out of it and they stopped them from being able to take too much topside vision, although I think XL have a couple of sneaky wards in the river, which they should be able to spot out of Mad Lions if they try to start up Baron. But at the moment, they're just farming jungle camps, getting their items. Looks like they're probably going to base and then keep sieging these tier 2 down, because the mid tier 2's down, Drake's in 50 seconds, lots of objectives on the map instead of the Baron, because that's quite risky.
And when we talk about these teams, Cadril, again, it's Mad Lions early game, it's Excel's late game. Excel, they're the team that drafted for early game. They drafted early to mid. They certainly have a lot of power there. We're pretty steadily working our way through the mid game. We're going to end up at the late game. This is Excel's bread and butter. Normally, it's backed up by picks like Azir, picks that scale very well. This time around, I feel like we finally get to test how good is the Excel late game really. Is it just picking late game champions and waiting, or is it clutch decision making? Can they respond? Can they outmaneuver in the macro? Can they find these opportunities? Because if they can win a game that goes late with this composition, that is massive for two teams that are tied in the stands.
Yeah, Kalista scales well if she's ahead, but if she's behind, she's really not that strong in the mid to late game. Syndra is quite strong in the late game, but nothing like Azir Orianna as they flash in. Chocolate cancels the combo from Kaiser. The shockwave whiffs. XL have a chance.
I'm looking going in on the backside, but they have to be careful. They have to respect the potential for the Kane, but more meanwhile, Armut is just infinitely more important. Torres is getting one shot before the fight even kicks off. Cries gets absolutely nothing done. Mad are just absolutely obliterating XL. Elyoya moving forward, looking for one more auto. Doesn't even need it. Dan just prancing his way out of the fight, but man, that was so one-sided.
Never mind, they didn't have a chance. It looks like Mad Lions have way too much firepower in these fights. The Orianna, the Kai'Sa just hitting the same targets essentially. Look how fast Cries died in the backline, and now what's Mad Lions going to get? They're going to get the Infernal Dragon and the Baron. They get 4 for 0, especially in the team fight as well. They're looking at a 10,000 gold lead here with an outscaling comp. So as soon as this Baron goes down, Mad Lions can set up the siege, and XL, they don't really have any gas left in the tank, Dracos.
Maybe it was wrong to hype up Excel in this position because they were 8k down going into that fight. This was certainly Mad Lions' fight to win, and the execution wasn't super clean from the side of Excel either. Now Mad Lions, they've got scaling. They certainly have got the gold lead. They've got the Giga-Fed Kane. Elyoya with a pop-off performance. It's looking pretty done, so.
Yeah, I thought when this combo got cancelled and the shockwave whiffs, Patrick didn't even have to flash away, just sidestepped it. The fight could be won, but look at Armut on the flank. Gets a couple members, and Cries tries to do the same thing in the backline, but look at how fast Cries dies. This is one Kane combo against the it's not a tank or anything, but he has a lot of health, and then Carzzy just pops him in the backline, and from there, Mad Lions can chase him down. There's not enough frontline damage on this Gragas to be able to stop Mad Lions from running forward. That's the key. Armut can just run in your face and just keep running at you non-stop, because XL don't have enough consistent DPS to take him down, and if that's the case, then their carries can step forward, and Carzzy and Humanoid can clean up the fight.
And the thing is, in a dead-even game, missing your shockwave, missing your combo, Kane missing a W and a Q there in that fight, that probably loses you the fight, but they're not even. They're 10k ahead. Jekyllad has no business being anywhere on this map right now. All of this is Mad Lions territory, and frankly, they're out for blood. Patrick's split pushing in a side lane, but it feels like this might just be it.
Yeah, Mad Lions own the whole map. Patrick trying to split push tier 2s here, but he's gonna have to base. The thing is, if Patrick was top right now, the game would be the same. He can't wave clear these super minions. Mad Lions can look to dive whenever they want. Patrick trying to get some gold here, you have to respect it. But Mad Lions, can they just run it down and end? You have to ask. They have a mid wave if they want to just play it safe and go for the mid inhibitor as well, but Patrick decides to recall, and XL need to wait for Chocolate if they're even going to stand the chance of scratching Mad Lions in these fights.
And I think chance is probably the best word. Miracle, maybe even better, because Excel, they've got nothing going for them at this point. The items coming in are not going to be enough. The champion scaling, not in their favor. The map state, not in their favor. It's brutal.
Yeah, looking grim. 2 inhibs down. Now Mad Lions can just base, send 1 or 2 people in the top mid, 3 people bot, buff up the waves, and just siege on these tier 2, tier 3s in bot lane. So XL have to find something, sweep out vision, try and make a pick. Can they do anything, Dracos? Get back in this game. I'm pretty sure the answer is no by looking at the gold deficit, champions, the map state.
And the thing is, they had a fight where they one-shot Kane at the start, you know, and that's so positive for the team because so much of the damage, so much of the money is in Elyoya's back pocket. But he's so far ahead, he's finished the Murmana, he got a QSS now too. So even if the Scat of the Week comes out, the instant QSS into the ultimate keeps him safe. And I think he's going to get greedy here.
He's going to one-shot someone.
Here you go, instantly. He might one-shot 2 people. Where's he going? Inside patch, the pullback is there. Now you're going to try to go over the wall, but here comes Kaiser. It's the old switcheroo. Dan going to try to put him to sleep, but it might be too little too late. The double sleep does come out, but now it's Armad on the backside. Just going to go for the next one. Doesn't even worry about the Syndra. Sets his sights on Cries, and this is just about going to do it. The body slam coming through. Elyoya on the way in with the shadow step. They are running Cries down. He needs to get it back into the fountain if he wants to stay alive in this one.
30-second death time with an XL, and that's going to be it. I think Dracos Mad Lions cleaning house. They have a mid and a top wave coming. They still have the Baron for a little bit too, and you can see the amount of damage coming out of the Kane in the late game. The shield bow did save Patrick briefly, but like you said, Kazi flying in, cleaning up the team fight, and Elyoya did manage to live on the back end of it. So 4-0, still 15 seconds left. I think that's it.
That's going to do it. Mad Lions, absolutely dominating performance. The Kane pick clutch from Elyoya, the Mad Lions team, making good on their team fight commitments, and now going to have a bit of fun here at the end as the shutdown comes through. Elyoya's down, and that's the only victory Excel will find today as Mad Lions come out on top.
They got the shutdown.
They got a couple of them.
But Mad Lions got the Nexus.
You know, it's tough sometimes. Teams forget what's more important.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of AD junglers banned going into that draft, but Kane was open, so Mad Lions definitely practicing that one. Elyoya looks very comfortable in it. Although he got shut down in the early game, you have to question how he got first blood, how he got 2 kills even when he was so far behind in terms of jungle camps and XP.
They saw him on the bottom side. He swept a ward.
You hate to see it.
That's rough. It's rough. I'm not going to lie to you. I love Kane. Let there be a Kane meta, even if it's just for this week until
Maybe this is the Kane meta.
Ruins the jungle for junglers, but makes the game better for us laners.
Revert it. Revert the changes now.
Don't do it.
Well, there's still a chance.
Don't do it.
Do it.
Okay. Don't do it. But Mad Lions, this is kind of what we've known from them. A little bit of creativity, a little bit of aggression. You can vote, though. Kia player of the game, Elyoya, Karzi, Kaiser. You've got options. You know what the right one is, though. For the junglers out there, before the patch changes.
Represent the junglers.
For the Kane mains out there, the edgy boys, the Sasuke enthusiasts, the edgelords.
The one-shot macros.
The anime fans, the one-shotters. We're going to learn more about the Kane pick in just a minute, though, as Laura is checking in with Elyoya.
Love it.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome back to the LEC. The Mad Lions are in an absolute dominance today after defeating Excel. But if someone had fun today, it must be Elyoya, I guess. You had an amazing game with the champion, and it was your first competitive Kayn from what I heard. So you got the player of the game here. First, I would like to announce. But what did you like about the Kayn? And how did you come up with the champion? Because as I said, you never played it competitively yet.
Yeah, so I mean, there were a lot of like junglers banned, so we also were looking for an AD jungler, and just like 2 days ago, I think it was Canyon played Kayn into Lilia, which I also thought that it was a pretty good matchup. So the champion was good for the moment, so I just picked it.
What about your performance then? Because yeah, you destroyed any hopes that Excel could have here.
I mean, yeah, I think I got like insanely fed, and from that point, like it was really hard to play into a Kayn like that is just this fed, because I got the form also like really fast. So I think that yeah, it was just like
could have been a completely different story though, because I remember the very early game when you arrived bot side jungle and you realized the blue buff is gone, everything is gone. How did you react, and did you adapt the game plan according to that?
I mean, yeah, like I didn't even know. So as soon as I see there is no blue, no Grom, no wolves, I'm just like, okay, I guess we got late invaded. And then like I think that at that point the only chance I had is to like get a bot gank off, or else like my game is pretty doomed. But I got the gank bot off, so everything went fine.
Yeah, you got the gank, you got the first blood, and after that you spent a lot of time bot lane. So I'm wondering, what was your plan in the beginning? Did you want to apply pressure bot lane, or did you adapt because of the early invade and the first gank you got successful on bot lane?
It was more of adapting, because as Kayn you typically it's more normal that you go for jungle lead, like you're just like 20 CS out of enemy jungler, you're 1 level ahead, or like that things. But also if like you're getting free ganks, or enemies are just like not playing accordingly, so you can just gank them and get free kills, and if you get free kills, Kayn is just like really unstoppable.
Yeah, unstoppable. And we saw that. You were right to mention, though, that the first time we saw this pick was in the LCK. It's also been played in NA, every time against Lilia, as you said. So what makes Kayn a good champion against Lilia?
So I think that it has like a really good clear, and at the moment like junglers require like a really good clear in order to not fall behind. Also the interaction with the ultis is like Lilia will just ulti, you can just get inside her with your ult. So it's just like overall I think it's a good matchup. Also once you have like the assassin form, you can just one shot her from 100 to 0. I think Lilia should go Zonia in this matchup, but in this case he didn't, so it was better for me.
Didn't happen, and you got the edge here. But Elyoya, fantastic performance once again. Congrats on taking down Excel, and good luck for the match tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And to get a closer look on Kayn, let's send it over to Ender.
Thanks, Lore. Mad Lions just took a massive win in the race for playoffs, and it was on the back of Elyoya's Kayn. And they got into a lot of the good stuff there about why Kayn is really good into that Lilia matchup, like they were mentioning. Just really good early clear. Both champions, they want to clear their red side camps, of course, blitz through the Raptors, the Krugs. They both kind of suck at Scuttle Crabs. They're even there. And of course, Kayn's scaling cannot be understated. So right off the bat, we tried to stop it. You know, you'll notice off of the mini-map, of course, that there was that late invade towards the bottom side, and a ward that was later placed to see the Kayn coming towards his bot side and effectively cutting off Kayn's entire route. So I would love to ask to please pause the video right at this point, and you'll notice again, Kayn seen on a ward. Top lane has priority for the enemy team. Mid lane has priority. Bot lane, all these lanes for Excel have prio early on, and it effectively puts Elyoya in a position where there's not a whole lot he can do. He can't go and counter invade topside because Lilia will be there, and Renekton will be able to walk down and counter it out as well. So Elyoya does a really smart move here. We can play the clip because he sees this ward, he clears it, and he fakes that he's going towards the top side, waits around a little bit, and then comes back down bot side for this gank. But like we heard from Elyoya himself in the interview, XL needed to be ready for this. This bot lane matchup was so pivotal. We were talking about it before the matchup. XL just need to chill out and not get punished. They got ganked again in the bot lane before Tori's flash came up, and again, this is where the game just went completely haywire. Elyoya not only gets the Rift Herald, but also a triple kill. Rolling up here into the top lane, he's able to again hop into Dan as he's being put to sleep. He's still slept on the other side of it, but again, can just pretty much ignore a whole lot of that duration. And with 3 kills and that point onward, there's just not a whole lot that can be done to stop this man. He's buff, he's jacked, and he's got like 12 kills to pad the KDA too. So very nicely done from Elyoya in this game. And I would like to dive a little bit deeper into his itemization as well, because there were some peculiarities in the build here. And I think the big one a lot of people notice is the Mirror Mana Cane. Now, this is something we have been seeing a whole lot. Of course, gives you a ton of mana. That mana then converts into bonus attack damage you do get on the kit. And the passive there too means that on damaging attacks or abilities, that includes, you know, his QW, ult, all that, you're going to get bonus damage based on that mana. You'll also notice he went for an Umbral Glaive before his Prowler's Claw. Now, I think this may have been to do with a little bit of what kind of money he recalled on. Maybe didn't quite have enough for that Prowler's Claw, but regardless, it meant that he could get through undetected and find a lot of those ganks. So overall, a very clean performance from Elyoya on the Kayn, and it's a pick that I'm expecting we will see more of. Now, last week, G2 Esports reclaimed their top spot, and today they are fighting to defend it against Astralis.
Was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bowed it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow.
Welcome back to the Caster Desk for Game 3, Astralis versus G2. The Bears are ready, the casters are ready. Are you ready at home? I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius. He's one of the casters who is ready, and we're about to get into picks and bans for Astralis versus G2. We heard maybe this is the chance for Astralis to knock G2 down a peg, but I do think that this matchup might be a little bit G2 favored.
Yeah, somewhat. Were you watching Rekka's stream today?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is weird. Where's this going?
So I was gonna say. So listening to his stream today, it's a very wholesome, great stream. Would recommend it if you have time. But at the forefront of his mind, he said today, and I quote, "The thing I'm looking forward to most today is getting my new red jacket." So he does.
I see. So maybe his priorities are a little bit different than Astralis, who we would imagine are fully and completely focused on the game ahead of them. Of course, Astralis had a bit of a resurgence. Last week, we had a great game from Zanzar on the Skarner, really setting them up for success against Schalke, kind of knocking Schalke down a peg. But as much as it was a great debut for Magic Felix, the next day was still very difficult. So I think it's hard to know what to expect from Astralis, but I don't think it's beating G2 today.
I mean, I think the reality is that Astralis is in a situation that many teams have been in the past, where you enter the second half of the split with very little prospects looking towards playoffs. Split is very competitive, especially with already some big wins for both MAD and SK earlier on in the day, making that battle for, like, just qualifying for playoffs very competitive, which just inherently makes it harder for Astralis to get in there. So they need every win. They are, if they can get an upset win against G2, is obviously going to be very valuable, but G2 want to cement themselves at the top of the league and are looking to dominate everyone standing in their way. So as you rightly said, it's going to be a tough one, but either way, they're still going to do their best. So let's jump into Champion Select and see what they have prepared.
Whoa. Okay, I was like, that's not... Is this new music? Are we swapping the musics? Okay. Senna immediately going to be banned away. Makes sense. When you saw Reckless and Senna last week, it was disgusting and probably is making the balance team wonder if they should adjust that soul drop rate. But the Udyr will be the response for G2 Esports.
Looks like nothing too crazy coming out from either side early on. The jungle bans are always what I'm very interested to see, because last week we still saw quite a high priority on a lot of junglers being taken off the board. But now that teams have had a little bit more time to play on 11.3, I imagine that their priorities are going to shift. And we can see with only Udyr taken off the board, it does mean that Lilia, currently probably the strongest jungler, I believe, in the current meta. We do still see a lot of Nidalee. One of the big debates right now is what are the good AD junglers? We did get to see Kayn. We've been seeing the rise of Skarner, specifically for Zanzar, a bit of a comfort pick for him. And we'll see what Jankos matches into it, because last week we did see him with the Nidalee into Rogue with a very interesting composition, split push style, which they were able to pull off to, I think, good success, even if they did have a lot of mistakes in the mid to late.
And a big part of that was Wonder on the Quinn. We'll see if he was looking to get a counter pick this time around, as G2 Esports are on the red side. But I do like the Skarner coming for Zanzar, even if it's not as high up maybe on the jungle tier list as some people would expect. It has looked so good in his hands, and it gives Astralis a very simple win condition to play to, at least in the early game. But it will be the Jhin now locked in for Reckless, and G2 Esports, they've got some options here. There's a lot of very powerful champions open. Azir has been hotly contested in our first two games. Could get picked up here.
We know that Caps does have answers to Azir though, so perhaps they're fine leaving that up and available. The response is going to be Jarvan. I believe that we have still seen a bit of Jarvan even after the nerfs to Gore Drinker. I think that against a champion like Skarner, you don't have to be too worried about the fact that Jarvan doesn't have one of the fastest clear speeds in the game. It does suggest they could be thinking about an AP top side as well. We'll have to wait and see what does get drafted out for G2, but you would imagine that they're going to save counter pick for either Caps or Wonder later on into the draft.
Zaya going to come out, offer a little bit of safety. Of course, the Feathers won't protect her necessarily from the Cataclysm, but can't keep her safe from that initial burst of damage. So Renekton will now also be locked in. We'll track the itemization on that one as we get into the game, as the Prowler's Claw has been the build of choice for both of our Renektons in the previous 2 matchups.
Question is, will we see the Quinn once again from Wonder? I do believe that he is 2 for 2 now on the champion here in the LEC spring split. He knows that he's confident on the matchup. The question is, does it fit into the game plan that they have in mind? It could be a little bit safer, go for something like an Ornn or a Gragas, and it looks like that he is going to go for more of the team fight style. It seems that Wonder has kind of been avoiding the Renekton pick. He has still played it a little bit this split, but Gragas and Quinn have been his 2 main answers, and he will be picking the tank on the top side.
And Vedius, I think you're probably right on the money, but I will call it out because it's G2 Esports.
The Mickey flex.
There's the Jarvan that can go bot lane. There's the Gragas that can go bot lane, jungle, or top lane. So all I'm saying is there's a room. If you're at home and you're skeptical, there is room for doubt, and it's fair to have doubt, even if Gragas is absolutely the fair prediction for that top side of the map. But with Rakan banned away, maybe G2 Esports are trying to sculpt themselves some sort of priority bot lane matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, because it kind of suggests that if they banned away something like the Alistar now, they're thinking about the lock-in of the Leona, and then they save the final pick for Caps, which would give them very powerful team fighting, very strong 2v2 lane, but then it depends, do they really want to play the Leona into the Xayah? You know, obviously with her Featherstorm, it can be difficult to lock that champion down. Perhaps they want to go for something more like an Alistar for that quick punch engage. Interesting, they're actually going to take the Azir off the board, even though we've seen Caps answer it a few times with things like the Zoe, like the Echo. He's saying, you know what, I've had enough of this scaling champion. I want a fun, interactive lane. We'll have to see what direction MagiFelix does. Thought of was Caps. He has been very well known for many years now as a prevalent Sylas player, and I was kind of expecting and excited to see him play it, but it looks like we're not going to get to see that today. Hopefully we will still get to see it, because on these high playmaking champions is always a joy to watch. But him getting the counter pick, the question is, what will he be countering? What will this blind mid lane a bit?
Wow, easiest prediction of my life. Who would have thought? The 3 for 3. The hat trick of Corki Games coming in for MagiFelix. Doesn't need to pick anything else because no one's made him pick anything else. We'll see how it works out for him in the Caps mid lane matchup. Obviously, I think a rite of passage to lane against Caps, a rite of passage to play mid game against Caps. We'll see how hard Caps is going to go today, if it's going to be a more risky counter pick matchup or if it's just something safe. Maybe something like an Orianna could synergize very well with the Alistar and the J4, but it's going to be the Ryze. It's going to be an explosive lane.
Okay, so I think that Astralis' comp and G2's comp are actually very similar, but G2's is basically just a better version of Astralis' comp. Largely because I think that while they do have some scaling on their side, who can stop the Ryze split pushing in a side lane? I think that you could argue someone like a Corki. As we jump into this matchup.
And here we are.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
There's a different graphic I was anticipating, but that's Secret Labs LEC edition, and it's beautiful.
But it's important to note that we missed a very important event. Everyone at home.
Yeah, if we could take a look at the guy whose special day it is today, Marcus, if you could do the thing. That's right, folks. Mickey's 300th game, but that was Rogue versus G2.
That was last week. That was, in fact, last week.
We have a new monument, and it's the 301st game. Yeah! Congratulations,
Mickey! Yay!
You're old now.
You are old now, Mickey. You've been in the league for quite a while. Fun fact, Mickey joined the European League same time I did. 2016 summer split.
No, he had that spring, I think, where they kind of ran it. You just came.
No,
from
I swear
split.
he joined.
Oh no, you're right, because he replaced that other. I forgot that
other guy.
Yeah, well, I can't keep up. There was just Mickey X on the.
Because it was spliced with the full Danish roster, and then he came in and ruined the whole Danish roster. Do you remember? And he was a bit of a bard one-trick pony back then. And then when he brought it out on stage, everyone was really excited. And then when he joined Grabs never let him play it again. So,
nope. Tom Kent's duty forever. But today on his 301st game, Grabs gives him a crumb of fun, and he'll get to play the Alistair. As so far, bot lane, all things considered, going a little bit in favor of Jessica and Promise You, as their level 1 is just a little bit stronger outside of the force shot from Reckless.
But, we do like to poke fun, and obviously we've known Mickey for a very long time. But it's quite interesting when you kind of look at a lot of the names on the Rift right now. There are a lot of veteran players. For Astralis, many of these players actually returning to the league, trying to prove that they can actually compete on this stage, and wanted to show that the work that they put into the regional leagues could translate onto the LEC stage, and unfortunately, I don't think they've really been able to show that as much that we've seen from the split so far. But I will say that Zanzara has kind of stood out to me as one of those players that has been able to showcase some of that young blood potential. I think that he's been a big part of trying to get early leads for Astralis. I think that he's been very smart with a lot of his pathing, and I think that when he gets comfort picks like the Skarner, and when he's able to play a lot of tanks, I think that he's able to have an impact. And as the meta slowly starts to shift more and more towards what I think he is more comfortable at, I think we'll get to see him shine more and more, and I'm hoping to see a good game from him again today up against G2.
I think you're completely correct. In 11-3, it feels like a lot of the OPs have been taken away, but 11-4 is going to be a reckoning for so many teams that is expected to be such a drastic meta shift. That said, still gets the Skarner today, has looked very comfortable on it this patch so far, so we'll keep an eye on that early game impact as he does path back to the top side. But Jankos already heading into the bottom lane, already potentially setting up for this lane gank here. There's good vision for Astralis in the river, but if they're not ready for this lane gank, they could be in trouble. As Mickey, maybe we see the flash headbutt pull, but Jankos...
Oh, wow. He's just outside of vision. That was, I mean, he's obviously going to be spotted now, but as our observers highlighted, it looked like, I thought that Jankos could be seen from that perspective, but he actually played that perfectly and was primed and ready for the lane gank. I think Astralis just hit level 3 a little earlier than what the G2 bot lane wanted, which means that they were able to avoid that very narrow gank. But now both junglers doing their clears into securing those Scuttle Crabs. This is a good opportunity though for Zanzara to steal away those Krogs on the top side while Jankos looks to reset. So small jungle advantage rather, gain for Astralis in the early game.
And Jankos opting not to take the blue buff here means he can pick it up on the way back, maybe even donate it over to Caps, depends on how charitable he's feeling in this matchup, even if it would put him behind a little bit. But he's going to quickly discover that those Krugs are not waiting for him on the top side. The Raptor respawn should be.
Top lane. Nope, he's not going to. Okay.
All right.
Wonder was, of course, a little overextended in that lane with the wave pushing towards the tower, so there could have been an opportunity there to try and punish him, at the very least burn his flash, but it would either been a call from White Knight or perhaps, as Zanzara was saying, Jankos is on his way top, so let's not run the risk. Either way, it seems that Astralis want to avoid any early aggression, but Jankos, all about aggression in this early game, wants to try and steal away some camps of his own.
I'm pretty confident in 1v1, but Zanzara, of course, has the red buff, and if he walks back to the river, he will be on the shrine. Jankos a little frisky here for someone who does not have a rise in the immediate area, but Caps in the meantime is taking away the Raptors. It looks like this is just going to be a game where Jankos' life is for Caps, as Caps is the one who's going to get the camp advantage off this play.
He's looking to steal those walls. You know, Zanzara doesn't have smite.
Magic Felix getting locked up. Mickey with the headbutt, Cold Wise in. There's no room. He cancels the Valk. It's clean from Mickey, and that's first blood for G2.
Very clean, as you rightly identified, Dracos. That was a good interrupt on Magi Felix's escape, and he could not flash in time. The Ignite came through as well, and Cap secures first blood. Beautiful roam from Mickey.
And knowing, of course, that there's no room for Zanzar to respond because Jankos is just hovering between the T1, T2, just denying any potential engage there from the Skarner or any potential counter. Well executed by the side of G2.
Definitely seems like a play for Caps game. Either way, so small early game advantage rather gained for G2. We'll see how Astralis can turn things around. Remember that their big scaling option is MagiFelix. If anything, the one person that you want to make sure gets to late game is this man in the mid lane, and G2 have said, no, we're not going to allow that to happen, and already he's sitting at an early deficit in both CS and kills, of course. So hopefully he can slow the game down, Astralis can keep a steady pace, but of course they still want to try and find advantages in the bottom top side of the map, so that's why I was talking about the draft. It kind of, Astralis' comp kind of wants to do a lot of different things all across the board.
Which does mean that there are a lot of options for Zanzara. Once he hits that level 6, we'll see which lane he wants to play through, where he can find the Skarner ultimate. Obviously, Tinks yesterday, the game ended good, or earlier today, the game ended well for Tinks, but the start was very rough. We'll see if Zanzara can find some more early game success on this pick, as G2 looks set up to take the Ocean Drake here if they want it. Bot lane prio in their favor, so no real opportunities for Astralis to contest, but Zanzara in the meantime will sneak away a red buff for himself.
This is also what I'm talking about, right? I think that Zanzara, even if he is on a team that is struggling, seems to have great awareness of what's going on the map and responds accordingly. Okay, I cannot get a Drake, but I will put Jankos a little bit behind. I will steal away those camps. And this is the second time he's done that now, you know? He's aware of where Jankos is on the map. He knows that he's not going to be able to get here in time, and he's trying to punish it. But of course, Jankos no slouch either. Fully aware that Zanzara is likely to be on the top side of the map, and is going to steal away some jungle camps of his own. So both junglers trying to go blow for blow, rather, keep up with each other, and make sure that no one is falling too far behind.
And it's important to note that Jankos' job this game has been a little bit easier because he's constantly getting these invades into the mid lane from Mickey. Really good use of that bot lane pressure to just consistently roam up. Caps also using his lane priority to make sure that Jankos can stay even after sacrificing a little bit earlier to give Caps that advantage in the mid lane.
I completely agree. You did mention earlier that Jankos was leaving that blue up. I still think this is that level 1 blue buff. I don't think that he actually cleared it throughout his first early clear. Unless I did miss it taking, especially, that looks very squishy to me, that blue buff. So I do believe that that was in fact the level 1 buff. So it's, yeah,
I'm going to say you're right, and if we're dying together. If someone wants to roast us, we've earned it.
Yeah, but I'm actually quite surprised. The main reason why I think he wanted to do that was because he wanted to kill his Gromp so that he could get enough experience to then move into... I can't remember if he was level 4, but he then wanted to make that bot lane gank happen. So in terms of speed and making sure that he was in the right place at the right time, he just forwent his blue buff, said he doesn't need it, and instead just skipped it entirely and said, hey, on the second spawning, which would be about when he gave it away, I'll just give it over to Caps and he can get what he ultimately wants, which is the blues. So fair enough.
Stun going to connect on the Jankos. Last cone is going to get used, but good heads-up play from Promiscu and Jeskla. They're backing away for now. All right, they are just going to be able to back off here. They're going to be able to walk out scot-free, but good that Promiscu and Jeskla do not let that red buff get taken away. Remember, in the meantime, Zanzara was taking the Herald, and with the Corki package available as well, they are set up to crack this tier 1 if they're willing to burn everything to do it. The flashback from Reckless already used. The tower dive that much easier now if they want to push for it, but it doesn't look like Astralis are feeling confident in this play.
I think that they still get the flash out from Reckless, though, which is ultimately a net gain for them. They can then look to potentially stack up a wave later on, try to threaten a dive onto Reckless. Always going to be difficult, of course, with Caps still gaining advantages in the mid lane. Going to secure himself 2 plates, has a huge advantage, and it's that trade-off, right? Sure, Astralis, they look to try and get an advantage somewhere on the map. They know they have a Leona, they know that Mickey has no flash. Maybe if they can burn a flash from Reckless, they can look for something there again, or maybe they can punish G2, but the cost of that was giving Caps a lot of farm and a lot of gold. And if we have a look to our left, you can see that right now he's sitting 1,000 gold above the next highest person, which is of course White Knight.
And very brutal. And of course for MagiFelix and for Astralis, they have 5 minutes. And if they can capitalize on that flash, if they can get gold out of this, if they can kill Reckless, if they can break bot lane tier 1 tower, they're going to feel good about that exchange. It's not going to feel bad. But for right now, until that happens, Caps is sitting pretty. He's feeling good about this. 112 CS at 10 minutes. He has taken Raptor camps left and right. The entire jungle, I think, probably belongs to him at this point. Jankos probably begging to finish his Gore Drinker before his Raptors are gone too. But Caps, a farming machine.
Wow, yeah, 119 CS at 10 minutes. That is pretty incredible. Props to Mickey there as well. The observers did highlight it. He did freeze the wave for Reckless so that he could have a nice reset, and the wave was then not put in an awkward spot. You can see that it's still kind of frozen in this area, which will force the Astralis bot lane to overextend if they want to clear that out, but it will slowly start to push back towards Astralis' bot lane as Reckless is forced to clear these minions out.
Game 5. I normally don't talk about these graphics. I'll hold that thought though. Reckless in trouble. There's no flash. The follow-up is going to be there. They get it. They get the chain CC, and instantly Reckless goes down. Good move from Astralis.
Yeah, very well played there. And this is ultimately the knock-on effect of burning the flash from earlier. So while MagiFelix's roam didn't get an initial advantage, now with the flash of this Reckless solo in that bot lane, they're able to find that pick. They're going to drop the Rift Tower as well. And they can start funneling gold into this Astralis bot lane. And they've now successfully closed the gold gap.
Check on mid lane as Caps is going to grab a third plate there from that mid lane tower. But Betty is so often when we look at Astralis, we see Zanzara has these solid early games, and we ask, who's going to be the beneficiary? Who's going to step up on this Astralis lineup and carry the game? And it seems like Astralis have decided that in this game it will be Jessica, because that is a lot of gold going into Zaya's pocket. But White Knight might be giving some gold away here as the dive comes in. Caps in trouble though, is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And now MagiFelix with the follow-up, trying to get a little bit more damage down. Zanzara on the way in. Wonder wants to go over the wall, but they're going to pull him back. There's no flag, there's no drag. Yanko's now going to be in trouble. He's trying to leap out to safety. Does he have the flash? He's just barely making it out. MagiFelix with the flash over the body block. Yankos, oh, he goes down there. Wonder going to be able to walk it off, but MagiFelix grabbing 2 back in response.
And now Astralis are getting advantages all across the map. They get the kill in bot lane, they're going to get 2 in the top lane, and crucially, they get the kill onto Caps, and they're funneling a little bit more gold back into MagiFelix. So Astralis now sitting with the gold lead, feeling very pretty after what looked like a very terrifying Caps, who now seems to want revenge.
Valkyrie should be up and available. MagiFelix waiting to use it. Actually, might not even have it. The body slam comes out. MagiFelix just gets taken down. 300 more gold back to Caps. And right when we praise him, right when things are looking good, G2 just take things right back into their own.
Can't blame MagiFelix that either. He's trying to fix the wave for his top laner. He's trying to push it underneath the tower, but Caps catches him off guard with the TP, with the home guards. We're going to have a look back at this play. So this is just the ultimate coming out from Caps underneath the tower. Let's see how he gets aggro here. I do not think the plan was for him to get it, but notice here, really good stun from White Knight because he immediately recognizes it's Caps who has the aggro. If I keep him under tower, I can at least trade 1-for-1, which is already a great trade for Astralis, but then the TP comes through from MagiFelix, and a great ultimate from Zanzara before Yankos can get to safety. I think he should have just flashed a little bit earlier. Not entirely sure why he didn't, but then of course the flash comes later. I love this body block here from MagiFelix. Good awareness from Wonder, but then he realizes, okay, no, there's nothing I can do for you. I've got to bail. So really good punish there. So the goal now dead even here in the early game, which if MagiFelix can continue to keep scaling up, I think that there is a window for Astralis to still come out strong in this game, but I am still concerned because I think as the game progresses, G2's comp is just going to be much more effective at doing what Astralis want to do.
Again, and Caps, despite the gold looking even overall on the scoreboard, is still doing pretty good. And of course, the experience very much in his favor. MagiFelix just ticking over to level 10. Meanwhile, Caps has been level 11 for a while now, so quite comfortable. Quite confident in the advantage that he's been building up. Still a 40 CS lead for him. Things will get a little bit easier when the Immortal Shield Bow finally comes in for MagiFelix, and can still wait on that tier to stack up. But for now, with the package available, he can feel confident enough to make plays like this. But Leaping Face versus the Cap is not a winning proposition when Mickey's in the area. That said, it's going to cost the life of Yankos. Jessica now looking for the follow-up. Mickey could be in trouble. Wonder on the way in, and Astralis immediately back out. They know when to not extend the fight.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. Yankos traded for MagiFelix, but the re-engage.
Knockback, clean combo comes in from Wonder. White Knight on the front line is still going to be in trouble. Mickey's so very squishy, but the follow-up just isn't quite there as the force shot just going to be a bit more poke, and Caps and Wonder still pushing in. Caps is about the Raptor camps these games. They belong to Caps.
I'm curious as to how many he has actually taken. I believe almost all of them this game. For Zanzara. Now Reckless going to face check.
Good combo, good follow-up immediately. There's no room for him to maneuver. Flawless chain CC from the Astralis bot lane.
And second death now for Reckless. He definitely wasn't expecting that one. I don't think he even had an opportunity to flash, but even if he did, doubt it would have been worth it. On the bright side, the Astralis bot lane seems to be in the head of Reckless this game. Let's see if it will work out more in their favor as the game progresses. This fight earlier, good Hex Flash over the wall from Zanzara. I just think it was a bit of an overcommit from MagiFelix. Nice Hex Flash over the wall from Mickey to be able to support his mid laner, and while Yankos does fall, he's just buying time for the rest of his team to join the fray. 3 versus 4, but G2 says, you know what, we're confident enough to go for this re-engage. Reckless has his ultimate, he also has the W. This should be more than enough to be able to set up for the engage. They actually get the route onto Jeskla, so he can't follow up for any potential turnaround from Astralis. and G2 end up getting another kill. But then we see Reckless here. He's just trying to join his team. He doesn't think that Astralis are going to be in this bush. He tries to ward, but it is a ward of death as Astralis' bot lane get themselves another kill.
Puts it down just in time to realize that he is absolutely done so. And again, credits to Jessica and Promiscu. They've been so on top of punishing Reckless anytime he has misstepped, making good on that early package uses in the bot lane from Magifelix. And overall, Astralis staying very competitive here in the early game. I don't know what everyone at home was expecting, but there was potential for this to be a G2 blowout. That said, Astralis responding with some very solid plays of their own. And while Caps is still certainly a very big problem, Jessica's building himself up a nice advantage in the 1v1.
Definitely, and like props to Magifelix, even though he fell very far behind in the early game, and I mean he still is very far behind, the difference between mid laners is made up for in the difference between bot laners, and it's all thanks to his role. He used his package bot, which got the flash out from Reckless, which then led to that kill, which has now gotten that bot lane a 2k gold advantage. So yes, his sacrifice ends up being the benefit for the rest of his team, and like that's what you need to do, you know? Great solo queue advice. If you are falling behind, the best thing you can do is just not int and just help your team where you can. And I think that Magifelix does just that.
Every time we cast together, you say something about solo queue that just sounds so specific to a single game that I just want you to write down the person's in-game name so that when you come out here, you can be like, listen, XXX. Flame Blaster. Next time we're in game, maybe just int less and we'll take this one.
No, but I really think that often, like, you've been in that situation, right, where you're in a game, your mid lane is 0-3, and they're like, game's over, let's FF, right? And I'm saying that, like, in a situation, like, you've got a fed bot lane, you know, play for your bot lane, they can carry you. It's the art of being carried. And the thing is, Magifelix, he knows he's gonna scale, he's gonna offer value late game, so even on 2-3 items, he's gonna be able to contribute. So that's why we were saying, even after those early deficits, Astralis didn't just suddenly lose the game. They still have windows, and I'm very happy to see that they were able to get their bot lane ahead. So we'll see how they progress moving forward. The Drake's going to spawn in 2 minutes. Baron's not going to be a major objective, so for the time being, a lot of what we're going to be seeing is contesting for these early tier 1 towers, trying to secure as much farm and jungle camps as you can, and basically work towards those second items.
And so far in the game, Astralis has been pretty clean in cross-mapping and responding to the plays that G2 have made on the map, whether it's been punishing or making plays of their own. But now, as the Tier 1 towers start to fall, especially now that mid has been opened up by G2 Esports, the game does get a bit harder for Astralis. Now, they're laying down vision to support this push in the mid lane, but they have to be clean in their play. G2 notorious for blowing games open in the mid game, especially catching opponents out on these missteps. And even now, you see Wonder waddling his way into the mid lane, ready to throw that cask at Jeskla if he does miss position.
Definitely true. G2 always looking for those small opportunities. A single pick they can convert into a lot. They seem to have a little bit more control over the map. You can see that for the time being, they focused on setting up vision throughout the river. They're going to have a lot of access into the entrance around this part of the map, but that's mainly just insight, a bit of information. They don't want to commit to any wards too deep, and the same can be said for Astralis because there's no major objectives to play for. Now what we expect is the resets to come through. You're going to be seeing the replenishment of a lot of wards and control wards. You can see Mickey in his inventory doing that right now. Leona coming back onto the map to do the same, and this is where we're going to see the dance that we often see, which is that battle for mid lane priority into fighting over for river and trying to contest vision around those choke points.
And it's important to note, with this potential dragon fight coming up, as it is going to be the next big objective to be contested by both sides here, G2 looking for their third dragon in the game, there are 2 QSSs on the side of G2. Both Caps and Reckless have now picked that up. So the amount of viable targets, the amount of viable engage opportunities for Astralis has shrinked slightly. The good news for them is that some of the gold lead that Caps has been building up has not been put into combat stats. So maybe he won't tear through the front line quite as quickly.
As our observers are highlighting right now, we can see that G2 have control over the river, but Astralis first to the wave. But this is that mid lane dance that we were talking about. The problem for Astralis is they don't have a tower, so G2 can be a little bit more aggressive in how they push up and contesting for this wave. They're trying to gain a little bit more control for the time being, but now Magifelix has arrived with the package. Everyone has teleports, but they've all gathered for the fight. Actually, White Knight now moving away.
No vision. Does
just
mean
going to completely concede that, okay.
I think they weren't ready for how low that was. G2 shredding through that one very quickly, but now it's, they're going for the pick on the support. Promiscu being able to walk away so far. Astralis debating if they want the re-engage, but they will just back away, knowing the objective is gone. Not really any reason for them to risk something on a fight.
Wonder's ultimate went a little bit wide there, not quite the direction they wanted, even though the Reckless Deadly Flourish did. Ooh, that's a
no!
pick.
Zanzara instantly gone, and suddenly there's a lot more options for G2. Now we get to see where they're going to pressure next. Magifelix going to be in trouble. That's the Realm Warp coming out. Magifelix has to run. Blast Cone there to ferry them out to safety, but Mickey still wants to keep the fight going. Yankos on the backside. Here comes the Cataclysm. Magifelix now in trouble. Whoa, Immortal Shield Bow. Not doing anything to that burst damage, and Astralis caught sleeping for one moment, and G2 just take over the map.
So that's 2 quick picks. The question is, will G2 convert it into a Baron? This is a very early Baron secure, and it has a lot of risks associated with it, especially with Magifelix having the TP up. Let's see what they do. Will they turn, or will they commit?
Canceling the Hex Flash. Mickey gonna be in trouble here, but still, Jeskla backing off. Remember, it's the Xayah who has all the gold, and right now she's uncontested. That's the Gale Force forward. Jeskla popping off. Caps in the backside. White Knight acting as a good frontliner, but he might be in trouble now. They're gonna try to turn it. Wonder getting some good damage down. Jeskla trying to use the Essence Retriever, trying to get some damage. That's the triple for the Xayah. There will be no Baron for G2.
We talked about that Baron being risky, and Astralis immediately took advantage of it, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's focus up here. That vision that G2 had set up earlier immediately comes to their advantage as they catch Zanzara walking to an area of the map that does not belong to him. Then they realize that they can continue the chase. They could have just chosen to go for the Baron here, but instead they wanted to secure themselves a couple more kills. They know that Magifelix has TP, and at the very least they want to try and take him down. They get that kill, but a lot was used. They burned a lot of ultimates, they invested a lot of summoner spells, so at this point you kind of have to commit to the Baron because you don't really have the resources you need to turn and fight. That's Astralis' window to engage. As you rightly said, Drake, look at Jeskla on the backline, completely untouched here, while White Knight is just tanking up all the damage, and Jeskla's free to just hit onto anyone that is nearby. White Knight, to be fair, also does his fair share of damage onto the backline, forcing both Caps and Reckless back. And if it wasn't for Caps, that fight could have ended in disaster for G2.
That's 7k damage from the Xayah. Remember, if you're going to fight front to back, the Xayah cut-through damage on the Feathers, the Clean Cuts passive just does so much work. Now, G2 certainly have the tools to get to the backside, but as we saw in that fight, as you brought up, Vedius, if they burn them all and Jeskla's still standing, he's going to have a pretty easy time shredding through the G2 lineup.
If we could quickly have a look at the gold, I mean, 10.3k, 10.7k. Yeah, you can see this is a game between Jeskla and Caps, just like it was in that last game. These are the 2 carries, and these are the 2 that are going to be the most important to track. So in the team fights, we'll make sure to follow along, see how they survive. Of course, Caps does have his flash, Jeskla does have his flash and his ultimate too. So I'm going to say, on paper, Caps should be a little easier to kill, but he, in his own right, has a lot of damage. 2 major items completed. Looks like he's working towards the death cap, along with having the QSS, as you highlighted earlier. So yeah, we're in for some pretty intense fights as G2 and Astralis move towards the mid and late game.
We absolutely are. And again, looking back on that fight, I think when we look at this game particularly, we're singing the praises of Magifelix, setting up Jeskla to build this big advantage. But I also got to say, White Knight in that fight, as is Renekton, he is doing his job. You know, suffered a little bit early on, didn't necessarily get to have the flashiest moments, but in the team fights to come, if he just creates space for Jeskla to work some magic, then that is doing the job, and I think you got to respect that.
Yeah, he is running the Stride Breaker in the top lane. I know you did ask in the draft whether we would see more of the Prowler's Claw. I'm personally more of the fan of the Stride Breaker. I like that additional bit of utility, its access onto the backline, especially in this game. If Astralis is sitting there thinking, okay, if we kill Caps, we win the fight, I think a Stride Breaker can help the Renekton get on top of this champion, lock him down, because if he procs that phase rush, he is one speedy wizard, and he is very difficult to kill.
Definitely will help. And of course, just tracking in general how they want to execute. In the last fight, we didn't really get to see much from Zanzara. He had an okay early game. Now looking to take over to level 11, but he's fallen behind a lot. It looks like maybe donating some of his CS over to his respective laners.
Sorry, I just had this really random thought of Rise riding rollerblades, you know, because he gets so
That's
much
what it looks like, though, when he
right? That's what I'm saying. So like roller disco Rise, you know, he's just got that okay, rolling around.
You make a lot of requests in Zervers. Zervers, my only request, if we get a replay where Caps zooms, give us a slow-mo of the zoom. Once the phase rush is procced and he's got, you know, he's got the Nikes on, he's going a million miles an hour, just give us the slow-mo. We just need to analyze it. Is he just rollerblading? That's what we have to find out.
We know a fight is about to happen. The 4th Drake of the game will be spawning in 10 seconds time, and Astralis cannot afford to give this one up. If they do, this game suddenly becomes a lot harder than it already is. They are not in a great position right now. G2 have control over the river. The package is there. White Knight TP flank from behind.
Reckless could potentially be in trouble. The Stride Breaker is going to be here. He's going to try to immediately proc, but the snare is flawlessly timed for Reckless, and now he's just going to get one shot, but still the Jar's Fist comes out. There's a bit of healing, but not nearly enough. Now Magic Felix needs to back out. Caps looking maybe for the potential 1v1, but Jessica remains untouched for now. Featherstorm still up and available. They're pulling back. Zanzara leaping forward, though. He wants to take down Wonder. They're shredding through the Gragas. The Gragas still lives. That's the package. The package is knocked Wonder aside, and Wonder can now escape. But still, the damage burning, shredding so much going up against Caps. He's already burned the QSS. Mickey so incredibly low. The rocket going, but it's not the big one. The AoE won't come through. Mickey, clean sidesteps, but he's going to get taken down. Astralis, they've taken access to the pit, but Jankos, can he steal it? Jankos coming over the wall. The snare going in. 1300. They have no vision in the pit. That looks like Zanzar is going to be able to grab it, but now Jankos is in no man's land. Double TP's coming in. Jessica potentially going to be in trouble here. Oh no, he's trapped in the pit, and here comes Wonder. All that gold, but the flash out. The Featherstorm goes the wrong way, but it might not matter. Jessica now on their retreat. Zanzar needs to body block. Jessica trying to back off, but it just feels like there's too much. There's absolutely no way he can get out of this one. The Cloud Gift! 1, 2, he's looking for one more, but the third shot for Reckless will find the shutdown, and now Magic Felix has to hightail it out of there. The body slam flash. Now Caps on the way in. He's trying to move out the Immortal Shield bow. It's ticking away, and there's no hope left for Magic Felix. Wonder's gonna finish the job.
Whew, at the very least, Astralis will deny the Infernal Soul from G2, but it's going to cost them their lives. G2 continue to chase for kills. I don't think Reckless is going to be able to chase down this sneaky Scorpion. We'll get a bit of damage down. We'll delay that potential execute. The towers will finish the job for him. But because G2 were chasing all those kills, they will not go for Baron. So overall, I'd say net win for Astralis. They'll have another shot at being able to turn this game around. And this TP flank looked good on paper, and execution did not go the way that Astralis wanted to. Great ultimate from Wonder to deny the follow-up from Astralis. And they're thinking, okay, we have numbers advantage, we can commit to this. But this is when Zanzara comes up clutch. He realizes that Wonder on the front line, a little overextended, immediately shut him down. And then MagiFelix just buys time. He says, come chase me, G2. Focus me instead of my team. And he's able to split them up. That means that Astralis can attack from the south while MagiFelix pokes from the north. Beautiful execution from him to be able to, again, just buy time for his team to allow them to secure the Drake. And Jankos, he tries to go in for the steal, but unfortunately for him, does not get it. And then, of course, the double TP re-engage means that G2 is able to clean this fight up and get themselves a bunch of kills. But as I said, Astralis, I feel, were the overall winners here by getting themselves a little bit more time.
And Jessica does his best here to try to go for the outplay. Of course, in the meantime, we did see Baron taken down.
Oh, it did end up going down?
Did it not end up going? I was just...
Oh, I didn't even see a pit.
It was in the corner.
I completely missed the corner.
It's fine.
The net win for G2.
One of us will learn to watch the other part of the screen. Clearly, we're not responsible enough to watch two different sections.
Yeah. I was just looking at the team fight there. Yeah, so as I was saying, net win for G2. Yeah. Re-engage now for Promiscu.
All right, Promiscu now knocked back, gonna find the stun immediately under Reckless. A little bit more tankiness as he uses the locket, but he is now just going to get taken down. Manages almost to make it out with the Zenith play, but White Knight now dashing in is gonna get punted back into the back line. Jessica uncontested now. White Knight gonna try to flash out to safety, and that's Wonder taken down. White Knight immediately gonna get picked off by Reckless's ultimate, and Jessica on the retreat here is Mickey maybe looking to just take out some anger on that minion.
I think he was trying to close the gap, but in isolation, definitely entertaining. G2 will come off the back of another fight victorious, and now they're looking to push in these waves. They're not going to be able to control top, so instead they'll play through mid and bot. They want to try and sync them up. I imagine they'll leave Rise. Mickey now a little overextended.
Reckless able to walk it out of that one. Now the potential re-engage. Jankos could come over the wall. He's waiting. That's the immediate Cataclysm, but Corki does so much damage. They actually have the tools to follow back up. It looks like they do as Caps is on the side. Oh no, it's the one-shot police. Time to go, MagiFelix. He is going to be able to make it out of that one, and just barely waddling his way here. If Caps gets too aggressive, maybe there's the potential for a turn, but Astralis it's just blood in the water. G2 are relentless now. They've gotten the Baron. We went from just about dead even game to almost a 10k gold lead for G2. 8k, the Baron buff, triple dragon, and now they're going to break open the inhibitor line.
Caps was a speedy wizard before, but now he's a scary one that he's completed his wizard's hat. That is a lot of damage coming off the back of that level 17 rise. 9, 1, and 4. They played for him in the early game, and he definitely returned the favor, carrying a lot of these team fights in favor of G2, and really good use of the teleports in later game fights. Astralis, though, I feel like that they have put up a great fight, but because G2 were able to get that Baron after the Drake, because they've had so much Drake control, they haven't really been able to hold on to any major advantage. Let's see Caps in this 1v2 now.
He already used his QSS, but no, he's just so fast. Yes, observers, yes, he's like lightning. He is rollerblading.
That's not fair. He used the QSS. That was Zanzara's time to shine. He finally could ult someone with the QSS. Oh, but he's just so fast.
He's just too fast. Caps, like grease lightning. Speeding off into the distance. That's what that movie's about, right?
Yeah, it's not even called Grease Lightning, but yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's what that movie's about, Betty. Speeding off.
There are rollerblades in that one. I'm sure there are.
I'm just saying, you better shape up, because Zanzara needs a carry, and right now his heart is set on Jeskla. That's a reference to the movie Grease Lightning.
I got it.
Oh, okay, good. Just the package is available for Magifelix. Jeskla does a lot of damage, but it's all going to be about execution. And Cap still has Flash somehow. I don't know if that just came up or if he had it through that entire play, but that's going to be Infernal Soul just gone, just in an instant.
Yeah, just gone. I think Astralis don't feel confident enough to fight right now, but they're kind of running out of windows to fight. Perhaps they're relying on G2 making a mistake, but well, to be fair, that's not the craziest of expectations. G2 do often make mistakes.
Pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Jeskla, though, wow. I mean, Mickey's very squishy, right? But still.
Yeah. Good damage. It will force the ultimate out as well, so that one of the engaged tools in G2 will now disappear. Hex Flash.
Hex Flash. Ulti.
Oh.
Sliding and gliding there for a Wonder to make it out.
Poor Zanzara, though. He's only level 12. I mean, just look at the level difference between Astralis and G2 right now. I can't really blame them for being hesitant to fight. They're also going up against the Infernal Soul, but Zanzara, anyone that he ults, Zanzara has a good chance of just getting melted himself. Remember, he's primarily itemized magic resistance, but even though Reckless had a rough early game, still does a lot of damage. Actually very close in terms of itemization to that of Jeskla. Couple of fun emotes. Jankos and Caps just chilling in the bush.
I feel like Jankos has to be here for moral support, because I don't think that there's anyone who's not just dead if Caps is hiding in that bush. You know, this is just like the pat on the back, thumbs up. Now he's gone. Oh, Stridebreaker's gonna try to find the stun.
I don't think he needed to leave. I mean, I know why he did, because I think he got vision on Jeskla and Promiscu. But yeah, it's really interesting, because Ryze is one of those champions that often when you're split pushing, you want your team to have either vision control for you or to kind of be in a position where they can cover for you, but because of Ryze's ultimate, he doesn't actually need that covering. He can kind of cheat it in some situations, and that's why he was able to get out of that situation. But yeah, I think that Jankos was primarily there just to cover Caps so that he could push the lane as deep as he did. You can now see that he's sitting isolated, his ultimate not available, so this is kind of where he's most at risk. If Astralis were to look for a pick, that could be it.
Zanzara now pulling him back to follow up. The stun manages to hit him on the way through. Well played, and now Wonder's just been infinitely CC'd. The execution there for Astralis is so consistently clean on those CC combos.
And that's that small window that Astralis were looking for. They get that pick. The problem is, even though Baron is spawning soon, and that's kind of the play they want to go for. They want to try and force a numbers advantage.
Oh, Reckless in trouble. Jeskla on the hunt. Feathers fly. Jeskla wants to pull them back, but it's the curtain call, and it's curtains for Jeskla as Mickey manages to grab the kill, and in the meantime, it's Caps on the bottom side, and now everything has collapsed in that instance for Astralis. Jeskla dead for 50 seconds. Caps relentlessly pushing in the bottom lane, but maybe they can turn it. Maybe, just maybe, Jankos now in trouble. Do not forget Magifelix. Magifelix does so much damage. Reckless, 2 shots left, hoping to find that 4th shot finish, but now it is Jankos getting taken down. There's no creep wave left for Caps. Yes, he finds the kill onto White Knight, but he cannot end the game yet. Creep wave coming in, teleport being used, Reckless alone in the mid lane, Promiscu backing off, but Caps must retreat. Caps has to back away, and Zanzara, as much as he wants to step forward, this is so risky. The potential for Caps to turn the flash forward, he's gonna one-shot him, and now he's just phase rushing his way out of there. He has to dodge everything, he has to sidestep. He's moving, the TP now coming in, Caps, the QSS, but it's not enough. Magifelix still does so much damage, and Wonder's realizing it. Maybe though, with Reckless collapsing, maybe it is enough, but still, it's just a bloodbath. Nobody really gaining any greater advantage.
Whew! That was a very long skirmish, I think is the word I would use. Kills going across the board. Look, Jeskala's back alive again. Remember how this play started? Jeskala tried to get a pick onto Reckless in the mid lane. Unfortunately for him, Reckless's support was there to cover for him. With the help of Mickey, they were able to push Jeskala back, get his summoners out, but that's kind of where the chaos ensued? That's not the word.
Yeah,
ensued.
It's Welsh. Just tell people it's Welsh.
Yeah,
There's like
Welsh.
5 people who correct you in the chat.
G2 were able to get the bot lane inhibitor, and they were able to open up the mid lane one as well. But let's have a look back here. Of course, they already took the mid lane inhibitor. Forgive me on that one. But this is where Jessica tried to get that pick on Reckless. I respect this aggression. I don't think he had vision on Mickey, and he saw a window. And I think it was a good play, but because Mickey was there, like, he almost even was able to get the kill onto Mickey. I really like how Jessica has been playing this game, but unfortunately the play did not pan out. And then while this was happening, like, Astralis saw a good opportunity to turn this fight in their favor in the mid lane. They get a kill onto both Jankos and Mickey, but Caps just does so much damage in the side lane. He gets himself an inhibitor, he gets himself the solo kill, and then this is where the chase down starts from Astralis. And of course, after all of this, because Astralis kind of had to put their base back together, G2 is able to get themselves...
Okay, just take us live.
Just take us live.
Take us live. Thank you. That was a long replay. It was a long fight. I like walking through every moment of it. But in the meantime, G2, of course, got the Baron in that replay, and Zanzara is now going to be in trouble. If Jessica steps forward to body block, he'll be slowed and potentially vulnerable to Wonder's follow-up. That said, Reckless's ult now down. No greater advantages, but it's about survival now for Astralis. They need to hold on for the assault coming in from G2.
I'd like to see someone from G2 just pushing that top wave, but they don't have any teleport, which is probably the main reason why they want to stay together. Just secure this inhibitor. If they want to, they can rotate back to top and then have all three taken down. Here comes the flank TP again from White Knight.
This is bold. They're betting it all on this play, or they'll both just walk away. They're both just going to walk
away. The angle wasn't good for White Knight. He wanted to try it, but it didn't pan out. Root comes down.
Ooh, Invidious, I mean, it's so tense. It feels like G2 are so set to win, and it's just one more thing that they need to do. But Astralis have been fighting back so successfully in these skirmishes and in these fights that the dream in me is still alive. I can see the potential for the comeback. Felix and Jessica are both just so strong.
Are you looking at those numbers on your screen?
Yeah, okay. I see the Infernal Soul. I see that. I'm not telling you it's easy. I'm saying the dream is alive. The dream is, you know, in the ICU, the beeps are infrequent, but the dream is alive, Vedius. That's all. That's my only point.
Can someone on Astralis resuscitate them? Can they bring them back from the brink? The Elder Dragon could be that opportunity.
Maybe, just maybe. For now, though, G2 getting the start up, they're going to be uncontested. They do so much damage to this major objective, and there's still Caps on the side lane, always offering that pressure point. Felix is going to leap in, going to knock him out of the ultimate. Felix is going to get the 1v1 for his Caps! Okay, 4K now. Felix still alive under the side lane. Astralis, they maybe smell blood in the water, but again, G2 can just back off here. G2 do not need to overextend this. They still have a massive advantage. They don't need to risk it all. But Astralis, maybe they feel like this is their last opportunity, their last shot.
They're just buying time, waiting for Felix to arrive. He's almost there.
5K. Reckless with the ultimate. They need somebody to body block. Not doing too much damage at this stage. Felix trying to find a way to the backside. Mickey X going to get the knockback. Jessica still uncontested. Felix on the flank, but the minions are pushing into the base. G2, they're going to need a TP if they want to come out on top of this one. But Reckless, now legendary. That shot's coming through. Jessica's off to the backside. Mickey buying as much space as he can. The Infernal Soul not going to be enough. But still, Astralis are not coming out on top. The front line from G2 is just playing this too well. Still, Reckless untouched. Who gets the Infernal? It's G2. The minions are in the base. G2 have gotten the Infernal, and whatever hope was left for Astralis has certainly died now. It's a triple for Wonder, a flawless fight for G2, and a game to their name.
I don't know how they did it, but G2 in a 4 versus 5 were able to stall the Elder Drake and still come out on top. They will look to secure this game. It was messy, it was bloody, but it was back and forth till the very end. G2 will look to take down Astralis. After they do what they always do, which is, you know, get themselves a bunch of kills on the
Oh, counterplay here.
They're not getting this kill. What are they doing?
It's like the halftime show, you know, between the games for the G2 fans.
There it is.
Wow, that was a lot of damage. Astralis versus G2. Have to say, 1, G2 still very good at team fighting. 2, Astralis, some really great moments. The 1v1 solo kill from Felix on the side lane. I feel like every game we see something good from this guy, and it's a step in the right direction. But that said, G2, for now, in sole control of first place at 8-2. We'll see if Rogue can tie things up later in the day, but overall a pretty solid win, albeit a bit of a messy one.
Yeah, I think that that's kind of what you come to expect from G2. Often they prioritize the kills over the objectives, and they do get a lot of kills. There were, 45 kills in 39 minutes that game. And we had fights that spanned over, like a minute or two. It was pretty crazy.
It was insane. LEC on Twitter is where you're going to go for Kia player of the game. Caps, Reckless, Mickey, those are your options. I'm just saying, the Venn diagram of people who had their 301st game and who should win Kia Pog is a circle. Just letting you know at home.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Man made a lot of space for people to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey roamed mid, got Caps ahead. You know, Mickey saved his AD carry multiple times. Mickey did a lot that game. You know?
Give some love. Medic's not here on the desk to shill for support, so that's, I guess, my job, so I'm shilling.
Or you can just give it to the 2 carries that you always give it to in Caps and Reckless. That is also a choice.
I mean, there's really, the options are limitless. All right, well, our next game features a matchup between the 2 mainstays in the bot lane as Kabe and Hansama go toe-to-toe in Rogue versus Misfits.
welcome back to the LEC after this bloodbath of a game. G2 won in the end, and I have Caps with me to talk about the game. Caps, you were laughing in the end. What was that about?
I mean, it was just like a really crazy game. I think there was a lot of laughing throughout the game, and especially the end, because it was kind of like I just kind of died right before Elder, right, and it was looking like a bit grim, but my team smurfed it in the end. And I think someone said something funny. I'm not sure, but it was a fun game, that's for sure. There was a lot of fighting this one, and yeah, that's always fun to play.
Always nice to have a bit of fun in the end, but I'm wondering, you guys had a 10k gold lead at some point, and I know that it was a lot of back and forth with a lot of scaling options for the opponent, but why did it take such a long time for you guys to close out the game?
That's a good question. I mean, I think we were going a bit too deep. Like all of us wanted to like kill them. I mean, I was like really strong this game, so I really wanted to invade as many camps as possible. And I think sometimes it went a bit too far. I was trying to do the doing B hack CS, but it didn't really work out, unfortunately. And sometimes we just really wanted to go on them. We had like a lot of engage with like Alistar and Jarvan, and also like Gragas with like the chem tank. So we just wanted to perma fight them. And I mean, sometimes we maybe should just have like played for Baron or played for Drake. But you know, it's it's more fun if we can just like fight them a bit. And I think that's kind of what we went for this time around. And you know, in the end, we won it. So.
It is more fun, indeed. But I mean, as you said, you had an outstanding performance on Ryze. The community agrees here because you had the player of the game. And I see that Ryze is becoming a trending champion for G2. You played the champion 3 times now. Can you tell me a bit more about the priority of the pick for you and G2?
Yeah, I think Ryze is pretty strong right now. I mean, this game specifically, they had like the Corgi, right? Which Ryze has always been like at least like a pretty good early game counter to Corgi, because Corgi is kind of weak early and then kind of leaves Ryze with a lot of free lanes to like either roam or like in this game I was just farming a lot of camps, so I got really strong because Corgi doesn't really pressure me. So I just basically got to farm a bunch, and then I also wanted to fight a bunch, which happened a bit later in the game. Maybe sometimes it was a bit in, but it worked out.
It did work out, and we didn't get time to talk about you actually since the season started, but with Reckless joining, I feel like your role changed a bit, because when you look at stats, he is responsible for 40% of the damage for the team, which is huge if people don't know, but which means that you may have a different role, but you still play the same champions as last year, which is champions that can impact side lanes mostly. So do you think your role changed since Reckless joined, or is it still the same?
Maybe a little bit, but realistically I think it's more just like about like what champions I play and what champions that everyone on my team plays. I guess maybe Reckless plays like some different champions than Perks, but Perks also play like different champions throughout different like metas, and same with Reckless. So I don't know if the change necessarily with Reckless joining or if it changed with the meta shifting, but definitely I think I've had kind of like a laid out split so far. I feel like my team has been smurfing a lot, so I've kind of just like been making sure that I don't eat too much, which has not always worked, but they still manage to carry, so that's nice.
Yeah, you'll get your time to shine later. You're having fun for now, and that's what counts. But Caps, thank you so much for the interview for now, and have a good evening.
Thank you for having me. You too.
You're welcome, and we're going to take a break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for Misfits versus Rogue. Stay tuned.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
the LEC, Misfits versus Rogue. Is anyone else really in love with that, like, doom, doom, doom?
Yeah, I've been jamming all day. We've got Weatherman come, you know.
Ender's just like sliding up and down. I'm like, okay, all right.
This guy misses partying, but we have a party right here. We have...
Hey, that was smooth. I like that.
You should just let it breathe. We have Misfits and Rogue, a matchup which two League of Legends, exactly, LEC, League of Legends legends, against each other as Kobbe and Hansama fight to keep their spot amongst the top bot laners in the LEC. I love the story of both these guys because it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they still have something to show us. There's a lot that is left undiscovered about where they can go with their career and with their results. And I want to talk about how they've been doing so far.
Yeah, I think both of them have super interesting storylines. Kobbe obviously going over to an A, then returning, and then defending that he's one of the best bot laners. Before that, no question, no doubt, 100% he was one of the best. And Hansama always somebody for me that was flying under the radar. And even now, I was like, I realized he's actually playing bot lane for Rogue, and he's doing it very consistently. Yeah. They're playing it on the top. Like, I never equated Hansama with being the best bot laner because we have so good bot laners. So yeah, awesome stuff, really.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm sort of left wanting a little bit more with this new Misfits bot lane, because like expectations are when you put Vander next to Kobbe, like that's going to be one of the best bot lanes that we have in the region, and yet they haven't necessarily delivered. Their laning has been all right, but I thought the most interesting stat to me was how do they impact their team. So I went and looked, and you look at Kobbe and Vander, and they have some of the lowest kill participations in the league. Kobbe ranks 8th among ADCs with 56%, and I believe Vander ranks at wait, no, I got this wrong.
Oh my God, you completely... Wait.
Sorry.
Wait. Okay, start over.
Okay, I got this. 10th place for Kobbe, 8th place for Vander. And ultimately what I'm trying to say here is that these two players were supposed to be influencing the team a whole lot more. Maybe the stats have actually changed since I...
But how is he 11th?
This is confusing.
Okay, listen, we're never doing stats on our game. No, but the fact of the matter is that they aren't getting involved as much in Misfits as a team, and I think Misfits as a team isn't really stepping up, so it's probably the question as to how is it both fitting in. And I am also left wanting about Vander specifically coming into the league, and going into the league in terms of Misfits and what he can do for that team.
Yeah, exactly, because I was so shocked when he wasn't on Rogue again this year, because I thought he was one of our strongest support players just last year, and then he's gone, and now he has to go up and face against them, and he has to find that same impact he had last year.
I apologize. This segment is a whole mess. I think I have a potato in my mouth. The stats didn't come out right, but what I do want to drive home is that this is a bot lane matchup to watch, and especially what you touched on, Hansama, an incredible story of a guy who, as I said, was always considered good at some moments, very good. But I feel like the play that he showed with Trimby so far this season has been some of the best I've ever seen from him.
Yeah, especially because Rogue, before that already in scrims, was rumored to be one of the strongest, and I think the bot lane is not lagging behind to the rest of them. Obviously, Inspired and Larsen are like kind of the shining stars, and they come from the year before. They've been building themselves up, and I mean, their stats are incredible. I think they're in the top 5 of the best KDA in our region, so yeah, I mean, they're doing fantastic. So Hansama, I think, right now is just outshined by these two, but I would like really to put more focus on him, because I think in LEC, probably our bot laners are one of the most stacked roles, and he's up there, you know, he's at the absolute top of our standing. So yeah, congratulations to him. I want to see more of him, and I will, you know, for the next game especially look out for him.
I will as well. Eyes on the bot lane. Vander versus an old team. The game is packed with great storylines. Let's see if it can deliver on the Rift.
This is why I never use stats. I'm never doing it again.
Take it away, please, casters. We don't deserve our jobs. Yes.
But I'm the coach.
I'm going to keep going, guys. This is great. I'm enjoying it. As is our audience. Shock said there was a party here, Vedius. We are very happy to be part of that party. I'm Medic, this is Vedi. We are here for the final 2 games of the day.
Yeah, and this one should be a banger. Misfits in much need of a win. Rogue is, of course, a difficult team to take that win off of.
Yep.
But that team has lost before. Unfortunately, only against Schalke and G2.
Yeah.
So definitely going to be an uphill battle. As kind of was said about the last 3 games of the day, it was a battle between the top of the standings and the bottom. Last game, there was a banger. Astralis did put up a good fight. It was very back and forth, very skirmish heavy. The question is, can Misfits do the same? Now, we know that they're a skirmish heavy team. We know they love to fight. And what we know most of all is that this music gets Medic and I ready to go.
We got to be locked in.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, Betty. Are you ready, Betty?
I'm ready, Betty.
It's Betty, and we're ready for the games.
Let's go!
And into the draft we go. Misfits on the blue side, Rogue on the red. We are still on 11.3. All of you guys who tried to play solo queue last night but weren't able to may have noticed the client itself is 11.4. So you are a patch ahead of us. We are still playing on the patch where champions like Samira are still really strong.
Certainly are. And it seems that so far, in terms of the bans, they are what we expect for the current meta. Azir going to be taken off the board, denied from Larson. In my opinion, I'm going to say I think that he is the best Azir player in Europe. Ooh. In the past, he was already known as a very good Azir player, but I think that right now, in my opinion, he is the best Azir in Europe. And if I was to ban this champion against anyone, it would 100% be Larson. So I respect it from the side of Misfits. Meanwhile, Rogue actually pinching the AD carry role, taking some of these scaling ADs away from Kobe. We know that Misfits prefer that skirmish style. We know that Kobe is more of a fan of things like the Xayah. The question is, will Rogue choose to take that away as well and really pinch this pool?
There's one thing I really love when you see AD carries pinched against Rogue, and that's the fact that Hun Summer is known for one particular AD carry.
He's not going to play Draven.
Draven is always an option. He probably won't play it, but it excites me, Vedius, that there is a possibility of a Draven because things like the Kai'Sa and the Senna and the Kalista are banned away.
So Udyr is up and available, so is the Thresh. I imagine that one of these two champions will be locked in right now. I think that Udyr is still very, very strong, even after the nerfs on 11.3.
Razok has played it once already this split, and there it is. Very good prediction.
Honestly, even if you've only played it a few times, not that hard to play. Very straightforward jungler. And we already heard the analyst test talking about it at the beginning of the day. Creates a lot of chaos, very difficult to deal with. Now I imagine, honestly, Thresh Aphelios. I think that when that bot lane is open, it is a bot lane that Rogue will happily go for. It gives you great scaling. It's very powerful in the 2 versus 2. And we know here in Europe, supports love Thresh. They think that it is very strong and kind of just, it doesn't have a bad matchup, seems to be the general consensus.
That's the thing about Thresh. Firstly, good into most other supports. Secondly, if you fall behind, Thresh can just be a lantern bot. Like, he can just stand and be like, okay, you go clear the wave, AD carry. I'll stand back here and get you safe in case the enemy jungler is coming. Instead of the Aphelios, though, Lilia will be picked up here for Inspired.
Okay, I think that's perfectly fine as well. I was debating if they could save the jungler for a little bit later, but for now, they're going to keep their cards close to their chest. And already great options from both sides. The question is, what direction will Misfits go now? They could just lock in their support. Of course, a lot of AD carries have been banned away, so maybe they want to try and deny the Aphelios. I think it's a little dangerous because I don't think it's the best blind pickable bot lane unless you pair it up with something like a Thresh. But they are going to go for their mid lane pick, Orianna, with both Azir and Zoe banned away. The natural response is something like a Syndra.
Yeah.
So I think that we know that Vito is a big Syndra player. He probably feels pretty comfortable in this matchup. So they're thinking, hey, this is a probably fairly safe blind. And Rel may very well be the next lock-in. I'm surprised that she's actually gotten this far in the draft, you know, with so many strong picks actually left open. It seems like she is going to be the answer for Vander in the bot lane.
Yeah, Rel Orianna, obviously just such a strong combo. We can team it up with an Udyr. There's the Aphelios that you were talking about, Vedia. So Rogue's still on the same page as you, if about 2 minutes slower than your mental capacity. But I do like the Rel.
Wait, what?
Yeah, basically, maybe, you know, they just listened to you a little bit late, right?
Okay,
it took their brains an extra minute to get there.
Yeah, right.
And your brain was there. You're seven-heading the absolute monkey out of this.
Yeah, okay.
And Rogue a little bit slower. There's the Jace ban from Rogue as we get into the second phase. Of course, AD carries could be banned away here by Rogue. We don't see one picked up by Misfits as of yet.
Because Xayah right now is what I'm thinking for Misfits.
Yep.
I think that when you pair it up with something like a Rel, a very strong 2v2, especially in the early laning phase. Excuse me. And I think that, because I'm thinking about what other AD carries you could even go. Because the problem is, you don't want something that's too short range that kind of wants to dive into the Aphelios. Right now, I actually quite like what Misfits has. I think Ude can be a little challenging to play into an Aphelios, but Orianna, Rel, I think that what they do and what they offer, especially if the Aphelios doesn't have flash, can be very effective. And, oh, really good ban. I love the Ashe ban, because that's another one. Very long range, able to keep its distance, stay away from the Aphelios, basically, and make things difficult. So you're kind of thinking maybe a Caitlyn. I don't like Caitlyn right now in the current meta, but Xayah is the other big one that I'm thinking of for the bot lane of Misfits.
I do like the Tristana and the Lucian bans away here by Misfits. Good matchups into the Orianna in the mid lane. I was going to mention it on the last round, but of course we saw the Aphelios pick straight away there. Now Rogue could look, well, will probably look to their mid laner here. They know what they're facing up into. It's the Orianna. And as you said, the Syndra, very possible, but instead...
Blind? Nah.
Nah, yeah, Nah blind is surprising, because usually you say, well, we have the final pick of the draft, we'll just take a counter pick there.
Yes, I agree with you, Medic. I would have wanted to give Odoamne a counter pick here, but we do know that he is the weak side king, after all, so he may very well just say, you know what, just give me Nah. It's generally a pretty good matchup, unless Herrick is going to play something like Irelia. I think that he's likely going to be feeling pretty comfortable in that top lane matchup. Camille is the only other one that I think Herrick could be quite scary on. We know that he's comfortable on the champion, but Samira, I'm a little skeptical with. I know that in the early laning phase, you should have a lot of power, a lot of agency, and if you can snowball it, great. But this champion is all about closing the gap, getting in range, and that is kind of Aphelios' comfort zone. That's exactly what you want to do.
There is the Camille for Herrick. Something we've seen him play so many times already, the split. I will say, like, the Blade Whirl, the movable Wind Wall might help here for Samira against the Aphelios, because you step into him and he only has projectiles.
I mean, yes, but I mean, like, she would block one 12 shuriken block, and then the next 12 shuriken block would come through. So I'm kind of even more confused, to be honest, the fact that they, you know, we talked about the Syndra pick earlier, they saved it for last pick, but because I don't think that this is the worst matchup for Odoamne in the top lane. It's just going to get harder as the game progresses, right? So I think we have some really interesting comps, because I don't think... I like Rogue scaling, but I also think that Misfits have answers for some of the things that Rogue have drafted. They can play on a side lane with the Camille. They do have a very powerful wombo combo with Samira, Orianna, and Darrell. So I think Misfits do have options. A lot of it's just going to come the back of how does the early game go. If they can get an early game advantage, I think that they're in a great position. But if they're kind of even, we know Rogue are just very good at executing upon their win conditions. We know they know how to play from a neutral point in the game and then accelerate their goal lead. So in terms of experience, like, you seem to kind of give the benefit of the doubt to the Rogue, but we'll see how they stack up as we get into game against Misfits.
I still miss the Let It Out
Yeah, I'm
song.
not sure where that went away. Kevin just pinged him.
Kevin said it was Kevin who messed it up. Can't believe you do that, Kevin. We're going to have words after this. So, Vedi, we talked a little bit about how Misfits have a comp that, if it gets ahead in the early game, it can really take the game away from Rogue, but...
They do, of course, have some scaling options as well, because mainly in a side lane, I think, is where they have a really big opportunity to outscale, and the wombo combo is the big thing that we're going to be keeping track of, right? But I think that their comp does very well if you can get it ahead, particularly this bot lane. Rogue looking to get an early edge.
Vanda's going to try and get the flip back here onto Trimby. Gets a bit of damage down. Aftershock's going to pop, but you can see Vanda already down to half HP. And Unsummer with the Calibrum just ripping through the Rel.
Yeah, I understand the idea there, wanted to get that early trade, but definitely did not go in their favor. Ooh, interesting pathing here from Inspired. Thank you for highlighting this, observers. So Inspired went from his Raptors straight into Razork's Raptors, taking advantage of this path that Razork did. The typical path from an Udyr is always a full clear, you know? So you go from reds into Krugs into full clear. You can then also do the same thing with the blue into bot side clear if you want to path that way. And Inspired just took advantage of that. It's a really good awareness from him. He's obviously been praised a lot throughout the split, and once again seeing some of that brilliance that you get from the Rogue jungle.
But then Razork even dodged the ward that had been placed by his Razorbeaks. Blast cones back out of the back of the red pit and then works his way up towards blue. So although Rogue know that the Razorbeaks have been taken, they don't have an exact idea of where Razork is on the map.
Quite true, quite true. So a little bit of information not shared with everyone. And you can see Vito also being punished in that mid lane matchup. Doing okay in terms of the farm. Very good trade there from Hirit. Even though he's a level down, he's now actually threatening a kill onto Odoamne, and he's not happy right now. I'm not sure exactly what happened in the laning phase, but you can see that Hirit has a huge health advantage, also has the biscuits, and Razork is on the top side, but because of Inspired's path, he's now pathing back up towards the top side. But that's not going to stop Odoamne from going back to base. He knows that his jungler's not going to get there in time. His wave is in too much of an awkward spot, so huge props to Hirit there, playing that 1v1 very well.
And props, of course, to Hansama in the bottom lane, developing this gold, the CS lead over Kobe. After that initial trade from Vander and Kobe, Razork's going to run towards mid here. He's looking for the double crab. Inspired has given up the ghost on this one, gone up towards the top side. Razork gets the push with VTO. VTO can now back and teleport in if needed, and the bottom side crab is available for the Udyr.
So objectives, or jungle objectives rather, traded early on. I like this from Razork. Once again, good awareness. We've got a lot of very good junglers here in Europe, and Razork is one of those players that when we look at Misfits, it's kind of been one of the standouts. His Gray's performance last week was, of course, a very good one against G2. I do think that he's been a little inconsistent sometimes, in that sometimes he overextends. We've seen him getting caught out trying to steal jungle camps. Sometimes we've seen him try to start fights that don't pan out the way that we want for his team. But one thing you can say for certain is that he's kind of the front man and making things happen for Misfits. He's someone that you always keep track of who can be a big carry, especially in what was the jungle carry meta. And you know that if Misfits is going to have a lead, that Razork is going to be responsible for it in some way.
He is always in the thick of the action, and that's where Misfits have thrived this season. When they have won, it's been lots of skirmishes, lots of kills, lots of these 3v3, 4v4 fights that have allowed them to take the game by the scruff of the neck. And a lot of the time, it's been Hirit TPing away from his lane into these plays. So we'll keep an eye on him as he gets up towards the level 6. Inspired already has his eyes on the top lane as he works his way up here. Hirit very low, Swellseed goes wide, and the wall jump will be there. Razork thinks he can take this one on, but 1v2 right now. The smite comes down. Razork with the bear stun. Odoamne quite low. Does have the flash to get away. Razork's so low himself. Inspired can trade back in. Watch out. Eep as Hirit gets caught out. Odoamne flashes away. Hirit, though, it should fall. Gets underneath the tower, but burns to the final tick.
Wow. That was a very aggressive trade from Razork. I think that he overcommitted there. We talked about it seconds ago. Razork, if action is going to happen, he's going to be at the forefront of it, and he thought that in that situation, the 2 versus 2 was in their favor, but he took way too much damage at the start of the fight, and Rogue were able to use their chase down power. Lilia and Gnar, very good at chasing someone that is trying to escape, and they're able to get themselves first blood, so this early game already going in Rogue's favor.
Yeah, it's beginning to look a lot like a typical Rogue early game. 1 or 2 kills on the board, but a sizable gold lead. Already 1,000 ahead, only the 6-minute mark, and a lot of that comes through CS. Look at mid lane. Larson already 18 farm ahead of his lane opponent. You can see in the bottom lane as well, there's a 5 to 10 CS lead for Hansama, and he's been able to get a full Noon Quiver on his back to only the Vampiric Scepter from Kobe.
Yeah, it's crazy because a lot of interesting interactions happening across the board. We've been paying a lot of attention to the jungle, but as you rightly said, that level 1 trade in the bot lane has kind of snowballed into Hansama and Trimby building this huge advantage in the 2 versus 2 bot. Now the supports are leaving their lanes after their first reset, looking to try and impact the map. Already tier 2 boots completed for Trimby as well. And now top lane advantage gained for Rogue. Let's see, Hope does land.
Ignite goes down onto Razork as well. As you can see, Larson comes in, unleash power, just about enough mana to get the kill on the Udyr. Inspired looking for the chase here, does have the Losing Lullaby, but won't connect with VTO.
Oh, and once again, Rogue find themselves another pick. That was Razork looking to try and contest for that bot lane Scuttle Crab, but the duo of Hansama and Trimby had already rotated up through the lane and were able to catch him off guard. So very well played by them. And it's just that calculated control playstyle that we often see from Rogue. Not being too over-aggressive, they're just kind of waiting for you to make a decision, and then they're responding accordingly. If you are somewhere that you're not supposed to be, trust me, Rogue will punish you for it.
And right now they're in a commanding position in this game. As an Ocean Dragon up, you can see double control wards down in that bottom side river for Rogue. Hansama already level 6 here, has the Moonlight Vigil. Can just harass Vander down underneath this tower, puts down a little sentry to help them get this second place, and just so much pressure. Razork doesn't have flash, remember, on this Udyr. He's running the Ghost, and that's still on cooldown, so he won't be able to get into this action anytime soon.
But look at the minimap as well. You can see that Inspired is already on the bot side. Hansama knows that his...
Flash in, there's the stun. Hansama going to try and get away, uses the flash, but the chase is on, and the trigger has been pulled. Kobe with his first kill of the game. Inspired coming down here as well as Rogue walk their way back up the river.
I was just about to say Hansama feels like he's safe because his jungler is on his side of the map, but he was not expecting this flash engage from Misfits, where they're able to get a much-needed kill in this early game, and it did go into Kobe's back pocket. So this bot lane matchup that the analyst desk was talking about starting to get a little bit spicy as Misfits answer back.
Just such a great engage from Vander. You can see he has the experience not only of Rel, but also playing with Hansama on Rogue last year. You could tell he knew that Hansama was just that little bit too far forward and immediately went in for the engage. And as we see VTO work his way up towards the top lane, Odoamne doesn't have flash, but used the Gnar just to knock the Orianna into the wall. And that's one of those situations where, in all honesty, both Hansama and Trimby were just a little bit too greedy. Like, Trimby could have stepped back, had a Lantern in a good position, and as soon as Hansama's flashed on, the Lantern's down, they get the hell out of there. But just a little bit too greedy trying to get that extra plate under the Misfits bottom lane tower.
I will say Hansama, this split has definitely been more aggressive than I think we've seen for a while. As a player, I think that I remember when he was playing on Misfits, one of the things he talked about was how he couldn't play like himself. He felt like he had to be a leader, a shot caller, a voice, and it was harder for him. And then last year, he focused a lot more on playing on himself, playing for himself, playing a lot more solo queue, making sure that he can be a carry for his team. And I feel like this year we're seeing a new version of Hansama, which is kind of the original version of Hansama when I think about it, which is very aggressive, wants to trade a lot, almost testing his limits, it seems. And sometimes it has cost his team. You know, I remember that Xayah flash over the wall. Costing that flash actually allowed Schalke to get into the game, secure themselves a Baron in that matchup. But as a player, he's definitely a lot of fun to watch, but also one that teams can punish, which is what Kobe and Vander were able to do in that 2 versus 2.
Rogue just starting up the Rift Hold, but will back away from it as they saw Kobe and Vander working their way up. I think Hansama this season reminds me a lot of you in Valheim, Vedius. It's the idea, like, I will take this troll head on, face first. If I die, I die. Who cares? I can come back and pick up the pieces afterwards.
No, the difference is Hansama would win in that matchup.
Yeah, and you rarely do.
Quite right. But the ambition is shared.
Exactly.
Myself and Hansama, that's for sure. Always about looking to make that play, wanting to show your authority. No troll will stand in my way, and it seems like Hansama feels the same as Razork. In a bit of a precarious position. He's in between 3 different members, but he has found Trimby.
Yeah, already gets the stun onto Trimby. Trimby doesn't have flash, Inspired across the wall. There's the Lantern. Trimby's going to bring him in. There's the play. Razork gets pulled back. VTO on his way up here, as well as the Loathing Lullaby puts the Udyr to sleep, and you can see with a hook, Razork is pulled right back into the waiting arms of Rogue. Moonlight Vigil across the wall. The Gravitum is procced. Hansama looking for the root, gets it first. Attract Repel put from Vander onto Kobe, but Vander has to leap across the wall to try and get away. And the Blade Whirl will just about save Vander's life.
Oh, the flash
Arsene
stun.
jumps forward, and there is enough. Inspired sweeps away the kill.
Okay, so Rogue find themselves 2 quick kills. And again, Razork, like we talk about him, he is that player that, yes, he makes a lot happen for Misfits. He is that forefront, but he was in a position there where, if you looked at the minimap, you could see that, like, okay, I understand this idea. Your mid lane is pushing in, your bot lane is starting to rotate up, but they're not there yet. You've committed to the play too early, and his team cannot support that kind of aggression, especially with Trimby being very respectful. He waits, he knows he has the Lantern, he brings his jungler over the wall, and they're able to get that pick. And notice after they apply the sleep, they don't hard commit. They wait for all the skill shots to be lined up and ready to go, and then they get that quick kill. So very well played from Rogue. Now, all of a sudden, find themselves with a 3k gold lead before the 15-minute mark.
You see Razork's going to try and get some of that lead back by taking this Rift Tower. Just needs a proc on the eye, and it's stolen away. Inspired
gets it. Won't pick up the eye himself, but here's the TP in from Rogue, inspired with the Zhonya's first. Gonna pop that stopwatch. Good shockwave, lands on one. There's a shutdown. Hirit's the one to claim it. Larsen's gonna work his way away as Odoamne's chasing down Razork here. The bear just about able to escape. Trimby on his way up as well, and Hirit will just wall jump across the wall. Trimby gets the eye of the Herald for Rogue.
Okay, so, I mean, 1 kill for Herald, I'd say that's pretty worth it for Rogue. They can use that to potentially funnel more gold into Heart and Summer. The plates are not going to last that long, but after a quick reset and back out on the map, I think that Rogue can take huge advantage of that, especially when that bot tower is already so low. Perhaps it actually makes more sense if they want to get more value out of it, dropping it mid lane, just trying to get as many plates as you can, getting as much gold into your back pocket as possible. Let's see, he's pathing towards mid with the Drake spawning in about 20 seconds. They could drop that mid, use that pressure to then rotate round over to the Dragon, secure that objective, and it's objectives for days for Rogue.
It's exactly what you said earlier on, Vedius. Rogue is just such a patient team, so willing to wait for the opponents to make a mistake, to greedily take a Rift Herald, and then they'll go for the fight. They'll take these advantages. They still have that 2,000 gold lead, and now they're looking for their second Dragon of the game. They're looking for plates in the mid lane, though the Rift Herald does need to go down within about the next 20 seconds or so to get those plates. We'll see if Rogue and Larsen pushes out the wave. Actually looks like Trimby's got to back off, so they might not get plates from this. They do need to use that Rift Herald pretty darn soon if they want to make sure the charge comes in.
Will they use it? That's the question. For the time being, it looks like they're not going to. They can either use it to secure the bot lane tower, or they can use it to secure plates mid. I think they should just drop it mid, personally.
I agree with you. It looks like Trimby's going to work his way up here and do it pretty soon. The wave is relatively pushed.
Will he though?
No. I mean, so the argument is, you stole away a Rift Herald. You paid 300 gold for it because there was a kill onto Inspire. Actually, it was a shutdown, I believe. So it was probably about 450 gold over to Hirit. Can you get 450 gold worth out of this Rift Herald? Now that the plates are down, you don't get it from just taking the tower, but maybe you can get it from taking the tower, what that leads into afterwards.
Honestly,
I don't think
know.
so. Yeah,
I don't know. No.
Here we go. Trimby with the hook. VTO caught out. There's the play coming out as VTO flashes. Razork there as well with the shockwave coming down. VTO has been able to distract Rogue for long enough. Inspired works his way towards the mid lane. Swell Seed goes just that little bit wide. Larsen still has the Unleash power, uses the Scatter the Weak just to knock back VTO.
Okay, well,
this is a really good opportunity to use a Rift Herald.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of like in bated breath. I'm curious as to how he's going to use it, because like I'm happy to acknowledge if I'm wrong. You know, like he didn't use it on the plates. I'm like, cool, okay, maybe there's something I haven't seen. You know, very realistic. So we'll see if. Yeah, and maybe if they use it to like get 2 towers, or maybe they want to use it as a point of pressure for perhaps the next Drake, I'm not sure. But I'm like very attached. I'm like, what is he going to use this Herald for?
I will say, as a support main, if this is me in solo queue, and this is not what's going through Trimby's mind, by the way. If this is me in solo queue, firstly, I've forgotten I've had it and tried to sweep somewhere because I think I have oracles. Or I'm like, hey, empowered recall. Let's go. I can milk this. Okay, we don't need the plates. 4 seconds on my recall. You know how many more ruby crystals I can buy with that time? It's great. There we are. Ah, he swept straight away. He swept straight away. Ah, Trimby, you're one of us.
Yeah.
One of us.
He is, isn't he? That's what happened. We need confirmation. Lore,
yeah, Lore.
If we can
interview
find
Trimby
out.
afterwards. We need to find out.
I mean, he's going to get the tower off the back of it, right? So perhaps it was calculated. Perhaps it was a mistake. We will not confirm that here because we do not know. We're simply speculating. But yes, I believe that they could have optimized it. In any case, we'll stop talking about Herald.
Sure.
Okay, Herald is gone now. The Herald is gone. Let's do a quick itemization checking because we can see that some core items have been completed. The Leandry is good to go for Larsen. VTO still working towards that, but Hirit now could be in some danger.
Oh, he doesn't quite get to the wall. He's going to use the Hexagonum and then flash, but double flash, chase, triple flash! Rogue were having none of that. Hirit wasn't getting out of there at all.
That felt a little personal. Yeah, Larsen, honestly, I don't think you needed to flash as well. But you know what? One flash, all flash. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Flash together strong, as
See
they
hero,
say.
kill hero, I believe is the motto.
But yeah, okay, so Rogue get a good pick onto Hirit, just slightly overextended up towards the top side of the map. Didn't really have the vision control to be that far in the lane. And really good use of the ultimate there from Hirit to avoid the sleep. Hero could be thinking, yeah, worth 3 flashes for my life. They're only going to get, I don't even think they'll get top tower off the back of it, so it was a pick. But honestly, that investment from Rogue, I'm not sure it was worth it. We'll see if it ends up hurting them later on into the game.
I mean, especially with the Mountain Dragon coming up in about a minute and a half's time, all of those flashes will be down. Odoamne trying to make up for his lack of flash with a stride breaker on the Gnar here. Just gives you that little bit of an extra dash. But now, Hirit doesn't have a flash of his own either. And Summit and Trimby waiting just in the wings. Calibrum will not connect, and Hirit now knows that he is in an unfavorable matchup as the rest of Misfits work their way up here.
Odoamne does have TP, so should a fight kick off, he can just join the fray. This is, of course, the advantage that Misfits currently don't have. That global presence available to them, so they're going to try and group up. Kind of looks like that they are posturing around this Rift Tower, maybe even threatening a gang. They're taking the long way around. A lot of pings are coming down. I feel like Rogue are aware of it.
Hirit's going to chase in. Hexagon Maiden's going to lock Hansama in place. There's the hook. Hook's razzled underneath the tower. Hansama gets away, and now Vander is in all kinds of hurt, dismounted, and perhaps disemboweled here by Rogue. Shockwave lands onto Lars, and he's going to try and trade back onto VTO, who's down to half HP. Dark Sphere doesn't quite land as VTO gets into the Rift Herald pit, but Inspired is on the chase, and VTO has no place to go. Watch out, VTO. Inspired has to use the ult because he was a little bit too slow, but in the end, will take the kill.
Wow, so really well executed outplay there from the Rogue bottom lane. The fact that the Hextech ultimatum came down, yet Trimby kept the attention of 2 people on him so that that ultimate could then disperse, and then you could take the Lantern and then flash Hansama out to safety. Just very great demonstration of patience and well executed, and we're going to get to look back at exactly how he was able to do that one. So Misfits realize that they are at a TP disadvantage. At the very least, forcing the play can get a TP out from Odoamne, which is a net gain for them. There's the TP, but look at this. 3 people are trapped near to the box, which means they can't actually follow up on Hirit, which means that he can flash away and take Hansama to safety. Just really well played there from the support. And like, I know Trimby at the beginning of the split, he did receive a lot of criticism. Yeah. He didn't have the best first day, but I will say I think that he has gotten better and better week on week. I think his Gragas performance last week against G2 is very good, and again, a very good Thresh performance so far in this game.
And you can see, because of that outplay in the top lane, the fact that Rogue had already burned all of their flashes does not matter. They pick up their 3rd Dragon of the game, now on Soul Point, and looking to pick up their 8th win of the season, 8th win of spring here, Vedius. Very much making a name for themselves as a top 3 contender, even a top 2 contender, alongside the likes of G2 and Fnatic.
I think it's pretty interesting that in Europe, we've had a lot of teams actually like make it to finals that aren't G2 or Fnatic. I know in recent history, a lot of people be like, it's just G2 versus Fnatic, but for a long time when Fnatic was on top, usually it was a plethora of different teams challenging them in the final, and then when G2 was on top, it was the same situation. It was actually only recently where we got to see the 2 Titan organizations go toe-to-toe so often, but it seems that Rogue right now is in a position to be able to contest that spot. Even last split, I think that they were in a great position to win the whole thing if they were able to beat G2, and they were 1 game away from it, but with the roster changes that they've made, they are looking very good as they move into the second half, and are kind of dominating the game here against Misfits today.
I mean, when was the last time we didn't have a Fnatic G2 final? 2019 spring, I believe. It was G2 Origin. All the way back
even then,
when
Fnatic
Origin was playing. Yeah, they were in the 3rd place match. It's true. It's true. Misfits, of course, sitting near the middle of the table, lower middle, I think I'd say, with Schalke losing earlier on today. If they can pick up a win here, albeit it's going to be a very difficult prospect from this position, they can start fighting their way back. They can start working their way back up the table, but it can be quite hard to do from 6,000 gold down. Ward comes out. It's spotted out by the control ward, and Hansama knows that there might be someone there. If you control warded that bush, you're probably waiting in it.
Yeah, good awareness from Hansama. It's one of those situations where he looked at the minimap and he said, I don't see anyone right now. They could be trying to catch me off. And if they kill me, then they maybe go for Baron. We have the TP from VTO into bot lane.
Yeah, the problem for Hirit here is there's just too many Rogue players around. VTO put to sleep. Shockwave lands on 2, but the Unleashed power was enough, and Hirit's trying to trade with Odoamne. But in a 1v1, Odo comes out on top.
And it's just more advantages gained for Rogue. Misfits are just desperately trying to find picks across the map, but they're unable to do so. And it's Rogue that are constantly able to punish. We said it earlier. If you're in a position that you're not supposed to be in, Rogue will find you and they will punish you for it. They are going to take themselves another tier 2. They already got the tier 2 in the mid lane as well. Let's have a look back at this one. Honestly, not a huge amount to break down here. Misfits is saying, hey, quick, TP, you've just reset. Let's see if we can catch Odoamne out. I've got the ultimate, but Rogue is already making their movement down. They pushed in mid. They have control over the bot side jungle. Samira is top lane. Like, there's no one else to answer on the side of Misfits, so it's a 2 versus 4 that Rogue very quickly clean up.
Yeah, a very quick switch from a 2v1 in favor of Misfits to a 2v4 in favor of Rogue. There is a Baron up for Rogue if they want it. They've got okay control over that top side river, but for the moment it seems like the bottom side of the map is where the action is all at. They took down that tier 2. Only one tier 2 remains for Misfits. It's up in that top lane, and you can see Rogue slowly getting the waves pushing in their favor to work their way up there.
It's just a kind of slow bleed out now in favor of Rogue.
Yeah. This is what Rogue do, right? This is how they play this portion of the game. It's why we talk about them as a methodical team. They don't need to deliberately force a play on you because they know, well, in a minute and a half, we've got a Mountain Drake to play around. If that fails, we can then play around the Baron. We have an 8,000 gold lead. They're just in such a commanding position that they don't have to take any risks, and they're very willing not to.
And also, they're stacked with talent that even if you try to force like a 1v1 or 2v2 on them, more often than not, they can outplay you as well.
Exactly.
They are a very terrifying team, and that's why their game versus G2 last week was so intense. Many people excited for the rematch, but that won't be for a while. For the time being, Rogue steadily trying to keep up their score with G2. Securing a win today will put them in 8-2. And yeah, it's just a matter of time now. The Soul will be spawning in 50 seconds. The Baron is up and alive as well. And Misfits, once again, really struggling. At the beginning in the split, we were a little optimistic. They kind of came out the gate swinging, but that was when they were 2-1. Yeah. We're now in week 5, and they've only been able to get themselves 1 additional win since then. So it's definitely been a rough road for Misfits.
And at the moment, their inventories are looking like they went to the supermarket and went through an express checkout. 5 items or fewer. A Triforce, a Turbo Chem Tank, a Leandries, and an Immortal Shield Bow. No Mythic on Vander, nor a Legendary. We're 23 minutes in the game. I'm just saying he's got nothing, and Odoamne is punishing him for it. As Larssen looks for the scatter the reek across the wall, Vander's going to have to flash away. Hivit could try and trade back in here, but the rest of Misfits aren't there to join the party. Rogue pushing forward, Vander chased down. One more auto is enough, and Odoamne takes out Vander. Razork now dead as well. VTO short to follow. And those 5 items you picked up at the supermarket aren't doing you a whole lot of good, Misfits. Rogue continue to find their picks, and with it, they will pick off at this bottom lane inhibitor tower.
They've just ignored the dragon for now. It is just systematic destruction for Rogue as they tear apart Misfits. Odoamne getting himself a solo kill onto the support, even in a 2 versus 1. Hey man, everyone needs gold. Top lane is 2, okay?
Apparently not supports though.
Hey, Odoamne, he's the weak side king. Give him something, you know what I mean? He doesn't get very often. How often, do you think he's gonna be in the MVP vote for that? No, he's not, Medic. What's he got to do to earn your affection, eh?
Not kill supports. It's like throwing poros. Anyone that does it is abhorrent.
Didn't you throw a poro?
No, I can only remember Drakus and Cadra doing it last week. Anyway, Rogue having a bit of their cake and eating it too as they take the Baron and the Dragon at the same time. And down to about 2,500. You can see actually Razork can run in here. He's got the smite. Razork is taken away! Oh, Rogue, we praised you so much, and then you do something so darn foolish. However, they have got a good collapse position in here as Odoamne is trying to build up that Mega Arm. Inspired chase down towards the bottom side. VTO comes to join the party. Cobby looking for the Inferno trigger. Shockwave lands on 2. Hans Summer takes a kill. And here goes Cobby straight into the wall as Trimby chases him down. Larssen takes the kill. Rogue don't need the Baron to close out the game. VTO trying to do what he can, but he can't do much as a triple kill to Hans Summer spells the end of Misfits.
The crazy thing is I think most Rogue members didn't even have an opportunity to reset. They're probably sitting on so much gold right now that they don't even need to spend. Look at that, 2.3k sitting on top of Hans Summer. It's going to sit in his inventory as he looks to end the game.
And the question is, do Rogue showboat Vedius? Because I just heard the fastest game this split was 26 minutes, 15 seconds. Will they do it? Will they claim the record? Oh, come on, Rogue. Do they not know? Do they not know? Look at the minions are doing it for them. A couple more auto attacks will be enough, and Rogue demolish Misfits in the fastest game of spring.
And that's the thing. When we talk about Rogue being controlled, calculated, that does not mean that they are slow. In the past, they were known as Origin Light, but that is not how you can describe Rogue today. They are fast, they are clean, and they are precise. they just cut through their opposition with excellent precision, and they make the game look easy. Excellent performance once again from Rogue as they continue to sit alongside G2 at the top of the stand.
Yeah, both of them sitting at 8-2. Of course, Fnatic just one win behind. If they win their match against Vitality next, they'll be at 7-3. And it really makes the next few weeks very exciting for that top of the table fight. Of course, the first two teams getting a much cleaner run into playoffs.
Commiserations, of course, to Misfits. Still trying to figure out the formula for success. It's going to be a difficult road moving forward as that fight for playoffs only gets tighter and tighter.
Really is. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter are available. Odo, Inspired, and Trimby.
Wow. They put Odo... Medic
Remember the top lane play? Where Trimby did the flay hook box?
I mean, I would give it to Inspired, personally.
Of course you would. Just try to... You're Switzerland. You're trying to remain neutral.
No, Inspired is really good.
He is really good, but he wasn't really good this game.
No, he was
Trimby
super
was
good
really good this game. Trimby's the best. We'll get more League of Legends after the break as Vitality and Fnatic hit the Rift.
Listen, junglers are important too, okay?
Not as important as supports. Everyone
agree.
says junglers are bad on a level 4.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Welcome back to the LEC here in week 5. Rogue come with a convincing victory once again, and I have Trimby with me to talk about this game. Hi, Trimby.
Hello.
Hi. I know you've been very self-critical of your performance in the past, so I want to know, how was this game for you today?
Was fine. I feel like I played well. I had a little bit of headache before the game, so I didn't feel that comfortable with how I play. But at the end, it was nice. I could do obviously some stuff better, but I don't know. I like how I played, and yeah, I felt really good during the game.
Well, first off, I hope you're feeling better. I know it's awful to having to play when you have a headache. And you played amazingly indeed. So I wanted to follow up on the first interview we had in week 1. You said to me that you didn't feel quite comfortable yet on stage. We had a couple weeks now. So how are things with Rogue? And especially with you, performance-wise, do you feel comfortable now in the LEC?
Well, I for sure feel more comfortable than I used to, just because like I got some more experience, right? Like on playing on LEC stage, etc. Also, maybe like at first I was trying the champs that I didn't play that much. I would say so at least. So right now I'm trying to stick to what I'm good at and to the stuff that I know how to play around and how to play as. So for sure, not, for example, today I got to play Thresh, the champ that I used to be kind of known for, and I have the most played for like, I don't know, a couple of seasons. So it was really nice to play the champ that I for sure feel the most comfortable. And yeah, I hope I'm just gonna be better and better, and I just hope that I will just play better like every game.
Looking at the improvements, which is always a great mindset for champions. And yeah, we got to see your Thresh, we got to see your Rakan. So as a fan, I'm very happy about this. But I mean, when you look at Rogue and your performance so far, you guys are top 2, tied with G2 right now, which means that you may be a top 2 support. Do you agree, based on the opposition?
No, not really. There's no way I'm a 2 top support. There's no way. I mean, I would like to be, but I'm for sure not. And there are for sure better support players than me right now. And for now, I just need to show that I can try to compete with them. I mean, I'm sure that I can compete with them, but I didn't show it yet. So I just want to show it maybe during the during the end of this regular split or just in playoffs. Like, I just want to show that I feel comfortable enough to play the way that I always played and just play well.
All right, humble. I like that. Okay, something that might cheer you up then, you got the player of the game here. So on the champion you like, the community saw it. What do you think?
That's really nice. I think that Inspired played really well.
First time.
So he, yeah, it's really nice that I got it on Thresh, especially, right? Like the first time. So I'm really grateful that people actually voted for me, even though I was not recently. I've been not really popping off or anything, but for sure my team helps me out to look really good. So it's also, it's like if I wouldn't get it, if I didn't get it, and Inspired would have got it, I wouldn't mind, right? Or Odramne. Everyone in my team plays really well, and I just want to keep up with them, right, and try to show that I can be just a really good part of this team.
All right, it's a team effort then. Well, Trimby, you played very well today, I can tell you that, and thank you so much for this interview. I wish you good luck for the match tomorrow.
Thank you for having me, and yeah, hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. And we're going to take one last break and we'll come back to the last game of the day. Can Vitality create the upset against Fnatic? We'll see that after the break.
When the sun goes up, when the
It all starts with failure.
Nemesis is down. The shockwave kills Bwippo, and Reckless can all but watch his Nexus die. Top Esports bounce back in Game 3. The Nexus is being destroyed, and Fnatic won the first 2, lost the next, and Top Esports will force a Game 5. And the final blow for Fnatic. Top Esports, for the first time, will pull off the reverse sweep. Top Esports will face off against Suning in the semi-finals. And for one more year in a row, we are guaranteed an LPL representative in the final.
It still hurts. Fnatic's loss to Top Esports was a terrible moment for the team, Reckless, EU fans alike, and especially my Twitter feed. But all jokes aside, it was extremely painful, especially because of what followed. Fans didn't know it at the time, but their sweetheart Reckless would be leaving the team to join arch-rival G2 in the off-season. And this iteration of Fnatic would never get a chance to play together at Worlds again. In the end, Fnatic parted ways with Nemesis and brought in Niski from Cloud9. The coveted marksman position went to Upset, and Fnatic faithful and other fans alike were quick to question the ability of the roster. Now, by all accounts, the roster of Bwippo, Selfmade, Niski, Upset, and Hilly should be regarded as a title contender in Europe. But it was almost like the circumstances combined with Reckless's departure made it that nothing would be good enough for the fans. Understandable, perhaps. I was optimistic about this lineup. Niski returning to Europe after proving his strength in NA many times over. Upset always at the top ranks of marksman in the LEC. Now maybe in the right environment to realize his full potential. Selfmade, who was born to play in the carry meta. RIP jungle changes on the next patch. Bwippo stepping up as a new figurehead for Fnatic. And finally Hylissang coming off of a fantastic world championship. But the fear was that there would be no one to stop the int, that there wouldn't be a Reckless or even a Nemesis to slow the team down when they went in too hard. Now in week 1 of the LEC, Fnatic started slow, or very fast. It seemed that the fears of unguided aggression of the roster might be correct. Fnatic only picked up 1 win in the opening Super Week and had some work to do. But with a little bit of time, we all started to see signs of what this roster could become. Innovative and well-rounded drafts and clear game plans. Selfmade is still the king of the jungle, Niski is a stabilizing factor with outplays of his own, and the bot lane seems to synergize very well. And for me, the absolute cherry on top has been Bwippo. I may be biased, of course, because he's Belgian and so am I, but honestly, it's been pretty phenomenal seeing the development of this guy from being thrown into the roster in 2018 and making it to the World's Finals, to heartbreaks versus G2 in Europe, to losing Reckless and having to step in and step up as one of the figureheads of the squad and show us some insane performances so far. For instance, on Riven and Volibear. So what if Reckless leaving was what the team needed? What if taking away that stable, dependable core of a roster is exactly what was needed to shift the narrative around Fnatic and where they could go? A 4-game winning streak so far, including a win over G2, should make Fnatic fans very happy. While the LEC is currently a 3-horse race, the middle of the pack is filled with sleeping giants who could wake up come playoffs, so there is no time to lose. But in my opinion, Fnatic are on the right path. Unless, of course, you believe in jinxing them through a monologue. In that case, you're a doofus and I can't help you. Let's get into the game. Fnatic versus Vitality.
Thank you very much, Shox. Great monologue. We'll see who it curses. It always curses someone. I've cast a curse enough teams myself to understand the power of them. And we are going to get on into Fnatic Vitality as soon as we can. I'm still Matic. He's still Vedius. You haven't changed into one of your other personas?
What other personas?
Oh, they're brothers. Sorry, I forgot. Brothers, nieces, nephews.
Brothers?
There's a really, like, he's a bit smaller than me, really strong, big muscles.
No idea who you're talking about. So, going into Champions League ahead of Fnatic versus Vitality, the players reported an issue to League officials. We are now redoing Champions Select, and we will be with you shortly. But
can you guys tell where the auto cue stops there, by the way? It's after the word champion in the Champion Select.
You didn't have to tell them.
Yeah, but we'll be getting on in as soon as we can, of course. There was just an issue reported to the league officials. But before we do that, I do want to have a look just at the standings and how Fnatic and Vitality is shaping up so far. Because Fnatic, we already heard from Shox, are one of those top 3 teams that are really challenging to with G2 and with Rogue to get to the top of the table and to get towards those top 2 spots when it comes towards playoffs. And I think at the start of the season, I would have said Fnatic aren't there. Like they were not consistent enough to be a top 3 team, but they've really grown over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they certainly have. Fnatic are probably my favorite LEC team to watch right now, just because of how like chaotic every single one of their games is, right? And at first, you're sitting there being like, okay, like this is entertaining, but is this really good League of Legends, you know? But as weeks have gone on, yeah, it's become pretty damn good League of Legends, and that just makes it even cooler because at first I think a lot of, I mean, I don't know how many comments I read of, why even bother watching the LEC? It's just G2 and everyone else is gonna lose. True. And like, sure, G2 is a great team. Everyone knows they're a great team, but we have other great teams in the LEC too, and I think that Rogue and Fnatic are the teams that are hot on their heels, which is what makes them ultimately so fun to watch. And also just with very different styles. Yeah. I think that right now at G2, even though they have a lot of wins, they've been very chaotic, and I think a lot of it has been relying on individual talent, getting themselves out of crazy situations, a lot of 1-3-1 comps. Rogue, very clean, very calculated, very precise in their execution. Fnatic, chaos. They just thrive in the chaos, but they make the chaos work. They love to skirmish you. They love to fight you. They will contest those objectives. They like to pick strong early laners, and I think that with these 3 distinct styles, you have a very interesting triangle sitting at the top of our league and questioning like which one is going to be able to come out on top at the end of the regular season and in playoffs.
That's always an important question to ask. Vitality, on the other hand, sitting at the bottom of the table, 1-8. They haven't really found their style yet. They haven't really found their identity, and I think a lot of people look to Crownshot coming in last week as perhaps someone that could revitalize this team, that could wake them up a little bit. And I think expecting him to do that for last week was a little bit of an expectation, a little bit too generous to him, saying you can come in on 1 week, change the entire team, and revitalize them. But now he's been with the team for over 7 days. He's had that time to be the vocal shot caller that the team wants. Let's see how they can perform today and this weekend, and see perhaps if they have a chance of getting off the bottom of the table.
Of course, it is going to be difficult because we know that while Vitality do have Crownshot, Fnatic, the talk of the town, is the man in the top lane. Yep. Wide Whippo hat.
So wide.
The man is popping off right now, and he's part of the conversation for mid-split MVP. Like, you can go onto all the LEC socials, you can comment, you can shout out who you think is your favorite or who your candidate for mid-split MVP is. But I think that with Whippo's most recent performances, he's been a part of it. And part of it has been the champions that he has been playing. Look at the bottom of your screen. We've gotten a Pantheon. We've gotten Ornn, the classics of the Whippo, the Renekton, the Volibear, and the Riven. We had the Riven. It was such a pleasure to watch. And he dominated on it. He got 11 kills in that game. Medic, do you know how many kills he is away from 500 kills throughout his career?
So here's the thing. Do you want me to do the rhetorical? No, I don't know, Vedi.
No, I wanted you to tell me
12.
the answer.
Exactly 12. He has 488 kills right now. Could be this game.
It could but he would have to trump his own Riven performance to be able to get that. But yeah, he has 2 games this weekend. He is very close to that kill record. What's even more interesting is 63 of those kills were solo kills. That is 13% of all of his kills were from solos. Like, the man has been a monster ever since he joined the LEC, and while he has had his ups and downs, it's almost like he has been unleashed this split on some of the carry picks that he has been bringing out. So we know we're going to be keeping our eyes on the top lane matchup, and we know that he has his eyes on Crownshot, because if he loves killing anyone, it is those 80 carries in the bottom lane. So it's going to be a bloodbath. We know that for sure. The question is, can Vitality keep up with the relentless aggression that Fnatic has now been known for?
Firstly, it'd be hilarious if Fnatic today had decided, now we're going to try out new styles. We're playing slow, Azir, Corki meta, let's go. I do have a new update for you guys going into Champion Select ahead of Fnatic versus Vitality. The players reported an issue to League officials. We're now redoing Champion Select off air. Just to clarify, in the Champion Select, you will see Upset and Hylissang's champions didn't swap until the timer goes out. In the correct draft, however, they are swapped. So we'll see Upset playing a support champion, I assume, and Hylissang playing an AD. That will be swapped over in the actual game.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, updates.
So we're going to be jumping into Champion Selector very, very soon. So you're going to be looking at our faces for a little while longer. Medivedi duo that's going to be bringing you our final game of... Oh, no, they're going to remove our faces. Very
Thank
cool.
goodness.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, no subtle dig. Yeah, look at Bwipo's face instead.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's pretty good, because how long has it been since you had a haircut?
A while.
Yeah, and your next haircut is like end of March or something. It's been a long time since I had a haircut, and I'm now getting to that middling phase where it's not as long as I want it to be, so I can't do what I want with it, but it's too short to have like a proper Viking bun.
You want Viking?
I want it. Hey, why do you think the beard's coming out? This is getting braided.
Okay.
Hair's getting braided. We're going full Viking.
Wow. Okay. I mean, your British ancestors may be very upset about that. You know, there's a long history between the whole Vikings and the Brits.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not sure how much I want to relate to my British colonial ancestors. They did some pretty bad things.
True. That is true.
The Brits in the past.
That is very true. Yeah. Oh, history.
Oh, the joys. But yeah, coming back to...
Yeah, how are you going to bring us back on topic, Medic? How are you going to do that, huh? I mean, you started the whole hair thing. I'm just saying.
Kevin, please.
Yeah. Anyway, I will bring us back on topic. Of course, it is our final game of the day. We're having a bit of fun here because it is our last game. We are just waiting for everything to get ready, everything to get polished off. I promise you, everyone at home, that the game will be starting very, very soon. This should not be... I'm touching wood right now.
Oh, Vedi, don't say it. Don't even say it. No, I'm gonna interrupt you before you say that this should not be a last week scenario.
No, that's not what I said.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, wow, Medic. Well, of course you're going to say that. Look, you're just going to jinx us all. Really. I was going to say this should not be a slow game. That's what I was going to say. It should be a bloodbath, right?
I love bloodbaths.
Look, Crown Shot smiling away, having a great time.
I mean, you say it should be a bloodbath. Where, like, my expectation is always that Bwipo will pop off, right? And you always look up towards the top lane when you're trying to see someone pop off. But I also think people are underrating Nisqy. I think Nisqy does a lot of work for Fnatic that people don't really see.
Okay, but okay. I hate it when people say underrate in general, because I think the idea that he's underrated suggests that people believe that he is worse than he actually is. But I think that Nisqy...
Overlooking probably is the word.
Overlooking, yes, because I think
that
Nisqy is, like, he kind of matches my expectations, right? I think that he is very good, but he's also not really put in a position where he's supposed to do things that Caps does, right? And so I do not think that he's underrated. I think that he is, he's just not the star of his team.
Yeah,
and
I think people don't think he's a great player, which he is. I think he does his role incredibly well because he's not the star of the team. People look for the guys that pop up. They look for the Caps. They look for the Recklesses. They look for the Bwipos. They look for the Hillasangs and the Mickeys. Everyone else, list some more, Vedi. Give me some more.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go. You just left me out to dry there, Vedi. A little bit of jazziness.
Yeah, they always
Some
like to.
syncopation.
They love mellowing us out for Game 5. You know.
With the way we go into the start-off music, I think we need a little bit of mellowing out. Let's see what we see in draft. Team Vitality on the blue, get rid of the Thresh and the Samira. Fnatic are going to remove the Udyr from the pool.
Okay. Oh, Samira respect ban going over towards Upset. As a reminder, we are, of course, still on patch 11.3. The Samira nerfs have not come through yet, and Upset did pop off last week on the champion. If you want to talk about carry players on Fnatic, he is definitely one of them when he gets his hands on this bloodthirsty AD carry.
It's also his second most played this season, alongside the Kai'Sa. He's played 3 Samira games. There's the Renekton taken away from Bwipo, Twisted Fate removed from the pool as well. We've seen that very often, and Melitza is well known for his performances on the TF. Fnatic have a final ban here. There's a few different options. You could take away the Kai'Sa, unless you want to give that over to Team Vitality.
Yeah, I think that a lot of teams have been banning Kai'Sa recently just because they're really tired of having to deal with her, but she will be left up and available along with the Azir as well. But Seraphine is always the champion that I now think of when it comes to Fnatic. I was going to say for Fnatic, but it seems that Vitality are going to deny that one away from Nisqy in the mid lane. So I wonder what answer they'll have, because my expectations is that this Seraphine will be mid Of course, it can still be played in AD carry or support. Senna Seraphine, I think, is still a very powerful bot lane. You do need some sort of tanky front line so that they can face check up towards the top side. But yeah, I think that the champion is very versatile and honestly should be prioritized a little bit more in the draft. But yeah, I like the pick away from Fnatic because it was definitely a good pick for Niski last week and he had a great performance on the champion.
I also quite like taking away the Olaf. Seraphine Olaf is just so strong. There's Rel alongside Lilia, and we have a Spice Girls composition for Vitality so far. We got Sporty. I don't remember the other class. There's Ginger Spice was one of them.
There's Posh Spice.
Posh.
But I don't remember that. I was not that big of a Spice Girls.
Yeah, nor was I. More S Club 7 man myself.
Same.
Don't stop believing.
Yeah, don't stop believing.
No, wait, that's the wrong. That's
oh
steps.
no! Oh no!
S Club 7 was don't stop, never give up.
It was. Yeah. Anyway, a bit of look into British pop culture for you. Moving into the second phase of the draft, we do have the Alistar locked in for Hylissang. Again, another very big comfort pick. So kind of comfort picks across the board from the side of Fnatic. I'm a little bit surprised on the high priority on the Olaf. We already talked about how after the nerfs on this patch, it would start to slowly fall off, and it's clearly not been as high on the priority list this week, but Selfmade saying even with the Lilia open, he still wants to play it.
One thing I do like about it is it gets rid of an AD jungler, one of the stronger ones that teams up really well with something like a Seraphine in the mid lane because you have that AD AP mix. And Seraphine, of course, can get that Moonstone Staff of Flowing Water combo just to keep buffing up the Olaf as he tries to heal through his opponents. Lucian and the Misfortune banned away here by Fnatic. Orianna taken away by Vitality. Does that imply that the Seraphine is going to be mid? Because I'll be honest, I don't see Seraphine Rel as the best bot lane combination.
I mean, I thought that it was going to go mid in the first place because I think that personally, I think with the current meta, it actually makes the most sense mid lane. And I love the Rise as an answer. We'll get to see now Niski on one of those, I think, higher impacting champions. Because on the Rise, you do want to be pushing in mid lane. You do want to be roaming around a lot. And it seems that Fnatic's expectation is that this Seraphine is mid, and with the Xayah locked in now, we can say for sure. The thing about Seraphine in the early game, her wave clear is very weak. She can do very little to stop just Rise pushing, roaming, which can make it harder for junglers to actually invade. But Selfmade and Niski, they have a very powerful early game mid-jungle duo, and you know that Selfmade loves to try and ruin the enemy jungler's day. So I think he's going to be working very closely with Niski and with Hylissang to get into the enemy jungle, steal away a lot of camps, and try and snowball into an early lead.
Vitality will round out their composition with Aatrox for Shigenda. First time he's played that this season. Fnatic now have the counter pick for Whippo in the top lane. Last week we saw Riven. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Whippo, you're going to give us something spicy? You're going to give us something more team-oriented?
I think that, I mean, they have engaged with the Alistar. A bit of follow-up engage wouldn't be bad, especially if they still want a little bit of team fighting.
There we go.
And I do quite like this in terms of the context of their comp, the Wukong top lane. Obviously stacks a lot of armor, and when you look at the primary damage dealers, you are looking at the Xayah and the Aatrox. You can get a fair amount of benefit from that armor. Of course, the scaling of Lilia and Seraphine will become problematic later into the game, but regardless, the lane matchup, I think Whippo should feel pretty confident about it, and I think that generally we can trust Whippo's opinion when it comes to top lane matchups, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that 1 versus 1 in the early game. But yeah, mid-jungle for Fnatic is definitely what I want to be watching in the early game, seeing what Niski and Selfmade can do together. Meanwhile, for Vitality, will they get dragged into this heavy skirmish style that Fnatic love, or will they be able to find advantages and control the game themselves?
Just to remind you all, if you're confused by the reason Upset is playing Alistar and Hylissang is playing Kai'Sa, they have swapped. It's just the champion select graphic didn't swap. So Upset will be on the Kai'Sa when we get on into our final game of the day, Vitality up against Fnatic. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Vitality trying to do something a little bit spicy here in the bottom lane. Shigenda, Lebrov, and Melita all team up. They're not going to find anything. Fnatic have just set up a normal line of scrimmage. Couple of people down in this bottom side jungle. Wukong covering top. Selfmade on the Olaf covering his Razorbeaks.
That ward on the blue buff is quite interesting. It does suggest that Selfmade is going to start up towards the top side.
It's a very early ward then.
Yeah, it is very early. Trying to think, the only main reason why you do that is because right now they have no one covering. Here, let me bring the mini-map up. So right now they have no one covering that entrance, and because, as you'll notice, a very quick back from Hylissang means that Upset didn't feel confident staying there by himself, so instead he was staying in the Tribrush, and now they're gonna get into lane. As we often see, the leashless starts for many junglers, so that the 2 versus 2 does not get influenced, because getting that early level advantage is very, very important in the 2 versus 2 matchup. And Lebrov already very far up in the laning phase. We see him copying a similar strategy to what Vander did in the last game, staying in the dismounted form first.
So something you do, yeah, you dismount, you get the shield, and then when you remount, you can get that little flip back and get back onto your horse if you need to get out of the fight. So the reason you go in dismounted is that little bit of a shield you get when you use the crash down. Whipper going to try and trade here onto Shigenda in the top lane, just whacking at him with his staff. Shigenda is forced away.
Ooh, interesting pathing here from Selfmade. Did clear out his Raptors. I believe he was...
Oh, the ward stayed up for this time, so...
Yeah, and then immediately goes into his blue buff. So this does suggest that he wants to deny the potential Raptor Oh, actually, this is very smart from Selfmade. You can see that he's played against Lilia before. Yeah. We only have to look back at the last game when Inspired with his Lilia did Raptors into enemy Raptors because of how quickly you can move. And while I said that Seraphine, rather, in the early laning phase often doesn't get prio, on the very first wave, because you have the double stack, it's actually very easy for you to get that push in mid. So they have that mid prio. They could have looked to steal away those, and that's why that ward was there, but it was denied. So Selfmade adapting his jungle pathing to have to deal with what Skeens has drafted, and now he's going to start pathing up towards top side to cover for Bwipo, who's going to be pushing in this wave. I want to make sure that he does have that additional bit of safety. So you can see his health bar relatively low. He does have the wards. Wouldn't be surprised to see him, reset right now. His wave, though, could we very quickly have a look back at that wave? Yeah, so this is just frozen underneath his tower. This is going to force the TP out from Bwipo, I would imagine. Because it's in a bit of an awkward spot right now. If he left this, then he would have been a wave down against Shigenda, who then could have reset and then looked to TP back. So the bright side of TPing, though, is that he's in a position to help cover the bot lane. I imagine he will look to move first.
Surround sound comes out from Melitza. Look at the beat drop. Selfmade's already down. First blood. Melitza flashes away. And that was a fight over the top side Scuttlecrab. Hylissang worked his way into the mid lane as well, but Skeen should just be able to claim this one.
I'm a little surprised that Selfmade actually committed to that fight, that he clearly thought that their 2 versus 2 was stronger, but the shield from Melitza Seraphine was very impactful this early on. It is surprisingly large, and the amount of damage and utility you still provide in this early game on Seraphine is nothing to be scoffed at. So props to Vitality. They draw first blood against Fnatic. We questioned how they would handle this heavy, aggressive style, and honestly, I say I'm surprised. I shouldn't be, because all we've been talking about is how Fnatic love to skirmish and love to fight. They took that opportunity, and this time round, Vitality came out on top.
You can see Shigenda's actually in an okay position in the top lane as he burnt his teleport to get back into that wave. Melitza trading with Niski in the mid. Can be fine for the moment. Misses the high note. Niski continues to trade in, but you can see Melitza building up. That little bar underneath his health bar is his stage presence. When that gets to 3 stacks, he can use one of his abilities and double it up. Usually, when you're getting traded on like this, you can either use the high note to push out the wave or surround sound for that little bit of extra healing and shielding.
Yep, so you never have 0 stacks because the passive always procs a second time. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I've been playing a little bit of... So I started losing on tank supports, and then I started playing Seraphine.
She's fun, isn't she?
She is, and it annoys me how fun she is. As trades here in the bottom lane. Has the stun there onto Crown Shot. Upset. Pushing forward just a little bit, but willing to back away because he knows, of course, Lebrov can come crashing down very quickly and get that attract and repel stun down.
So, no real major advantages gained outside of that early jungle skirmish. We can see mid advantage, of course, through the farm lead because of the bit of roaming from Melitza. Also, it can be quite hard to last hit with her Q during the early laning phase. Nothing too surprising, though. What is interesting is that Skeens did get both Scuttlecrabs, so has a lot of control over the early jungle, as Selfmade kind of went back to his side of the jungle and said, all right, I'm just going to stay here for a little while. Has hit the level 5, though, alongside Skeens, so things kind of going pretty neutral for this early game. When the level 6s come through, that's where I imagine the chaos will start. Nisqy just hit that level 6 mark, so he has his ultimate available. Where will he look to roam? I'd like to see him go up towards the top side of the map, try and get Bwipo rolling. There's that level 6 from Bwipo.
And as you say, like, Fnatic are very happy just to wait this one out a little bit.
it is.
Nisqy's working his way down towards the bottom lane. Big wave pushed in. There's the Realm Warp. Here comes Nisqy. Crownshot has the heal, has the flash. Lebrov catches Hylissang underneath the tower, and now Nisqy's the next target. Tanking it up is Upset. One tower shot isn't quite enough to take him down, and that Crownshot needs to bring them back both underneath the turret itself. Crownshot flashes away. Nisqy trying to trade back in. The blades don't quite pull back in time. Nisqy will flash. Skeen's still on the chase. Doesn't have the 6. Swell Seed went a little bit wide, but watch out Upset, because Skeens is here to party. Nisqy now looking for the execute, I believe, to this next tower. The minions are going to do the job as the Swell Seed finds its mark. It's a double, and Skeens is 3-0, Very.
So another great turnaround from Vitality. We were wondering when Nisqy would look to roam, and he saw bot lane, he saw the stacked wave. But watch this minion wave and how it kind of ruins things for Nisqy. He can't get a lot of his damage down onto the knocked up carry because these minion waves are in his way. So he constantly has to reposition. They then don't quite have enough damage to get that kill, allowing Vitality to get that initial kill. Then it's the 2 versus 1. But at this point, Crownshot's just trying to buy time for Skeens to arrive with Seraphine shortly behind. He used his flash. He realizes that he's trapped between 2 towers, which means that Upset is the easy target for Skeen. So very well played from a Vitality duo. And yeah, who'd have thought minions helping Vitality out there?
We call this bowling for Rise.
Bowling.
It's a strike. I'll see myself out.
So, Dragon is a point of contention as the engage comes through from Hylissang.
Crownshot, no summoners, and he has nowhere to go. Hits the 6 off the minion, the flash forward!
Minions again!
No! He flashed forward for the Void Seeker, but couldn't quite land it because the minions got in the way, and now Lebrov is here to help out his AD carry.
Vitality minions are popping off this game.
Seraphine's on her way down as well. Melissa level 7 has the encore, can look for a little bit of a Barney here in the bottom lane, but isn't going to find it. And as you say, like, Fnatic will get the dragon, but Vitality being saved by their minions twice now.
Hey man, it's a team game. Finally, the minions give him back. I mean, they give us a lot, to be fair, but now they're giving us even more. As they help Vitality out twice, as Bwipo losing a lot of HP here.
As the execution is calling, but there's the World Ender coming out from Shigendo, and Bwipo just trying to trade in, has to flash away. Shigendo has a flash of his own if he wants to chase here. Bwipo will have the clone, the decoy back up, so we'll be able to escape.
Took the tower shot as well. You know, this is the thing about Fnatic. They're a skirmish-heavy team. They love to look for plays. They love to look for fights. But sometimes those fights can backfire. And we're seeing another example. Bwipo does have a lot of solo kills, but he also is one of the highest in terms of total deaths we have in the league. The man is hyper-aggressive, and there he took a tower shot. Nearly paid for it with his life. So Vitality holding firm, holding strong, keeping the gold dead even. Definitely a good state to be in as we approach the 10-minute mark against the very aggressive Fnatic squad.
Here goes Hylissang once again. The Attract Repel stun is there. Upset underneath the tower. Will be able to help Hylissang get the kill as he dodges away with the killer instinct. Here comes Skeens once again. Lebrov has a good flank position here. Hylissang has the unbreakable win. Will get the knock-up. Upset going in once again. Here's Skeens to get the kill onto Hylissang. Now the question is, can Adir take down the Kai'Sa? Instead, Skeens will just walk away.
Well, definitely a much better trade this time around for the Fnatic bot lane. They were able to kill both Crownshot and Lebrov, and they only had to trade Hylissang's life to do it. While it would have been better for them to have both kills go over to Upset, as Shigenda just gets a solo kill on to Bwipo. Beautifully played. I was just talking because I didn't think that that would convert into a kill. But extremely well played by him. Nisqy now on his way to top lane to try and get some revenge, but too little too late. As Shigenda's just going to walk away with that one.
I mean, it's great stuff from Shigenda. You can see both of them have specced into a little bit of grievous wounds to try and help themselves out in the 1v1. And once again, we'll see Upset and Hylissang here. Hylissang, I think, hex splashes over the wall.
You can see the engage comes through, the chain CC, no ultimate or flash available on Crownshot this time around. Good CC comes out from Lebrov to prevent Upset from getting that last hit. And at this point, Vitality's thinking, okay, well, now that Skeens is on the way, maybe we can even get a double kill here. The remount from Lebrov, but a good re-engage from Hylissang actually prevents him from offering any real utility. And then the burst from Upset is enough to be able to get that kill.
And you actually really see the reason that Alistar is so heavily prioritized into a Rel. It's so easy to interrupt her. Telegraph W if you knock her away from the attract repel, it's really hard for her to do anything. And you can see, once again, you just jump in, knock her up, harass her down. It becomes very difficult for the Rel to ever get in position to use any of her CC.
Wow. Huge credit to Vitality. You know, you talked about it, Medic. A lot of pressure was put onto the shoulders of Crownshot's shoulders. I think I said that twice. A lot of pressure.
The shoulders of Crownshot's shoulders, yes.
Yeah.
The little mini ones he has on his shoulders.
After spending...
Oh,
hang on.
This is bad. Relmore Pin, but Melissa's here. He's got the encore. He can try and trade in. There's the encore. Gets the double charm out. Shigenda goes down, but he's traded 1-for-1 so far. And Whippo takes a little bit of a nap in the top lane. 2-for-1 in favor of Vitality, and they're not done yet. It's all on Niski to try and trade back. Misses the overload.
Here comes Ral.
And Lebrov is on his way. Magnet Storm available. And Niski, very sorry, my man. You don't really have many places to go. Attract Repel for the stun. Magnet Storm drags him in. There's another kill in favor of Vitality.
Skeens has 6 kills.
Yep.
He has been everywhere that Fnatic has tried to make a play. And this aggressive Fnatic has been punished. Very impressive stuff from Vitality, and the reality is they don't really have to do a lot. They just wait for Fnatic to make the play, and then they answer. The crazy thing is, even though they are 9 kills to 5, the gold is dead even, because Upset has been getting these plates, he has been collecting his own share of kills, and now, because of this objective going down, they're likely going to get the gold lead as well.
And it really becomes a battle of who can win out between Skeens and Upset. Skeens going in once again. Zonya's complete on him. There's a giant spell as his second part of his item. Shigenda getting traded on here by Whippo as he tries to dash away. Should just be able to escape. And I do want to give more credit to Skeens here, Veddy, because it was only last week we were saying, what's he doing in the early game? He didn't have high jungle proximity, he didn't have high kills and assists, didn't have a gold lead, and we were wondering what he was doing for this team. But right now he's doing quite a lot. Lebrov trying to get into this fight. He's already used the attractive repel. Skeens trading in. Killer Instinct comes out from Upset. TP now used by Vitality as they try and turn the tides of battle. Shigenda stepping forward. Hylissang with a knockback. The attract repel is available, and that's the stun on the cow. Hylissang locked up. Upset's going to use the cleanse to get away from the lilting lullaby. Lebrov still stepping forward. Vitality continue on the chase as there's a Cloud Drake available to them in just a second's time.
So, while Vitality do get a kill and will likely get the Drake, the bigger problem is that giving even more plates over to Fnatic. So, even with... Oh, hang on a second.
Magnet Storm coming out. Ragnarok has been popped, but pop goes Selfmade. Dead as soon as he stepped into the river.
I do not agree with that decision at all from Selfmade. Olaf is tough, but he is not like 1 versus 5 levels of tough. One reason could have been to try and interrupt the backs, try and delay Vitality, give more time for Whippo to take down this top tower, because again, still overall a net gain for Fnatic, considering they got 2 towers in total off the back of the last few minutes. But yeah, I'm not quite sure why Selfmade committed so hard to trying to stop that from that Drake from going down.
And we talked about before the game started whether Fnatic were playing like a top 3 team. There've been a few moments, a few mistakes in this game that kind of make you doubt that a little bit. They haven't been as consistent as they have been over the last couple of weeks. They are still in the lead here, and of course, if they can continue to extend this gold lead, to extend this advantage, they can dominate this game, but it's going to take a little while.
So the thing about Fnatic's comp, though, even though they're not behind, right? No. They still have a gold lead, they're down in kills, but when we kind of look at XP and itemizations, it looks like Vitality is ahead in XP. They have the lead in jungle, they have it in mid, and they have it down towards the bot side.
Yeah.
The 80 carries, that's the one that I was looking for.
Oh, yeah, bot is fine.
But now that the map and the turrets have gone down, Fnatic can actually start opening up the map and they can start funneling gold into players like Niski. He can sit in a side lane and no one on Vitality can match him, right? As the game progresses, Aatrox can be a strong champion, and yeah, he's 2-1-2 right now, but even then, Ryze will get to a point where he's just unstoppable in a side lane. So Fnatic will adopt more of the G2S comps that we've been seeing, you know, this split push approach where they'll keep Wukong and Ryze separated as Vitality want to try and stay grouped up and keep looking for these fights.
Well, he promised me action, Betty, so we're definitely getting that. As Shigenda is locked up underneath his own tower. The World Ender isn't enough to save him. The charm only hits onto 1. Here goes Lebrov, diving onto the backline with Magnet Storm, and the 3-man stun isn't enough. Double kill to Upset. 1 will get traded in response, but now they're trying to dive onto Skeens. Upset with the Gale Force will find its mark. He gets a triple, and Melitza is forced to walk away wounded.
Do you remember when turrets used to be considered a safe haven? Well, when playing against Fnatic, that is not quite true. They go for the dive, and they're the ones that finally get a play going in their favor. They get themselves 3 kills, they get themselves the mid-tier 1, and all of a sudden what was a very close game, what was Vitality shutting down and punishing every play Fnatic made, it's like you throw enough eggs at the wall, some are guaranteed to stick, and this time around, it's stuck like glue. Fnatic pulling off a flawless dive, having Hylissang tank up the majority of the damage. I love this engage from LeBron, the stun and everything, but the crowd control immediately gets broken by Selfmade. He then gets that shutdown. Upset's able to get such a huge shutdown as well. Look at that, 2 items now suddenly completed for Upset. And all of a sudden, this game went from being very close to being fully in control of Fnatic.
Upset has a 2,000 gold lead now, Vedius, on this Kai'Sa. Pick ban worthy, and Upset is showing us just why it is. Hylissang also, his scoreline betrays him a little bit, but he's had some very good engages, very willing to be the front line that his team has needed, especially since Bwipo has yet to be able to really join up with the rest of the squad. Now Fnatic will work their way up towards the top side of the map and take down this Rift Herald.
I would call his deaths tactical deaths, right? You know, like, whenever he has died, there has been a very clear reason behind that. Honestly, most of them, because he is tower diving with his team, right? And his one death in bot lane, he died to keep this AD carry alive. So, like, yeah, as you rightly said, his scoreline definitely portrays him. Hylissang is having a fantastic game, and just... this man isn't slowing down. He's like, oh, there's an enemy there. I have a QW combo that I can use on you, right?
We'll hear later tonight, apparently, from Zanzaro. Is jungle ruined? Well, I mean, Kadra went on a 0-8 win loss streak yesterday. Yeah, he got me demoted out of Plat 1 to Plat 2. He came on a Smurf to play with me. He was like, oh, easy wins, right? And then lost the game with me and got me demoted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jungle is ruined.
He was playing AD carry, but yes, jungle is ruined. Blue buff is the point of contest here between Fnatic and Vitality. Dragon up in 41 seconds, and Ocean Soul could be an option for Vitality to get back into the game. Rise ult is available, as you say, Betty, but the trigger has not been pulled. Fnatic, for once, deciding they do not need a skirmish. Instead,
but now.
Yeah, yes is the operative word there. As they just get a bit of deep vision here. And this is the problem for Vitality. Like, they're going to have to step into darkness if they ever want to get towards this dragon.
And so this is one of the things we talked a little bit about in draft. You kind of have to rely on Lebrov to be that face check, that front line. Not that tanky as of right now. And just, can we have a quick look at what Vitality can see, observers? Show us what they see Hylissang charging straight towards them, and they see 3 members of Fnatic taking away their jungle, and you can see how difficult it is to approach that Ocean Drake. There's no real way that they can contest it. It's only the 3rd Drake of the game, so Vitality are going to focus on staying alive and securing this farm, and maybe they can even get a little bit of vision up towards the top side if they so choose as well. Thank you very much, observers. It really helps illuminate how difficult some of these situations can be for a team that just doesn't have vision.
I mean, really, when you show us Vitality's vision, you're deluminating.
Correct. Yeah. You deluminate to illuminate. See?
Oh, well, very, very smart. Good man.
Quite, yes.
Let's not go back to the English accents. I realize that I started that one. I will take it on the chin. Let's keep it in our regular accents for the moment. 50 seconds on the Baron. Betty goes ooh as he sees something picked up.
Because that is an Everfrost.
Oh, it is.
On Niski. Now, this item did get buffed.
On 11.4.
Oh, is it next patch?
I believe. I will check quickly now.
I thought it was 11.3 that it actually got buffed. Because I remember seeing a bunch of Kassadins buying. I mean, like, Kassadin has been buying it for a while, but yeah, this item.
Yeah, it's 11.4.
Okay, very cool. My mistake then. But this item is cool because it gives you health and mana. So I think that it is the closest to Rod of Ages that you could like get. So I wondered if some of the old Rod of Ages champions would actually buy it. But it's also kind of combined with what the old Hextech GLP was, which provided that utility, the slow, but now it's more like sets W. So if it hits you in the middle, it'll actually root. So I'm really fascinated to see how Niski uses it. Maybe it's just a little bit of added utility. Maybe he really likes the additional tanky stats that it provides. Very interesting.
I think with Rises, he gets a lot of his damage just through having mana, through having a little bit of tankiness so he can get more spells out throughout the course of a fight. Something caught out just a little bit here. Floating Lullaby comes down. Hylissang, what? Look at that. That's such a good position for your support to be in. Just totally saves his jungler's life. And yes, Selfmade has to use his ult to get away, but Hylissang doesn't even get taken down in the process. He warded off 3 members of Vitality all by himself, while Vitality now look for the mid lane tier 1. Nisqy in the bottom lane chunking away at that tier 2, and Vitality look to accept this trade, although Shigenda is on his way down to bottom lane. Should be able to catch that wave before Nisqy can push it in.
Ultimately, though, this was a mistake from Selfmade, which cost Fnatic a tower, so Vitality going to be happy taking advantage of that. Selfmade's second Rift Herald, which he has thrown down in the base, hasn't really been able to get a huge amount of value off of that.
It's getting its rested bonus.
True, yeah. The Rise going to look to push in through the bot side of the map. And then they can look to try and use the Herald as well. So I think that Shigenda is going to interrupt it, though. I'm not sure they're going to get a huge amount of value off the back of this objective.
Warp it in. Warp it in, Nisqy. I said he's going to walk it in. Clears out the wave. Shigenda will get a control ward himself. Isn't actually going to come straight down here. I just walked across. There we are. He should be able to get this Rift Herald. Won't get much. We always talk about second Rift Herald not doing too much. As the TP comes into the top lane, they're looking for Bwipo. Does have the decoys, going to try and get away. There's the Drowsy. Sleep goes down. Crownshot trading in, and now Bwipo uses the decoy. Just afterwards, LeBron flashing forward, though. The Attract Repel will be enough to get the stun off, and the Cyclone will not save Bwipo. Realm Warp used in the bottom lane as Nisqy tries to join up with that Rift Herald to charge in. However, it's only got about half HP, and it's dodging around in the wrong direction just for a moment as it goes back in. Vitality going to start up the back.
I like this, though, from Vitality, because they're forcing Fnatic to come and fight them with a numbers disadvantage. At the very least, they can get the TP out from Selfmade. Let's see if Vitality can secure it.
Nisqy's going to look to TP into this fight. Selfmade has the Ragnarok up once again. Lebrov has the Magnet Storm almost off cooldown. It might actually be there already. TP coming in from Nisqy, 3,000 HP. Hylissang diving in. Lebrov using the Magnet Storm to try and do what he can. The Ragnarok coming in as well as they look for the fight. Upset, forced away, charmed up, encore, hits him right in the back, and that's the first kill. Cranshot's got one. Cranshot's looking for more. Skins get Selfmade as well, and now they turn back towards the Baron. 1,000 HP on it. Nisqy stunned up by Lebrov, but he's more distraction than anything else. TP coming in here from Bwipo. Doesn't have the Cyclone, does have a flash to try and get onto the back of Melitza. One down as Skins now trades back in, dives onto Nisqy, just has the damage, I believe, as he pops the stopwatch and pops Nisqy as well. 2 left alive for Vitality as they will try and back away, but Bwipo stepping forward once again, still has the flash himself. Shigenda wants a little bit more of this action, and Bwipo trades back in. Shigenda healing up a huge amount with that passive. You can see Bwipo doesn't really know what to do in this situation because Shigenda can just continue to wail upon him. Bwipo has the flash. The Infernal Chains will be flashed away, and the Happy Penguin comes out as Shigenda finds his man.
That is another solo kill going into the back pocket of Shigenda as Vitality secure themselves the Baron and more control over this game. This was a much-needed fight, and just look at what Lebrov does onto the backline. They keep Upset preoccupied. Crown Shot with a beautiful ult onto Upset, into the Charm, into the Flash, means that the bot lane gets their revenge onto the duo of Fnatic as they shut Upset down, and Hylissang, there's little that he can do left in the fight. Selfmade was left isolated, and Vitality then look to clean up. Now, Nisqy with the TP. Things look pretty promising here, and you can really see some of the damage from this Rise. But keep a have a look at it. He actually misses his Q. It goes to the right, which means that he ends up having to give his life in exchange for Skins. If he'd survived there, Fnatic may have been able to clean this fight up, but a small fumble on Nisqy's side means that Shigenda's able to get a solo kill onto Bwipo.
Hylissang looking for the flank once again. It's Ocean Dragon. Third Dragon of the game for Fnatic. If they take it, it would only be Vitality's second. You can see both teams gesturing, posturing around the pit. Battle lines are being drawn as Bwipo tries to get in behind them here. Decoy pump, the Cyclone not quite available. The Feather Storm will dodge it immediately. The Rock healed up. The Encore's going to rip straight through Fnatic. It finds 3. Nisqy falls to sleep at the wheel, and Upset and Selfmade have been forced away. Vitality have totally turned this game on its head. Fnatic no longer look like a team fighting for top 2. Instead, they are battling with the team at the bottom of the table.
Vitality just keep getting the team fights that they want. They know that the best way for them to win is to have as many 5v5s as possible, and they need to avoid skirmishing. No side lane plays, no 2v2s, no 3v3s. Lebrov doing his best to keep Bwipo busy.
I mean, Shigenda and Melitza are on their way. Bwipo, you get a support, but you pay for it with your life. Vitality Vedius now in the gold lead, 2,000 gold ahead. Remember, this team is 10th in the league. They are 1-8, and they are fighting up against Fnatic.
Whew. Very impressive stuff from Vitality. Definitely a different look for them. They punished Fnatic extremely well in the early game, and now they're getting fight after fight. I'm not sure how much value they're going to get off the back of this Baron. Well, they did get a decent gold.
4,700 gold out of the Baron.
But that top tower is still up. They haven't been able to break many lines of the tier 2 towers. So, excuse me, even though they've now reclaimed some control, you can see in the goal difference that yes, they've been able to swing things back in their favor. The map is still quite neutral, right? If Vitality can keep getting these fights, then yes, the game is going to keep progressing in their favor. However, Fnatic, they're going to look to try and play two sides. They're going to try and play split push, and you can see Niski sitting in the side lane with Hylissang covering him. A very common move that you'll see from players like Hylissang, who kind of loves to be a bit of a split pusher himself, as they'll look for picks, look to catch people off guard. And again, I'll say it, I think Ryze is going to be very difficult to deal with. As strong as Shigenda is, I don't think this is enough.
TP coming in from Vitality there, committing to this play. Lebrov has a flank position. There's the Realm Warp, but Hylissang once again sacrifices himself for his team. Hylissang dies. I will just mention to all of you, Bwipo is still in the game. I know it showed he disconnected. That was just something to do with pause buffering. He is still in the game and still playing, even though it didn't show him as reconnecting into the game.
So now that we've confirmed that Bwipo is in fact moving.
Still in the game, yes. Just wanted to, you know, there's always someone at home who's just wondering.
He's still there. As you rightly said, Hylissang gave up his life. They did get a teleport out from Elisa.
Shigenda still has flash here. Kenoinsa coming in though, and Upset's looking for the damage. Stopwatch used by Shigenda. Crown shot's on his way. 7, 2, and 4 on this Kai'Sa, on this Xayah, sorry. Can't quite get into the action. Lebrov looking for a flank position, but has the Magnet Storm once again. There's the Attract Repel. Swell Seed goes wide. No Looting Lullaby yet. Skeens doesn't want to put Fnatic to sleep, or at least can't, because he didn't connect with that rolling Swell Seed.
Can we talk about how Crown Shot is level 60?
Yeah, I was going to do that before we had the fight in the top lane. Like, think about it. Skeens was miles ahead and Crown Shot was behind early game. And what Vitality have done so well is transfer that lead into Crown Shot now.
I mean, yeah, I haven't been following Crown Shot the entire game. The fact that he's level 16 is absolutely crazy. And we're just having a look back at this play. Hylissang, this is the second time he's done that this game. Oh wow, that charm was so close. And Hylissang, he almost made it back to the teleporter, but unfortunately, he was not quite in range.
So it wasn't only the charm, also the knock-up from Shigenda's Q was about to hit Niski and knock him out of that Realm Warp. But Hylissang sacrificing himself once again for the good of Fnatic.
He's literally like, it's like that scene from Gandalf where, you know, when Frodo turns back and then Gandalf's like, fly, you fools. As the Balrog drags him down. You know what I'm saying?
It's Seraphina Balrog.
No,
I mean, I'm sure she is to the Bracken. That's evil, Seraphina. Yeah. Bwipo looking for a flank here as he tries to get in behind Shigenda. Does have a level disadvantage, but look at where Niski is. Doesn't have the Realm Warp, but he can come join this team fight in just a second in the bottom lane if he wants to. Lebrov going in. There's the Ragnarok popped. Niski just around the corner.
Bwipo, have a look at this. The Baron just
Baron's
spawned.
Up. Baron's up.
Double TP is available for Fnatic, and Shigenda's made his way to safety.
Ooh, look at the cow.
Yeah, but I don't think that really helps them because Selfmade doesn't have Ghost. He doesn't have ult. There's no way for him to get into the pit.
Can they delay though? Because Niski and Bwipo can take this inhibitor, and if they can delay Vitality's recalls...
I mean, it's really Fnatic's only option. They realize that they can't keep fighting Vitality like this because they're going to lose. So instead, they'll just take whatever they can get. Honestly, this could just be more farm into the back pocket of Vitality. The question is, if Fnatic can get this next Drake, then things get a little bit more interesting. However, if Vitality get it and they get another fight, I feel like this is just a one game for Vitality.
You definitely think so, and I do want to just bring back something we talked about all the way back before the game even started, Vedius, and that was Crown Shot's effect on Vitality. And I think Fnatic have misplayed sometimes this game. They've overstepped a few times, but Vitality looks so much more cohesive this week than they did last week. So much more able to play their composition to its rightful strengths. And you can see them really challenging Fnatic here, and with them being very vocal about Crown Shot being the key leader on the team, I have to wonder how much of an impact he is having here for this Vitality lineup.
Yeah, it's a big debate, of course. This is only one game.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a lot of the early game was Vitality punishing Fnatic, but you're completely right in that, like, they said that the change was to bring about more direction, more cohesiveness, more decisiveness. I think we're seeing that from Vitality.
They have just given up this Ocean Drake, though.
The question is, will they keep it up? And as I said earlier, this Ocean Drake, I think, is going to be important for Fnatic, because now they have a clear win condition, Ocean Soul, right? Niski's going to continue to farm, scale up in the side lane. You can see 3 items finished for him. But as long as Vitality keep getting these fights, I think it's very difficult for Fnatic to win, especially considering how weak Whippo is right now.
Of course, Vitality have to deal with the super minions pushing in the bottom wave. That inhibitor will be down for the next 3 minutes, 10 seconds, as you can see, just above the minimap in that right side of your screen. This is only the 4th tower of the game for Vitality, but with it, a 2,000 gold lead for them. Really, that amount of gold means these teams are basically even right now. It's like having an extra 10 pence in your back pocket as Whippo looks for a flank position here. Flash in from Nisqy. Crownshot pops the Feather Storm. Whippo already dead. The sleep comes out as Crownshot pops his stopwatch. Nisqy underneath the tower, just about surviving, but he's been shut down by Shigenda. And Vitality are on the offensive. Vitality are on the front foot. And the charm comes out, and Fnatic fall. Vitality ace Fnatic in the top lane.
That is 5 dead on the side of Fnatic, with 4 still standing for Vitality. They have the Baron buff, they have enough minions to end this game, and they're looking to get that upset.
First it was Schalke, the Titan Killers, now come Vitality, disrupting Fnatic's 4-game winning streak and taking only their 2nd win this season.
I can hear the tweets at Shox right now.
I hadn't even thought about that! It starts with failure and continues with losing to Vitality.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Shox. It was really a good monologue, but it was Vitality that came up clutch. What an impressive game from the squad, sitting at the bottom of the standings. Could this be the start of their miracle run? Could they start the winning streak to make the race for playoffs? It only makes our league ever more exciting, but Fnatic, they were punished. Their regression was answered. And while it looked like that they gained control over the game, a few really good team fights from Vitality allowed them to get a really big win. And I think that's where I have to give the most credits to Vitality. The fact that they recognized Fnatic...
I need to interrupt you. Key player of the game, Shox at LEC on Twitter. I mean, I had to say it as it came up. I was made to do it, Shox. Please. The actual key player of the game, I am being told by Kevin, you troll, at LEC on Twitter, Shigenda, Skeens, and Crownshot are your options.
I think Crowny is going to get it, even though Skeens should.
I think it's the first time we've really seen Skeens pop off this season.
Yes,
and I think he definitely helped carry
Shigenda
Vitality.
solo killed
Whippo
twice.
Yeah.
So...
Oof. Well, we're soon going to hear more from Shigenda before Zanzara joins us in the LEC post-game lobby. Don't you go anywhere.
Systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
welcome back to the LEC. Vitality take down Fnatic in the biggest upset we had today. And I have Zigenda for the first time in the LEC with me to talk about the game. Hi, first off, you picked up an important win. I see you smiling right now. You solo killed Bwipo. How do you feel?
Well, I finally feel good after a game. It's the first good game I played this split, so I feel great.
Yeah, man, it was quite a ride to get this win, actually. And what was different today compared to the other days?
Biggest difference was like our mindset going into the game. Throughout like the first part of the split, like the first half, we were playing really scared. We like refused to fight a lot. So like, I don't know, like every Drake we just crossed method and we didn't fight. It was like really cringe. So like. Today, like, we just talked for like the entire week, scrims were just, we need to fight, we stopped being such pussies, like, please fight, to do something. So this week we just ended scrims, fighting every fight we could fight, and at least we fight it on stage this time. So yeah, that's the different like, mentality.
All right. All right. I hear the emotion throughout everything you're saying right now. I'm sorry, there's a delay. I thought you were done here. But it's super interesting because looking Vitality play, we could see that you guys were playing scared. So I'm wondering, the fact that you guys were in a difficult situation maybe, and you were seen as the underdogs maybe in this matchup, relieved you in playing more free maybe?
Nah, like the biggest thing was just, for me personally, like the first like games, like for the first 5 games or something, I was so nervous that like I couldn't sleep probably, so I just ended so hard. Like it was unbelievable how bad I played, and after time I slowly got more and more comfortable, like playing against better players now. So like I also learned a lot, like how to like play my waves. Finally, I learned how to do this. Like so yeah, a lot of like confidence got from like scrims and the team. We trust a lot at the moment, and we hope we can bounce back, even though it's really hard.
I hope you can bounce back as well, but I mean, we've seen the miracle run from Schalke last year, so I want to say everything's possible. But before focusing on that, I want to come back to the game specifically, because we're used to seeing Vitality being good during the early game, but usually the team collapses during the mid-game transition. Here, you had the edge over Fnatic. We saw a couple team fights where they came back. Did you think it was enough for them to actually take the game, or did you stay confident even during the mid-game?
There was one point where we like, I think a TP bot or something, and like we just lost top turret for no reason. That was like really bad, and they got like so much gold for no reason. Like, yeah, there was also one fight we took on top where we just gave like 2 towers for free with full plates, and it like got it very scary. It's like we didn't know like how the gold situation worked, so it was like really up in the air to see like anyone could win this game. I feel like all the time.
And in the end, you got it here. So you were talking about playoffs chances, maybe the rest of the spring season here. How do you see your chances for playoffs? And do you think this will be the win that gets you guys back on track?
Well, if we like, our chance to playoffs is like if we win one of like, we have really hard games like the next 2 weeks. We have like Rogue tomorrow, then we have G2 and Madline. So if we win like one of those 3 games, and we beat the rest of the teams, there's like still a chance. So if we get a win with like the next 3 games, then I believe. If no, then there's a very small chance. So it's like we really need to like get an upset again, and then we can start beating the lower tier teams or whatever. Yeah.
You can believe, I mean, yeah, taking down Fnatic is a good start. I guess here for Vitality, you've been waiting for this one for so long, and you get it against one of the top teams here in the LEC. So focusing on what's next, what is to come. What will you talk about with the team tonight to be sure that you're in the right mindset, especially to face off against Rogue tomorrow?
We'll just try to do the same, I think. Like we had a good day today. Everyone got really relieved and happy after the win. Like everyone stood up, like got so happy. Like everyone was shouting. It was like, so I just think we'll try to like do the same. Try to play aggressive. Like just at least if we lose, it's like because we fight and not because we do nothing. That's like how we will have the mindset at the moment, I think.
All right, fight and seize every opportunity. Now, as I said, Uganda, it's the first time we have an interview. I know you have a lot of fans who've been waiting for this. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans who've been cheering for you for so long and who waited for this moment for Vitality today?
Well, I would like to thank Vitality fans. They're like really crazy every week. They like write to us that they believe, even though we'll have like been running it so hard. It's like insane how good like the Vitality community is. I'm really thankful for the messages. It's like I'm really thankful for you guys and wanted to tell you.
Well, I really hope that their messages can cheer you up and that this win will cheer you up as well. Zigenda, congrats on the amazing win against Fnatic and good luck against Rogue tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And to wrap up the day, we're going to take a short break and we'll come back in a few minutes with the post-game lobby with Shox and Zanzara. Stay tuned.
Welcome everybody to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox and I'm joined by Ender, and we're about to be joined by Zanzara also for a talk about the jungle, the now, the future of the jungle, because it's not
whether or not
good.
the curse is real.
I didn't want to bring it up. Listen, it's about Vitality winning. It's not about me cursing Fnatic,
Shox,
okay?
you said my hair looked good last week. Do I need to be worried? Am I going bald?
You were before that comment of mine, but regardless.
You're gonna make me cry. This is not a good start. This is not a good start.
I'm kidding. I love your hair. Your hair looks great, and it does look great. Zanzara is going to join us in just a little bit. But first of that last game, all jokes and all memes aside, I know it's hard, okay? I know it's difficult, but incredible. And I think maybe this is, Fnatic also was very aggressive and in that typical style, like Bwipo didn't have a good game, but you also have to look at Vitality. With now the project with Crownshot is now a couple of weeks in, so is this kind of the fruit of the work that they've been doing together?
Yeah, I mean, it's just game 3 with Crownshot, but this was a good one, right? And it wasn't even like the entire game revolved around Crownshot either, because top lane, very early on, we saw Shigenda blowing Bwipo's flash, and then he gets a solo kill immediately after that play. That was a replay of a game. And then, of course, later on into the fact, you saw everyone in Fnatic trying to pile up on Crownshot, and then some of the outplays in the team fights came to fruition with that. Xayah R getting out of it, getting the kills. Oh, it was sweet.
What's it called?
Featherstorm.
I just, quick test to keep us honest, otherwise we just say the letters anyway. Yeah, indeed, and I'm really excited to see what is going to happen if Vitality do get some more time, because this was kind of the cutoff point when, not the cutoff point, but when you look at the middle of the pack teams as we did in Ready Check, if you've been experimenting and if things have been up and down, this is kind of the time to rack up those important wins, and especially a win versus one of the top 3 teams in Fnatic could pay out in dividends later.
Yeah, exactly, right? The theory there being if you're beating Fnatic, a lot of the teams around you in the standings probably aren't beating Fnatic. So that definitely feels good. But I think the real test for me is how are they going to perform against the other teams around them? Because like this is a great win for them. Now they need to continue that, because once we get to the end of the season, you have to start thinking about things like the head-to-head. And with a really tough first half, they have to get these wins against the Excels of the world, against the Mad Lions too.
Yes, we're also looking at kind of the level of the league as a whole. I believe in the first couple of weeks, we were a bit down on it, I think. There were a lot of messy games from all the teams, really. So the hope is that will be improving.
I'm going to be honest, like, because I heard a couple people being like, oh, the games suck, you know, everyone's inting, we became pirates all of a sudden. And I'm like, that just sort of feels like the start of every year, it gets a little bit loose, right? As teams are trying to find their footing, find their own style. So this is something that I think naturally sorts itself out over time, because you take a long off season, you're playing in the preseason. If you guys have played preseason, the games get wild. So you need a little bit of time to get back to the groove.
Apparently, there's a bit of technical issues getting Zanzara connected rather. So let's pull up the standings first, so we get a bit of.
I think it was patch 11.4, right? Deleted junglers from the game.
So then he's just already being.
Get him on the call.
I see. So at the top of the table, we have G2 and Rogue. They won again. Of course, Fnatic just dropped a game. Then we have the Mad Lions, and still a kind of the similar view to the middle of the pack. And for me, it's very hard. And I want to pick out one team in particular, which is the Mad Lions, because I think a lot of people had a lot of hopes from them after last year, the breakout year. A lot of young players. They had a rookie of the split. They went to Worlds, and in the beginning of the split, I think I thought this roster was also going to do phenomenally, but it took them a little bit of time.
Yeah, and honestly, when I think about it, right, they did make 2 pretty large changes in the top lane and the jungle role, and I always found that, especially Mad Lions' early game, was very heavily defined by Shadow as a player. Like, he was super aggressive, always on the invade, like, had these crazy paths, was very unpredictable, and I think that bringing in Elyoya, I think Elyoya has had a great start to it, but it is not that same style, and there is that sort of learning curve when it comes to like how do you actually play out the early game. So our focus has been drawn to like the bot lane, where now that's the really explosive area of the map that can be a little bit hit or miss. But like I think we heard Kaiser talking about in an interview during Ready Check, like they want to play all out. They want to test some limits, and this team, when they're testing limits, that's when they've been most exciting in the past. So I think they're going to be fine coming into playoffs.
And what do you make of Schalke? They dropped a game again today, SK, the first game of the day, and they seem to be very, very inconsistent. I'm just going to say it, because they do take down the top teams, but they do also lose to all the other teams, or on a good day of a bad day.
Yeah, honestly, SK, or Schalke rather, is a bit of an enigma for me. Like, I still think they are quite good. But I'll be honest, like, a lot of the talk I heard, like, not a lot of teams were excited about Schalke coming into the season. You know, teams were like, they're maybe not performing quite as well in scrims. Like, are they going to actually find their footing? And I was very surprised to see how well they started performing past week 1, I believe, where they came in with a few struggles. But for me, I think that this team thrives when Gilius is finding early action. I think last year in particular, teaming up with support and making plays around the map, he was super effective, because one of the interesting things about Gilius as a player was he always rated like as one of the lowest junglers for like jungle proximity and like and actually like pairing up with players and like camping a lane and whatnot, but he had one of the highest, influences over the game. Really tons of kills and assists at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was this sort of style that was like, he was a very effective jungler. Whenever he was ganking, he was getting kills. And that's something that has been a little bit wishy-washy. In their wins, he's all over it. When they're losing, not so much.
Talking about jungle, I think we have the man himself. Zanzara, were you able to connect? And hello?
You hear me?
I hear you, and we see you.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice.
Well, that did take a while, but really happy that you could join us. I'd like to start by talking about your game, which of course was a pretty difficult one, versus G2. What do you take from games like that, where you're obviously up against a very strong team like G2?
I mean, versus G2, you always trying your best, of course, and you know you can beat them because it's G2. They always can like in the game. So you're not like going with mine. So like in G2, you cannot win the game no matter what, right? So as you can see, they always like misplay some dives, so we get some kills. But I think like overall, they played pretty decent mid game, and it was really hard for us to do something. So yeah, I mean, I think they just like played macro pretty well. We had some openings in team fights when we can just get the crucial lead, but we kind of misplayed some team fights, I would say, when it could be a breaking point for us. So yeah, and I think I mean, of course it's G2, so
yeah,
we're kind of like not really sad in terms of like losing to them.
No, I mean, it is hard. And I think when you look at kind of the change you made with Magifelix coming in and then the 3 games you've played already, I feel like there's been really good performances. Last week, a great start. This, of course, a difficult game for you guys to win, but still very competitive. How do you think the team has bounced back or kind of adjusted to having Magifelix in the team so far?
But I mean, we just accept the fact that we have Corki on mid lane, and yeah, well, like, okay, guys, we have Corki on mid lane. We just need to wait for the items, and then we can win the fights. Then it's fine, it's fine. This is the main difference, I think, between. But if I can be serious, I think it's like Magifelix just playing better. I think in terms of like mechanical skills, I think in the teamfight skirmishes. But with Nuke, it was much easier to play the map, I think, because he was he's taking a bigger part in our communication in mid game and how to play side lanes and stuff. So right now we kind of already like adapted our communication with Magifelix, but we still some issues, I think, in mid game when we kind of inting lane assignment a little bit.
I have to ask, and the people want to know, what happens when Corki gets banned? Is it a different champion? Is it a dodge? Like, what do you guys do?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows that, guys. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Chocolate can ban it, and we will see new champ. But so far, nobody knows what happened on mid lane.
No, let's talk about Skarner then. You love Skarner, clearly so. Picked him now a couple of times. Even first picked, which was kind of mind-boggling to us. Why do you love the Scorpion so much?
I think I like the Scorpion because people in LEC are too greedy to pay taxes. They're literally trying to scam. They're like, I'm AD carry. I need 2 item power spike. I need 3 item power spike. No, and you're dead. How many items you have? If you didn't pay taxes, you are dead. This is how it works. And of course, like versus G2, it doesn't work because G2 understand, okay, they have Skarner, we have to pay taxes, right? But if you play versus Excel, versus Misfits, like this kind of team, they're like, nah, I need power spike, I will not buy USS, and them like, oh, no, flash in. And then, and actually, like some people, because people think and LEC, everyone know how to like time summon, just play the game. No, this is not true. I just buy cooldown boost, and they're like, oh, his flash is not 5 minutes, boys. Whoa, he has flash or he doesn't have. We don't know. We should just hug tower, and then it's like passive pressure, mental advantage, and then we can win the game. This is why Skarner is broken.
Whoa, 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 whoa! go. Yo, I hope Captain Flowers, I mean, he's probably on the show, but maybe he's watching because he's also a Skarner
That's the
lover.
most genius thing I've ever heard.
Makes so much sense, Zanzara. Thank you for that explanation. Hopefully we'll see more Skarner, but talk to me a bit about, let's talk about the jungle and kind of how it is right now and how it's going to be on 11.4. There will be a huge nerf to the golden XP on the jungle monsters, which is not nice for junglers. There are a couple of junglers that are getting some slight buffs, like LEC, for instance. But what do you think is going to happen next week in the LEC, and what's going to happen with 11.4 for you?
I mean, I think right now it's kind of hard to say because these kind of changes, you don't see them like they are not changing meta instantly. I think it's gonna take a while, like 2-3 weeks, I think for sure. But this is like step towards tank supportive jungle gameplay, of course, because is this gold nerf and experience nerf should hit the champions like Nidalee, Lilia, who get just like advantage from just the farming because that fast in jungle. So I think we're gonna probably see more Skarner, maybe like Sejuani, maybe Zac, maybe Ivern. Ivern is happy, of course. This kind of champs, but I think overall you can still play Lilia, all of this kind of champs. So I think next 2-3 weeks we're just gonna see kind of same meta, and it's gonna be like slowly shifting towards champions what people just prefer to play more. For example, for me, I'm like pretty comfortable on tanks, so for me it's pretty good changes because I can play more tanks, and even if they have bad matchup versus Lilia or Nidalee, they will not get that hard ahead in early game. But I think the people for like self-made, they can still pick all of Lilia and be pretty comfortable with that. So I think it's kind of, I mean, for me, I feel like it's right now jungle is in this state when you can just play what you think you're better on, and your team is, if your team playing better with the carries, you can just keep playing carries. If your team feel better with tanks, you can keep playing tanks.
Yeah, I know that from your history that you do prefer kind of the role where you can really play the tanks and be the beefy man for the team. Ender, do you agree that you think it's not going to make that much of a difference immediately?
Well, yeah, and I think it just, you can sort of see it if you look at last year as well, because over the entire course of the summer split, you look at LCK, LPL, LCS, they were playing like Nidalee and Graves the entire time, and here in LEC, we're like, no, Jarvan's really cool, let's stick to that, you know, Lee Sin is sweet. But it wasn't until we really got to playoffs that we started seeing a lot more of those farming champions start to come in. So I definitely think this will be a slow burn, but I agree. I think seeing more of the Skarners, the J4s, those types of picks will become a little bit more prominent, but I don't think these nerfs are so large that you see like the exclusion of all those farming champions.
Yeah, I guess it's more also like what the type of champions will do in the long term to the meta, right? Because, you know, that's in the team fight situation and whatnot.
Exactly, because there is the whole effect. I think we actually got into it during the pause last week of like, if you see more tank junglers, well, then that means you need less tank supports and you can get more enchanters, and you need 80 carries to kill these stupid tanks now.
Yeah.
So like, there is this whole shift that can come along, and it's always cycling.
It's always a cycle. We'll see what happens. This is the first time that we, I think, get to talk to Zanzara. We, of course, have already saw an interview with you, and you're super energetic, and it's really awesome. So I want to pick your brain a little bit. You are the only Russian player in the LEC. There was a time when we had many, but that's not the case anymore. How do you think you've been doing so far in making a name for yourself in the LEC?
I'm always actually thinking like jungle. I mean, you cannot be if you are like good jungle, your team should be high, right? So, but we're kind of not that high at that moment. So probably I'm doing not the best, by the way. So I think there is like a lot of to improve. But as you mentioned before, jungle nerf. So this is our time. Meta tanks, because actually people in LEC, I said it before, they have no clue how to play tanks. Jankos know how to play tanks, everyone else is like, oh, I'm tank, I need to take free damage. Yeah, that's all. So like me, Jankos, top 2, easy. Like it's gonna be Nunu, Sejuani on the Rift, and it's perfect, guys. So I think if you well like to 8 right now, right? So there is like a lot of way to become a better team. So I think I can do for sure, like as a personal and as a player in the team, much better. And I think right now like meta should fit us in a better way, of course. So I think everything in our hand right now.
It just sounds like you're trying to get Grabs to sign you next year, you know? I want to play the tanks.
Yeah, please, I'll do it.
right. No, I also know you're a bit of an innovator when it comes to jungle picks. I remember your Ornn in the past. I think you played some Nunu as well. Is there an Ornn jungle to come back? Are there some more niche picks you wish people would pick up?
I mean, Ornn is dead. Riot just nerfing. Riot saw my performance on Ornn, and they're like, we don't need to deal with that. We just delete this champ, just buff Lee Sin. We want to see more Lee Sin. I don't want to play Lee Sin. They just delete Ornn. So, like, you cannot play Ornn set, have to go play boring tanks again. But yeah, I mean, I was like, because I was playing for a long time, so for me League of Legends kind of boring, so I'm always looking for the new waves to play the game, I think, and just looking for the new champs to like play in jungle. I'm playing like a lot of random stuff in solo queue, so yeah, I mean, maybe we will see something in the competitive. I don't know, my coach so far don't trust me enough, I think. But so he just put me on Skarner, first pick Skarner, let's go forward.
It's the coach's fault.
Yeah, that's all.
I mean,
yeah.
You say it's the coach's fault, but you just gave like a 3-minute speech about how good Skarner is and how great he is. So I don't really believe.
But I do the same speech for every champion. Okay. But coach just remembers Skarner, and he's like, oh, Zanzara, you're playing Skarner. Let's go Skarner. Pick Skarner fast. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess we can do that.
Perfectly fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, for people that don't know, because maybe they think you're like, well, you are a new face in the LEC, but you've been playing for a long time. I think you've played in the CIS since 2014, like I would say professionally, right?
I
mean,
earlier? Yeah, it was even before the Riot League started. It was StarLadder back then, I think. Yeah. So I don't really remember the year when I started. Yeah, I think it was like 2014, 15. Yeah. So I was kind of like playing on the top on the Russian league for a long time, and then it's like from 2018, I think I was starting playing the national league in Europe.
Yeah, and a long road already traveled, and hopefully a lot of wins in your future now that you're with Astralis. So let's move on and take a look at the schedule and see who you're playing tomorrow and get your opinion on that. It is the first game of the day versus Excel. What do you think, Zanzara?
I think there is like one my boy in this lineup, Chocolate, and this Chocolate, I know I'm in his head already, and he know that too. He thinks if he bans Skarner, he can win, but I'm already in his head, so I know what he will ban Skarner. But right now he's watching this post-game lobby and he think, okay, he knows what he's in my head, so we will not ban Skarner. But I know that already, so everything is ready. But I cannot tell more, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
Otherwise it's gonna be.
I understand.
Yeah, but it's gonna be insane battle. Last time when we meet them, it was a bit NA gameplay, I would say. So, but we improved. Long time, we improved. So it's gonna be better macro for sure.
What do you mean with NA gameplay? Just, you know.
We were dancing, on minute 15 we were dancing as 5 on mid lane and nobody knows what to do, but they had better comp, so like, yeah, I mean, fair enough to win the game, I guess.
Understandable. Have a nice day. You can have the win. You had the better comp. All right, fantastic. We'll let you go quickly, but I'd love to take a selfie with you, Zanzara, if it's all right with you.
Yeah, of course. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
My favorite part.
All my things are falling off.
Astralis, let's go.
I think the team would probably be really happy if you do that. All right. Boom. Gotta get Oh, great.
Nice.
Oh, wait, we can't see. You have to move because the
Where do I need to move to? Over here?
Can't see the Astralis.
Oh, gosh.
No.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay, perfect.
Amazing.
It was a difficult one. Thank you so much for talking to us, Zanzara. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, that was all from us here tonight. LCS is starting in 1 hour. CLG, Cloud9, Broxa making his debut for CLG. We'll be back tomorrow for more Liga Legando. See you then.
Good luck, Broxa!
Aurelio right back into his own territory. Neon now diving under the tower, but a max range spear, still Limit going to go down. Tin's still alive. They're just killing people left and right. Abadage has to run for the hills, but Broken Blade on the backside. Moving in with the Stride Breaker. Now the QSS have to take the Jinx. Prowlers claw through into the stun, the shutdown. SK showing up.
My motivation is just to be someone, to be remembered, and not be just another mediocre guy.
Yo-Yo waiting, looking for an opportunity. Here he goes. Blade's Reach comes out. Dan now going to be in trouble. Rumble Trespass comes through. The 1v1 happens off to the side. Carsey now isolated. They're just going to start mowing down these kills. There's nothing left for Patrick. He pulls out with the Rend. Are you kidding me? Kane triple at 16 minutes. 7-1-1 for El Yo-Yo. Magic Field's on the flank, but the minions are pushing into the base. G2, they're going to need a TP if they want to come out on top of this one, but Reckless, now Legendary. That shot's coming through. Jessica's off to the backside. Mickey buying as much space as he can. The Infernal Soul not going to be enough, but still, Astralis are not coming out on top. The front line from G2 is just playing this too well. Still, Reckless untouched. Who gets the Infernal? It's G2! The minions are in the base. G2 have gotten the Infernal, and whatever hope was left for Astralis has certainly died now.
Inspire chase down towards the bottom side. VTO comes to join the party. Cobby looking for the Infernal. Trigger Shockwave lands on 2. On Summer takes a kill. And here goes Cobby straight into the wall as Trimby chases him down. Larson takes the kill. Rogue don't need the Baron to close out the game. BTO trying to do what he can, but he can't do much as a triple kill to Hun Summer spells the end of Misfits. Whipper looks for a flank position here. Flash in from Niski. Crownshot pops the Feather Storm. Whipper already dead. The sleep comes out as Crownshot pops his stopwatch. Niski underneath the tower just about surviving, but he has been shut down by Shikenda. And Vitality on the offensive. Vitality on the front foot. And the charm comes out and Fnatic fall. Vitality ace Fnatic in the top lane.